Luckily, unlike pills, spiritual plants didn't have a cap on how often they could be taken, with the only exceptions being in incredibly rare cases. For example, a plant that could extend your life by 10,000 years could only be used once. But in the case of these tea leaves, its benefit would only increase during prolonged usage. Not only could these tea leaves help him enter the selfless state more easily, over time it would become easier for him to slip into these states even without the leaves. Such was the benefit of naturally occurring treasures. Her appearance is really curious, Madeline mumbled. However, she felt that if she could think of it, Diane could as well. What she found truly odd was that her normally intelligent husband seemed to be at a complete loss in only this exact subject. She deduced that this had something to do with Evangeline's actions. Little Ian and Yang scurried around before finding their way to Madeline's palms. It seemed they liked being spoiled by her the most. Every time I think about the mysteries of Evangeline, you two show up. Madeline smiled knowingly, lightly petting their small heads. You two don't want me to figure it out. Since that's the case, I'll leave it be. All right, done. Diane smiled lightly at his 2 completed cups of tea. Just their fragrance already made Diane feel as though he was transcending to another plane. Soon, the husband and wife pair sat before each other on the lush green grass, an empty cup of tea before each of them. Diane suddenly felt his soul flourishing, an overwhelming spirituality he hadn't felt since he took the 9-cloud aphrodisiac. Instead of being hindered by the fact it wasn't his true body taking the tea, Diane felt that the connection was deepened. It was as though being within his own inner world had amplified the feeling of the tea leaves. In fact, this wasn't far from the truth. Diane's current method made it feel as though the tea leaves were being taken in directly to his soul. This suddenly opened a new world for Diane. If it was more efficient to take medicines and spiritual plants within his inner world, the effects in battle would be astounding. Before he could follow this train of thought further, Diane suddenly felt that his connection to the world had been cut off. He sank into a selfless state so deep that there was nothing in existence other than himself. It was at that moment that he appeared in a vast space once more. Shockingly, this vast space was his own inner world, a place he was keenly familiar with. However, not only were the spiritual trees he had planted gone, Madeline was nowhere to be seen. Instead, all that stood before him was the looming shadow of his manifestation. Standing at over 100 meters tall, Diane felt his heart quake in the face of his own inner self. Is this really me? Why am I so nervous, then? Diane frowned. Why did this place seem like his inner world, except not at the same time? The cognitive dissonance almost made him dizzy. Within Diane's true inner world, or at least what he thought was his true inner world, his manifestation perpetually flew in the skies with his primordial yang right beneath, surrounding by the primordial yin of his wives. However, while in that true inner world, Diane only had 6 primordial yins floating around him. Rees, Claras, Amphrys, Madelines, Cookins, and Amethysts. There were 8 in this world. He didn't understand what he was seeing. When he took Amphrys' virginity in this life, both of her primordial yins fused as one. In fact, every day that Madeline and Ree comprehended their faith seeds more, both Cookin and Amethyst's primordial yins were being slowly absorbed by them. So, none of these instances could explain why 2 primordial yins had suddenly appeared from nowhere. Diane's divine sense shot forward, but he suddenly felt that there was a formless barrier around his manifestation. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't penetrate it. There's no need to try so hard. You aren't yet worthy of seeing through me completely. In that moment, a voice that sounded almost like a mirror of Diane's rang in his ears. It was deep, rich, and full of confidence, just like Diane's, but it carried an ancient and resounding tone he couldn't match. It was as though Diane was a king of a small kingdom while his manifestation was already a deity. However, there's no harm in telling you who those primordial yin belong to. Diane's manifestation continued in an unhurried manner. This one is Evangeline's, and this one is Luna's. Diane's eyes widened. What did you just say? The manifestation made no attempt to repeat himself. It was like he hadn't heard Diane's words at all. However, the waves in Diane's heart spoke louder than his voice. He didn't know how to take in that information. Of course, Diane knew on some level that he had had sex with Evangeline, but he hadn't been absolutely certain. For all he knew, Evangeline had found some random female beast to let Diane vent on. In fact, he had a nightmare about such a thing more times than he'd like to admit. It was just too difficult to accept that a higher existence would bed him. Diane's arrogance reached into the skies, but that didn't mean he was delusional. He was confident in any fight because he could rely on his intelligence where his strength wasn't enough, but intelligence was useless in matters of love. To make things more odd, although Diane was incredibly handsome, already comparable to most Tao experts, he still fell short of true higher existences. Lilith's father was just one example of this. Despite hiding his true face, he could already compete with Diane on even footing. Simply put, even if a higher existence was so sex-crazed to choose a man simply for his looks, Diane still wasn't their best choice. This wasn't all either. Diane thought that even if Evangeline for some inexplicable reason chose him as a dual cultivation partner, something he had to accept considering the 33, now 30, seals in his inner world, she would never have given her virginity to him. Yet, all of these thoughts were slapped down with a single sentence by his manifestation. As for the matters with Luna, Diane felt that it hit even closer to home. Unlike Evangeline, who had not an ounce of feelings for Luna, was different. At first, it was the laws of the second trial forcibly manipulating his emotions to feel for Luna. In fact, Diane even cut off these emotions the moment she betrayed him. However, in the end, he couldn't help but feel some sympathy for her after learning the truth behind her past. If it wasn't for both Luna and Amphory, Diane would have never passed his second trial. He would have died. In truth, he had buried whatever feelings he had for Luna. After putting him through all that pain, she had actually forced him to watch her kill herself. That sort of scar wasn't the kind that healed. Originally, it had been easier for him to slowly forget Luna. He had thought that after not seeing her primordial Een in his inner world, she had promised herself to another man. Such a truth made the decades of manipulation hit that much harder. But who would have known that it wasn't that Luna lost her virginity to another man, but that his manifestation had hidden her primordial Een along with Evangeline's because he wasn't powerful enough to make use of them. Diane blinked as his eyes reddened. "I've wronged you both. Especially you, Luna." His own immaturity made it so that he villainized women just for the sake of his own pride. However, his experience with Amphory had made him grow past this mental hurdle. The moment he decided to not care whether or not Amphory had truly fallen in love with another man was the moment he had truly forgiven Luna. But the sight of her primordial Een here hit him like a truck. The fact he would never see her again only made matters worse. He'd never get to apologize. Diane closed his eyes, a deep breath steadying the waves of his heart. "If you had come here with your previous mental state, I would have simply tossed you out. You haven't truly grasped the true meaning behind arrogance and what it means to look upon the world with disdain. You chose the sovereign path when you knew little of the martial world and hadn't even taken the first step of cultivation, yet you never questioned this path you sought. This isn't the true meaning behind being a ruler. A ruler isn't a person who can't admit to his mistake and can't change course. They're a person who sees that goal the want and pierces forward their own way, taking whatever turns they need as they please. You've interpreted this manifestation as being sovereign when it is far beyond that. When the path of sovereignty and the path of creation meet, that is when you'll understand the gift that hides within you. Be it the 9 Tao hearts or any other, the path you'll forge will crush them all." Diane looked toward his manifestation, his heart calming. "I disdain the sovereign path," Diane's ancient voice roared. It was faintly obvious that his manifestation was enraged. Not with the world or with the path itself, but at Diane for aiming too low. If it wasn't for the fact that it couldn't, it would have ripped itself from Diane's body and forged a path on its own. Not only were you pathetic enough to lose yourself to the despair of a mere chaos path, you actually have the face to be arrogant even while you rely on the hopes and dreams of others to keep yourself stable. How is this the demeanor of a ruler? Diane didn't so much as frown. After shaking off the initial nervousness, he realized that his manifestation was simply roaring out his most inner thoughts. He and his manifestation weren't two separate entities, they were one in the same. It was just that his manifestation represented the peak of what would be one day, while the current him wasn't even remotely worthy of such things. Everything his manifestation said was correct. No matter how much Diane ignored it, he had still not gotten over the matters of that day. He only sparingly used his most powerful offensive attack simply because he was scared. There was no avoiding this truth. In Dian's life, he had only felt true, unbearable fear twice. The first was when he saw the body of the entity, and the second time was when he comprehended the truth behind his flames. The second broke him so thoroughly that he actually attempted suicide. If it wasn't for his undead body, ironically amplified by the very same black flames he feared so much, he would be a dead man right now. The irony was uncanny. Dian lost his temper, even shoving the innocent Liliana into a torture chamber for almost 100 years, all because she made a mistake. He had been so angry with her because she dared to attempt and take his life, so why wasn't he equally angry with himself for doing the same? This rage his manifestation felt, this unbridled will to destroy everything to vent its anger, this was how Dian truly felt on the inside. As angered as he had been toward Liliana, he was even more angered with himself. You muddle around every day, making fools of people who are unworthy of even our attention, yet feeling pride in doing so. Who is a mere god Goldine? True god Tatsuya? True god Hydra? Who are these fools in comparison to us? How dare you feel pride in defeating them? Even now, the only thing keeping Dian's Dao heart stable were the hopes and dreams of the older generation of the mortal clan. The reason he could ignore his comprehension of chaos wasn't due to his own prowess, but due to the prowess of those who couldn't even lift a finger toward him if they stood right here. How pathetic was that? This was the reality of the sovereign path. As much as you ruled and lorded over others, you could only grow by stepping upon the faith your people had in you. Since the beginning of time, this was the way people climbed the ladder of true presence. Why was it that the second trial was so necessary to comprehend presence? It was because one needed to comprehend what it meant to be a ruler before they could grasp this path. Do you know how many have reached God presence relying on the sovereign heart? The deep, boiling voice of Dian's manifestation continued. The answer is 0. Why is it that a half-step King Dragon Soul is already as powerful as King-level presence? It's because this path is weak. The number of people who could truly call themselves gods, the kind of experts that would wipe out you so-called true gods with a single breath, can be counted on a single hand even if you stretch back to the dawn of time itself. Yet you want to use such a feeble path to comprehend such a thing. Should I call you headstrong or foolish? Dian suddenly began to laugh. His body trembled, not from any sort of profound emotion, but rather of relief. He suddenly understood what the crown of his manifestation meant. It didn't refer to mere sovereignty. It was a representation of standing above all things. What did a crown mean? It was simply a symbol of authority. However, an authority in what lane was the question? Would Dian rule over a small fief? Would he rule a planet? A galaxy? A universe? Quadrant, maybe? What a joke. His crown didn't represent any of these things. It stood above that. It didn't even refer to ruling over a mere mortal plane or a mere immortal plane. What it stood for was absolute control of not these things, but of Dian himself. Good. The roar of his manifestation shook the very skies of his inner world. Not even the heavens themselves can dictate what you can and cannot do. Who in existence could say they ruled over themselves to the fullest? Could anyone say such a thing? Mortals had their presidents and prime ministers. Immortals had their clan heads and kings. Kings lowered their heads to emperors and emperors lowered their heads to transcendents. Transcendents must lord over their own lives then, right? However, didn't transcendents die? Even the mighty Abraxas was coming close to the end of his life. In the end, transcendents lowered their head to the heavens themselves. Dian's laugh increased, carrying a hint of madness as a resolute expression appeared in his eyes. With a single thought, his Dao heart shattered for a second time. Dian's wills blazed behind him. The beautiful royal blue of the weapon's master. The gentle, tea-leaf green of the wind. The yin and yang crystals of his flames. The marvelous rainbow colors of his music. The majestic and glittering crystal will. The silver embodiment of his space will. The dense blackness of his death will. And, finally, his unformed titan and time will. The last time Dian's Dao heart shattered, his wills dissipated along with them. How could you sustain a connection with the heavens without a Dao heart? As such, it only made sense for wills to disappear the moment a Dao heart suffered so greatly. This was what happened to P23 and thus it was what Dian. Just as expected, Dian's wills began to whittle away, unable to sustain themselves. Comprehensions that he had traded his life for were floating away. However, Dian had steeled himself. The moment he made this decision, he was aware that this would happen. Even if his combat prowess drastically fell, he was willing to make this same choice 100 if not 1,000 more times. It was at this moment that the crown glowed once more. When Dian shed himself of the discomfort of Amphrey's history in this life, his crown had taken action. Not only did it forcibly increase the size of his inner world, it doubled the strength of his soul in an instant. When Dian swallowed the Marshall Saint pill, expecting to suffer through days if not months of pain, his crown glowed once more. Not only did it forcibly negate the Death's Gate effects of the pill, it gave him 9 new meridians in an instant. When Dian's inner world wanted to reseal his cultivation due to his increased meridian count and foundation, it was due to his crown that it was forcibly stopped. This time, even without having formed a proper Tao heart, the crown acted once more. What bullshit heavenly laws and restrictions. I gave up my life for these comprehensions. Who are you to take it away? The crown became Dian's new anchor. He could now slowly comprehend a new Tao heart, one that stood even above the Central Nine. The day he succeeded would be the day the martial world played in his palm. Dian couldn't help but laugh once more. Nothing repaid a cultivator more than a resolute attitude. He had taken this action still underestimating the abilities of his manifestation, yet he had been so pleasantly surprised. My understanding of the crown is at least at 10%. If others heard Dian's thoughts, they'd be astounded. No one dared to say such things about their manifestations. Even the ancient tomes of the ancient elven clans could only boast a 20% understanding after several generations. But to think Dian would say he had understood to a 10th. It was truly mind-numbing. However, the benefits of this comprehension clearly showed. His crown had the ability to sustain 7 half-step Taos, 2 of which were considered supreme laws. The strength of the crown lies in its ability to bend the martial way. Before, 100,000 kilometers was the utmost limit my soul could reach without breaking into the Tao realm, yet it broke that path and made it 200,000 kilometers, and that was with a mere 5% understanding. Without even needing to check, Dian knew that his soul had strengthened once more. Except, this time it wasn't in size, but in density and quality. Before, Dian's inner world had crumbled when he took the Marshall Saint pill because its construction was too weak. Relying on the 5% comprehension of his crown wasn't enough. Coupling this with the fact his inner world was meant to rely on all 3 martial paths and not just one, and it was a recipe for disaster. Luckily, after taking the Marshall Saint pill, his inner world collapsed and condensed to build a firmer foundation. Although its scope was only just a little over 500 meters now, well shy of the previous 1 kilometer mark, it was far stronger. If it wasn't for this, Dian's inner world would be able to withstand the increase in his cultivation. Now, Dian's crown had become even more overbearing. Despite still having the characteristics of the celestial realm, Dian's soul had begun exhibiting the qualities of planet-grade soul energy. In fact, although it still projected as moon-grade soul energy, Dian's soul energy had the robust and dense nature of half-step planet-grade soul energy. This kind of manifestation, it shouldn't have a place in this mortal plane. Dian couldn't help but think to himself, looking toward his nascent soul. The peaceful now 5 to 6-year-old didn't seem to notice Dian's gaze. Dian's manifestation played with the laws of the mortal plane as though it was its own playground. Even if Dian was stupid beyond belief, he wouldn't believe that this had nothing to do with it. This increase in soul strength is even better than the size increase of my divine sense realm. Now, even planet-grade spiritual plants will have trouble hiding from me. And Dian smiled. With a thought, a white flower appeared to his side. The last time he had tried this, he failed miserably. In fact, the flower wilted before his very eyes. But this time, a perfect 5% clone stepped out from within, looking like a perfect mirror image of Dian. Before, Dian improvements had so far outstripped his comprehension of the Florence family technique that his soul became too weak to produce even a 1% clone. But now, although before he had been able to form 15% clones, this 5% clone made him happier than any of those ever did. Dian's grin only widened. For the next half-month, Dian only stayed within this true inner world and pondered on the truths of his manifestation. It was only now he realized the true majesty of a humanoid manifestation and why they were so rare, yet at the same time so difficult to comprehend fully. The truth was that although the Acacia family's tree of life and death was the most powerful of the three ancient techniques, this matter was several folds more complicated than it seemed. Firstly, the Mathilde family was only able to bring out the true strength of their Azura's Eye after cultivating devil chi. This was something they could never have imagined before. If one were to compare the Azura's Eye manifestation to the tree of life and death now, the Azura's Eye would surpass it by almost 10%. Meaning, the Acacia clan only comprehended their manifestation to 20%. However, the Mathilde clan had grown to 30% after discovering the effects of devil chi. This one story is enough for one to understand just how complicated comprehending a manifestation fully was. How could the Mathilde clan have possibly known that conventional chi wasn't the best for them? They could only consider themselves lucky for having found out this truth before their clan died off. The second reason the Acacia clan's manifestation was so powerful in comparison was simply due to how profound the Florence family technique was. Unlike the other two clans, the Florence clan had only comprehended about 10% of their manifestation. Yet, they still managed to stand almost equal to the other two. The potential of their manifestation was clear. However, Dian suspected that if understanding a manifestation was as easy as drinking these tea leaves, the comprehension the elves had would have been far deeper than this, even considering its planet grade. Dian could only assume that his manifestation was special. Practically guided him itself, directly telling him what he needed to understand. If others who comprehended their own manifestations knew this, they'd die of envy. We need to be more flexible with our white flames. Understand that its purity is entrenched even deeper in the light than even holy will. It's the very essence of all that is good in the world. If we layer a comprehension of creation will to this, what do you receive? If we grow powerful enough, we can directly bestow life. The life his manifestation referred to wasn't something so heaven-defying as raising the dead, although maybe there really would be a day he could do such a thing. What this ancient Dian referred to as breathing life into smaller creations. When Dian fought the Heaven clan Kitsune heiress Masako, she used her comprehension of magic and her clan's affinity with the heavens to create realistic creatures. This lessened the burden on her mental energy by allowing her techniques to gain a certain level of sentience. At the moment, it was possible for Dian with his 10% understanding to form realistic birds or other small creatures with his white flames. They would be able to reach ranges even his divine sense couldn't. However, this was a far less useful ability as things stood now. After all, did he really need more than 200,000 kilometers in the immediately future? That was doubtful. That said, when he thought about how these creatures held a strand of their own life force, making their range unlimited, he realized that their potential for scouting was unimaginable. Dian could potentially keep an eye on multiple universes at once. This life bestowal ability may seem like yet another characteristic of our flame to others, but this is actually just an extension of the very same and singular creation characteristic. If we used these flames while we forged weapons and treasures, their likelihood of gaining sentience will skyrocket. It's also possible to use these flames in other techniques that require a certain life path. Dian's eyes glowed. Both the Florence family technique and the divine grade cloning technique, he had both relied on such a path. This meant he could amplify his clones with his white flames without having to comprehend the Florence family technique. Also, this would lower the requirements for the materials of the clones as well. The abilities of manifestations are truly endless. No wonder they're so difficult to comprehend. Our black flames are our greatest defensive strength. This is because while our white flames can breathe life, your flames breed destruction. The reason our creations can sustain themselves without us is because they can absorb energy unto themselves. For this reason, black flames can increase their destruction capabilities as well. This gives this flame an opposing characteristic to our white flames. Both are known as immortal characteristics, however they're displayed in different fashions. With all the information he was soaking in, even Dian felt his head imploding. This was far more difficult than even a divine grade technique. In fact, this was the first time Dian found anything in the soul path difficult. This was truly new to him. What about the lightning and the eye? Dian had listened to his manifestation speak about 4 of his halos for weeks, but he hadn't said a word about these 2. Whether it be his relatively straightforward weapons pagoda, or his crown and flames, he had touched on all but them. The eye only appeared within the 6 halos first because not even heaven's might could hide it. The lightning only appeared because you were witness to the birth of a treasure of the 33 heavens. It's a blessing that your lightning willow mask depleted itself. Had you begun to comprehend the legacy within it, you would have agitated the lightning and caused a catastrophe. As for the eye, nothing in this world can move it. In fact, it's the reason you fail to comprehend the truth behind the Bao avatar during your war god tribulation. The secret to comprehending the Bao relies on the eyes, but you aren't ready. Dian didn't miss the change in the manifestation. This entire time, it referred to them as one entity, but after his question, he constantly referred to Dian as though he was a separate being. Suddenly, his manifestation shimmered, dimming slowly. If you want to understand the lightning, step into the Tao formation realm first and use your tribulation to refuel the lightning willow mask. If you want to comprehend the eye, either temper your pupils to the fate silk realm, or find 2 treasures of the 33 heavens. Heaven's left eye and hell's right eye. Your mortal body won't withstand its might if you don't. With those last words, his manifestation disappeared. Dian blinked, finding himself back within his inner world. The first thing he saw was a meditating Madeline, emanating the light of an absolute goddess. His main body's divine sense immediately detected that the 3rd phase had begun. It seemed that these 2 weeks had ended just in time. Dian smiled bitterly when he noticed that his presence had fallen from the lower emperor level back to the peak king level. Honestly, he had expected his presence to be eradicated entirely, so it was surprising that it was still here. He remembered that his presence only reached this level because of Luna. So, logically, since he relied on someone else, the new path he had chosen wouldn't allow such a thing. But it seemed his understanding was still shallow. Or, Dian sunk into deep thought. Before he could finish his thought, Madeline's eyes opened. The flash in her eyes was so sharp that Dian almost dodged reflexively. She didn't say anything immediately, instead she looked toward Dian with an odd look in her eye. Did your presence advance again? She blinked, finding it incredulous. She had always believed in this husband of hers, but some things were so far out of the norm that they were unacceptable even for her. Dian was already considered the youngest in modern history to grasp emperor-level presence. All of the others who had were at least pseudo-Dao experts, yet he was not even a saint when he grasped his. The qualitative change that one undergoes in the celestial realm is even more exaggerated once one comprehends enigmatic energy. It's the grasping of heavenly laws that makes it easier to comprehend a presence. In addition, one had to remember that emperor-level presence was impossible to comprehend, according to the norm, by those who didn't rule or weren't part of the upper echelon of an emperor-god sect or clan. However, not only did Dian not require this mastery of heavenly laws, he hadn't even built a true royal god clan yet. In fact, his so-called empire wouldn't even meet the requirements for a mere god clan. Dian frowned. No, it actually got his words paused. What's going on? Weaker? Madeline's eyebrow raised. If it wasn't for my goddess disposition, it would be very hard to breathe around you right now. Dian immediately tried to retract his aura as much as he could, but he couldn't rein it in no matter how hard he tried. Unable to figure it out, Dian sent both his consciousness and Madeline out with a thought. In that moment, Madeline sighed a breath of relief as though a weight had been lifted off of her shoulders. It looks like we couldn't escape it because it was your inner world. I really don't know how you do it, Madeline said with a smile, standing up from their bed to get dressed. She couldn't help but sigh. After she awoke from her injuries, 3 new and perfectly formed meridians were added to her 108. Due to the fact she had only just broken into the celestial realm, the additional meridians had to go through the tempering of the foundation realm, the meridian formation realm, the essence gathering realm, and the saint realm all at once. This was a large part of why her situation was so morbid. The later in cultivation one takes the pills, the more pain and hardship one must undergo. When it was Amphrey's turn to take hers, being incapacitated for a decade might be a low estimate. Still, Madeline found it all to be worth it because the greatest evolution was her constitution. Much like Dian's, all god constitutions had successive levels one must cross. In fact, Madeline's and Rhee's trials were just as difficult as Dian's. The Titan Diamond body had the gem stage, the mesh stage, then finally the silk stage. However, simply reaching the silk stage took a lifetime of accumulation and mind-numbing amounts of resources. Had it not been for Dian's soul once more asserting its dominance, Dian would still be at the mere gem stage. Maybe he would have only progressed to the mesh stage after taking the pulse fruits and pills. Actually, if Dian had still been at the gem stage, he wouldn't have even had the power to fight for the pulse fruits and would thus definitely still be at the gem stage. Such was the irony of the martial world. Obviously, Madeline didn't have the luck of having such an overbearing soul. So, just like everyone else, she was forced to begin at her first stage and slowly work her way up. It was for this reason that the true prowess of both her and Rhee's constitutions had yet to manifest themselves. The difference was that Rhee had an ancient tree spirit guiding her, while Madeline had no one. It was only after gaining 3 new meridians that Madeline suddenly felt heat chains on her constitution loosening, but then Dian blazed by once more. She couldn't help but feel dejected. However, there was hope. The heaven's selfless breath tea leaves were highly compatible with her constitution. Although she didn't improve as quickly as Dian, she felt that she had made great progress she never expected. The life and reincarnation characteristics of her flames fed into this improvement, reaching a new and exciting height. She could see a road to improvement. Seeing the determined expression of his wife's face, Dian could only chuckle bitterly. She had misunderstood. He wasn't more talented than her, it just seemed that his own soul was taking control of his life. The real question was, how would he follow this new path, his manifestation, and he decided on if there was such an overbearing passenger in their vehicle. You two can't still be it, can you? The third phase already started. Sabona barged into the couple's room without knocking, her oversized red hammer waving about. But when she saw the naked crossed-legged Dian and the half-dressed Madeline, her small face reddened. Put some clothes on. Sabona vented her embarrassment as anger, swinging her hammer toward Dian. An incredulous expression coated Dian's features as he looked toward this crazed woman. What did she think she was going to see when she came in here unannounced? Sabona's hammer didn't even reach Dian. A formless barrier emanated from almost 2 meters from his body, reflecting her backward and causing her to crash into the wall. Luckily for Dian, this war machine was constructed on the Immortal plane, so such a small collision wouldn't even dent it. The dazed Sabona slid down the wall and into a slump, her face reddening even further. Madeline sighed, putting on the rest of her clothes and helping Sabona up. Big sister. Sabona began to sob like a little girl. He bullied me. Dian felt a headache coming on. Wasn't this little girl almost 100 years old by now? How can such a character be reliable on the battlefield? It'll be better if he just keeps her inside the tower. To make matters worse, she didn't seem to have picked up any of the crafting abilities of her dwarf ancestors. According to Madeline, she had never weapon forged in her life. What a terrible fate to have gained all the genes that stunted growth, yet none of the skills that came with it. Plus, she had clearly gained their temper as well if mortal world fairy tales were anything to go by. Truth be told, Dian had gone easy on her. The further from his body his silver mirror constitution projected, the weaker its reflective abilities became. For a person who was barely around the 5th or 6th order and hadn't even stabilized their cultivation in the celestial realm yet, if Dian let her strike his body directly, let alone a mere 100% reflection, the power would be increased even further. Back when True God Falco punched Dian and suffered a loss, Dian had quickly switched his energy to bold type, causing Falco to experience an almost doubled reflection. However, now that he had gained 9 additional meridians, Dian could repeat this feat with conventional energy. One can only imagine the effects bold-type chi would have right now. Yes, yes. Madeline stroked her head like a loving mother. He bullied you. He's a very bad man. Dian pouted, but said nothing else. Only now did he understand the kind of dynamic his family life would have when he and Madeline had a child. He'd never win again. With a thought, Dian's eyes flashed gold and comfortable black sweatpants, and a crisp white shit appeared on his body. You were right, it's about time we go. The past few months had been hard on the geniuses who entered the mystical world. Searching for the third phase castle had been even more difficult than the previous two phases. Not only was the third phase castle located even higher in the skies, several thousand kilometers in fact, but it also had several barriers to entry the second phase did not have. While the second phase castle only had a group of 50 puppets to pass, the third phase put the geniuses through another trial by fire, truly living up to its golden flame namesake. Instead of the atmosphere growing colder as the flew higher, it grew hotter to an almost unbearable level even for them who followed the fire Tao. In addition, there were various unique flames that hovered in the air. Although none surpassed the celestial flame realm, they were all incredibly tyrannical. Sensing the dense fire intent housed within the various geniuses, they wanted to swallow them up for themselves, seeking a path to a higher level. This was almost unheard of in the martial world. Usually it was cultivators who sought to devour flames, but who knew the opposite was possible as well. In the end, numerous ignorant individuals died undeserved deaths, causing the already troublesome flames to grow even fiercer. Some even evolved, taking the form of vicious beasts that multiplied their power several times over. Many thought that there would be no end to this, and some thought it would be best to simply give up. Even if they made their way to the castle, how could it be possible to fight in such an environment? It wasn't worth the risk of offending a true god only to lose their lives like this. However, many pressed onward. It was they who were rewarded. Somehow, the tyrannical flames didn't dare to step within a 100 kilometers radius of the imposing third phase sky castle. There was no further trial, nor was there any further danger. There only lay a majestic wooden door with 13 keyholes, waiting to be used. As though they had spoken of their plan in advance, those who had weathered the storm to make it here all stood guard before the grand doors. Behind them, the third phase sky castle shimmered with blue, gold, black and silver flames. It seemed so ethereal that if it wasn't for the skin-searing heat it was giving off, one might think it wasn't there at all. The castle stretched hundreds of meters in either direction, and it was only after laying your eyes on it that one understand that this wasn't just a castle. It was the core of this entire mystical world. Like this, a group of barely over 10 geniuses stood with murderous intents in their gazes, waiting for the arrival of one man. Much like before, Dian took his time. He slowly collected the flaming lily sect disciples, allowing them to enter the tower one by one. Now that the third phase had started, many of them were in immediate danger of dying. If it hadn't been for various countermeasures Dian had taken, they definitely would have long ago. However, he had kept his promise in ensuring they all survived. As for the trial by fire, the flames didn't even detect Dian and his allies, so how could they give them any trouble? Soon, Dian saw quite a funny scene. 10 or so geniuses sat before the doors and waiting for his arrival. He wondered how they'd react if they realized he had more than 50 people with him. Of course, God Goldine was there along with his 4 protectors. Then there was true God Tatsuya, although Falker was nowhere to be seen. Additionally, there were the 3 princes of the Fiery Lotus sect and the 2 sisters of the Flame Rebirth sect. Aside from these individuals who Dian saw as the highest threat, there was Blythe and the now healed Wilder. It wasn't too shocking that Wilder was in full health now. After all, it had been more than a year now since that incident. But he no longer had his 2 protectors, considering they died under Dian's schemes. However, Blythe did have her own 2 peak celestial protectors with her. Finally, there were 3 talents of the Golden Crow sect who had just recently broken into the celestial realms. Lewis, who inexplicably saw Dian as a rival, Megan, and the scantily golden armor-clad Angelica, who wanted nothing more than to pay Madeline back for the embarrassment she suffered that day. All in all, there were 18 individuals who made it to this point. Dian had to reward their tenacity, but he didn't take many of them seriously. Other than keeping an eye out for the oddities of the Golden Crow sect, he really only had to worry about the gods and the peak celestials. Just when the group of geniuses were about to start sneering about Dian's lack of presence, the Demon Sage Tower exploded in size, towering even taller than the Sky Castle behind them. It exuded an ancient aura, filled with absolute mastery. Many realized immediately that they couldn't pin the exact grade of this treasure at all. Dian walked out slowly, Other than the best babies who competed for spots on his shoulders and in his arms, Madeline stood directly to his right side. To his left there was Yandavir. As for the final flaming lily sect peak celestial, Callie, aligning with Diane's expectations and wants, she refused to participate in this battle. A smile coated Diane's handsome features, scanning the crowd of geniuses with an incomparably calm expression. Wilder's calm expression, however, was nowhere to be seen. He had sunken into his true depravity without reserve. He looked no different from a beast waiting to be released from its leash. He's infused too many runic veins his body cannot handle into himself. Little Yang mumbled. There's always a price to pay for going against the heavens. This is his. It was at this moment that God Goldine stepped forward, a light smile on his face. True God Sacharo, is there a need to fight? Even if you had all of the flaming lily sect disciples with you, our side has the most peak celestials. You're well aware of who would win. I only ask that you distribute the keys to the third phase fairly. Don't you think you've bitten off more than you can chew? Oh? And how do you suggest I distribute them fairly? Diane asked out of curiosity. Simple. There are 11 peak celestials here, 12 if we count Empress Yandavir. We'll distribute the keys to them and the rest of us can fight over the one remaining key. Diane's smile brightened. How magnanimous of you, not even counting yourself. Indeed, the bearing of a true leader. How could Diane not understand the purpose behind this? God Goldine was worried about the fiery lotus and flame rebirth peak celestials turning against him. So, instead, he proposed this plan to directly take them out of the battle. This also crippled Diane's plan to make use of the favor he gave the 5 of them during the first initial trial. It was clever. However, God Goldine's smile was bound to freeze. Unfortunately, I have no intention of coughing up the things that I've earned. I have the keys because your skills weren't up to par. Diane took a step forward, his valiant aura oppressing those below. A look of slight graveness colored the faces of those who stood before the 13-key door. Which of them weren't highly valued by their sect and clan? So how was it that Diane's presence leaked through their defenses and impacted them? Diane's momentum was at its strongest. He really intended to take them all on, and he had the confidence to do so. This wasn't a fake confidence. It was as though he had absolute certainty in the future. They couldn't help but wonder, how did he get more arrogant than he already was? It was at this moment that the eyes of Yandavir flashed. A sword barely half a finger width wide appeared in her dainty hands and immediately became coated in gray flames, the likes of which forcibly made any who saw it take a step back. Diane didn't even have a chance to turn around before the sword pierced through his heart, flooding his body with these tyrannical flames. Madeline's eyes widened in shock. The beast babies who were roughhousing with one another didn't even notice what happened until the thin sword appeared on the other side of Diane's body. Down below, God Goldine's eyes narrowed with a sinister light, the smile of a man who stood atop of the world gracing those around him. Their Goldine and Crow families were the true inheritors of this world. Even if Diane's clan was powerful, so what? How would they ever know who killed him here if his soul jade couldn't send its message? The scene was silent. In truth, the death of a true god was tragic for most. These were geniuses that were practically guaranteed to become higher existences in the future. For one to die so young wasn't just a tragedy for them, but a tragedy for the martial world as a whole. Although it was unspoken, the upper echelon of the martial world was well aware of the danger that loomed over them all. In the midst of fighting for benefits and superiority, a small seed at the back of their minds told them that their efforts were meaningless. The mortal plane was on the verge of collapse, and the kind of individuals that could save it were the very geniuses the so unceremoniously snuffed out one after another for their so-called benefits. The human mind was greedy and treacherous, but such blatant actions of terrible self-harm crossed a line, and they knew it. Yet they did so anyway. When those below saw Yandavir, a woman that Diane may not have known for long, but had helped to the best of his abilities, actually decide to backstab him in the name of her own benefits, an uncomfortable feeling swelled in their hearts. Aside from Wilder and God Goldine, who took great pleasure in what they were seeing, the faces of everyone else darkened at their shamelessness. Even if they were here to fight Diane and to take advantage of their numbers, this was within what was acceptable in the martial world. Even if they won, they had no plans to humiliate or kill Diane in the least. Yet, these people had actually schemed to do so. Within the Demon Sage Tower, the 50 or so disciples within looked on his horror. Wasn't that their first senior sister? The woman they all looked up to? What was she doing? Even Callie, who had formed a complicated relationship with Diane, felt that this was too much. In your next life, do understand who you can and cannot offend. God Goldine said lightly. Don't worry. I'll take care of your wife well in your absence. Of course, Christian 3 had no intention of bringing Madeline out. However, he was still very interested in her flames. If he received them, he'd be able to mitigate the losses of gaining the sovereign flame after breaking through to the celestial realm. In that case, he'd raise himself to the level of a true god and maybe even beyond to stand toe-to-toe with those outer quadrant geniuses born with diamond spoons in their mouths. Diane's body withered. He didn't seem to react as he looked down toward the thin sword in his chest. Madeline's eyes glistened with tears, standing unmoving. I wonder, Diane muttered almost to himself. Did it feel good to sell out your fellow disciples? Yandavir didn't say a word, only continuing to pour her gray flames into Diane's body. This is good though, Diane said with a slight smile. I half expected that the traitor among you would be some lesser-ranked disciple. Since it's you, not only will I greatly enjoy wringing you dry of whatever information you have, there should be a lot of it too. It was at this moment that Yandavir suddenly felt that something was wrong. She tried to pull her sword out and strike at Diane's head directly, but she found that her hand wouldn't move an inch. Diane's hand was so firmly clamped on it that she found it impossible. No matter how hard she pulled, twisted, and even pushed, he wouldn't budge. Just as she was about to circulate her energy, realizing the strength of her body wasn't enough, the necklace that hung from her neck was suddenly ripped away. Before she could react, a presence akin to a demonic mountain descended from above. Under everyone's eyes, Diane wilted into a flower, disappearing into the wind as gray flecks of ash. Yet, somehow Yandavir was struggling to breathe. Her feet dangled in the sky, but she couldn't move to claw the invisible hand that hung from her neck away. The presence was simply too fierce. It felt as though it was pouring into her veins, cooling the flow of her blood directly. At that moment, a sharp knife severed her spine. Unable to move her muscles and unable to circulate her energy, her body went absolutely limp as a blinding stream of sealing chi entered her forehead. Under the shocked gazes of everyone present, the dead Diane reappeared, his large hand firmly squeezing Yandavir's slender neck. A light smile played on his face as though he was looking at a dancing clown. Yandavir's head, the only part of her body that seemed to function properly anymore, finally showed a true change in expression. She was absolutely horrified. It was only at that moment that those around understood that Madeline's tears weren't about the death of Diane, but rather about the betrayal of her senior sister. She had been so certain of her innate ability to read the purity and impurity of others that even she was skeptical when Diane told her this would happen. But, seeing it unfold exactly like so made it difficult to accept. Unfortunately for Madeline, Yandavir was the worst kind of person there was. She didn't sense any impurity in her because Yandavir had no lingering guilt. She casually sold out her fellow disciples and killed people with even a single shadow finding its way to her heart. A leisurely expression appeared on Diane's face. How? Yandavir's severely weakened voice called out. She wanted to distract Diane so that she could accumulate her flames in her eyes and deal a fatal blow. Even if she ended up becoming blind, it was worth it. Diane raised an eyebrow as though he was looking at an idiot. You're too stupid. First of all, when I handed you all Grandmaster teleportation arrays to use, while it made sense for Sabona, given her personality, to not use them to join up with us, it's completely irresponsible of you as first senior sister to do the same. It became obvious very quickly that instead of using the array to meet up with me, you went to meet someone else. Unfortunately for you, I was aware that you used the array immediately yet didn't appear before me. Maybe if I didn't end up stuck in a mountain of coarse silver for several months, I would have been ambushed from the very beginning. But that's fine, Diane said with a shrug. Maybe I'm wrong and you instead used knowledge you had as a flaming lily sect disciple to go to some sort of mapped treasure trove. It would be a bit shameless of you to use my resources in such a way, but I was already used to dealing with shameless flaming lily sect disciples. Those within the Demon Sage Tower blushed with shame. Dian had gone out of his way to help them for Madeline's sake. Yet when he faced enemies on all sides at the demonic gorge, none of them stepped up to help. Then there was Callie, who felt more embarrassed than them all. He truly was used to dealing with the shameless side of these disciples. But then, what was even more odd was that you agreed to my foolish plan to enter the second phase castle without hesitation. Again, that's something I expect from Sabona. But from you? It also became fairly clear that you cared little for your fellow disciples, because not only did you not ask for them a single time during the 6 months you spent in my tower, it was even up to Sabona to ask about Madeline's well-being and not you. Honestly, you're a top-tier first senior sister, truly. Dian shook his head, chuckling lightly. Did this girl think she was some sort of top-level spy? She left so many openings everywhere. But sure, Dian shrugged again. Maybe that's just your personality. Quiet, reserved, unfeeling. However, that's the weird part. Why would you act so unfeeling now when my wife swears by how much you've helped her? I wonder what reason a person with such a black heart would have to be so caring for my wife. It can't be that you planned to make use of her innocence for your own gains. Could it? Dian's eyes turned murderous as his grip on Yandavir's throat tightened. I was willing to still give you the benefit of the doubt, but you practically spit in my face during the second phase. Do you think I couldn't tell you used a sword? What use would a swordswoman have for a whip if it wasn't to delay me from retrieving the 13 keys? About the only smart thing you did in the last 2 years was not attacking me yourself. Because had you, you would have surely died. Dian brought up his fingers quickly, jamming them into Yandavir's eye sockets, and destroying whatever semblance of vision she had left. Even in the end, you choose poorly. The thing I fear the least in this world are flames. Yandavir's miserable screech filled the hot air. With a thought, Dian threw her into the tower dungeons in a cell right beside the 3 Kitsune geniuses. Back when Yandavir spent days trying to acquire a whip, Dian became certain of his analysis. It was clear then that she was trying to delay them from reaching the top floor. In the end, she had thought that she had done her job sufficiently, not believing for even a moment that Dian would finish in time. But who would have known that Dian would have wrapped everything up in less than half an hour? Who was the first person to display shock at his quickness? Was it not Yandavir? The woman thought she was being sly. She knew that she didn't have the power to reach the sword treasures in the distance, but she also knew that given her personality, asking Dian for help wouldn't align well. After Dian set the precedent of only helping Sabona because the item she wanted was useful to him, Yandavir became certain that Dian wouldn't help her out on a whim. So, she had no choice but to take the whip, thinking that Dian didn't know what weapon she used and that Sabona was too simple-minded to realize that her actions were odd. When Dian used Spear Chi to retrieve his treasures, she became even more assured in her plan. Since he wasn't a swordsman, he wouldn't be able to tell that she also used a sword just by looking at her. This was why she acted so boldly. Unfortunately for her, Dian was a weapons master. Even before he awakened this will, simply due to his weapons pagoda manifestation, he was able to comprehend weapons to a deep level. How could such a thing escape him? In the end, Yandavir had lost from the very beginning. With her now fully sealed, her actions were no longer her own. Now, where were we? Dian appeared by his wife's side once more, a small smile on his face. Dian felt 18 pairs of eyes on him. Aside from those on his side, the geniuses who stood before the door were still trying to process just what they had seen. It was too difficult to accept. Although Yandavir was only a 5th or 6th order peak celestial, the only individuals who would dare snub their noses at that would be gods and true gods. That left trillions of individuals looking up toward her in awe. Unfortunately for Yandavir, after Dian snapped the presence protecting treasure from her neck, she had already lost. Because of his presence, she had no ability to see through his knife chi, and as such couldn't figure out where he was. To top this off, Yandavir had assumed that he resisted her flames before simply due to his undead body, not knowing that his white flames were far superior to hers. He didn't fear her gray flames at all. When 2 flames both reached the half-step Tao realm, wouldn't their cultivation's difference become irrelevant at that point? Truth be told, Dian was also lucky. Usually, the presence protecting treasures of various geniuses took all kinds of forms. It was because of Madeline and her inside information that he knew exactly where to look and exactly what to take. To anyone else, the necklace would have seemed like any normal piece of jewelry. To top this off, the Flaming Lily sect might be of the 4th-ranked quadrant, but it had to be remembered that this rank was mostly due to the Golden Crow sect and not them. The treasures they could provide to even their legatees was highly limited. If it wasn't for this, how could a treasure so easily be taken from one's neck? In the end, Dian had his comprehension of true weapon will to thank the most for this. His use of knife chi was even more effective than using a concealment array. Yandavir lost the moment she exposed herself to him. Seeing their reactions, Dian's features suddenly grew scary, his battle intent brewing. "Come on, weren't you all eager to fight? Why haven't you moved?" His voice boomed, an involuntary melding of music while causing the ears of the weak to begin bleeding. Those who had only just stepped into the celestial realm felt as though their minds would explode at any moment. They had not a single clue that Dian had yet to bring out his full strength. Several years ago, Dian already caused 3 5th-grade lower celestial to implode with his voice alone. Back then, he had only been able to bring out 10,000 Jin of his true weight. The only reason he didn't attempt to repeat this feat was because everyone here was a 1st-grade celestial. However, matters would be different if he had a voice technique. Christian 3 expression was unsightly. Yandavir was a trump card their sect had nurtured for more than 1,000 years already. She was perfectly in line to become the next sect master in just a few 10,000 years. Once that happened, considering all of the elders they already had in their back pockets, the threat of the Flaming Lily sect would be eliminated completely. It was for this reason that they invested so much in probing Madeline's background. After finding out that she was backed by Dian, this actually made their job easier. By using the elders they had planted, they could make it seem like Dian was using Madeline to take over their sect. As long as enough believed that Madeline would never become the sect master. Plus, finding a spy as cold-hearted yet undetectable as Yandavir was near impossible. In fact, it wasn't for their instructions. She could have become a false true god. However, in order to alleviate suspicions, the Golden Crow sect upper echelon decided that Yandavir should break through at the 6th order. This way, the Flaming Lily sect elders would believe that they left her alone because she was too weak. With the truth of how every 7th order and above genius of the Flaming Lily sect always died mysterious deaths, Yandavir's 6th order strength was the perfect cover. How cruel was that? What kind of cold-blooded nature did Yandavir need to purposely cut off her own talent? Just what did the Golden Crow sect promise her? Originally, Christian 3 hadn't been willing to have her act. Instead, he wanted her to make covert movements to impede Dian slightly, but not too much. Her value was far too high to take such a risk. However, after being foiled by Dian and facing his momentum, God Goldeen made a rash decision which he thought was foolproof. He had planned to kill everyone of the Flaming Lily sect and then turn on those here, making sure the truth of this matter didn't leak. Who could have known that Dian had seen through them from the very beginning? In the end, 1,000+ years of accumulation was washed away in a single instance of time. The princes and princesses of the Fiery Lotus and Flame Rebirth sects looked at each other with a complex gaze. True God Sacharo, we are not individuals who do not understand how to repay a debt. However, we carry the weights of our sects on our back. Rosalia of the Flame Rebirth sect stepped forward. If not for this, we wouldn't have offended you by targeting your wife, nor would we stand before you today. Even if you are powerful, we must fight. Dian smiled. Such matters are simple. Those who dare to have designs on my wife's flames must die, even if I understand your plight. However, I'm also aware that the idea wasn't yours. If you join my side now, not only will I give all 5 of you a key, you do not have to fight this battle. The 5 nobles were stunned by Dian's words. They had fully expected him to be completely unyielding. In fact, Dian said with a light smile, I'd also be willing to give Comet Lord Blythe and her 2 protectors keys as well. Of course, excluding the less than appealing Wilder. Aside from the keys I'll keep aside for my wife, myself, and Sabona, there are 2 keys remaining. However, I prefer to let them burn in hell. Today, God Goldeen dies. As for whether you want to die with him, Diane's eyes scanned the remaining Golden Crow sect disciples. That's up to you. Diane's words were indifferent and unhurried. God Goldine suddenly began to laugh, a roaring rage of golden flames coating his blindingly blonde hair. His red eyes shimmered even more sinisterly as the presence of a king emanated from him. Ancestor, it seems that some insignificant individuals believe that they're worth more than what they are. The flames that coated the third phase sky castle bloomed to another level, soaring above and turning the blue skies red. At that moment, the faint cackling of an ancient voice filled their ears. After so many years of accumulations, it seems it's finally time. Diane's smile faded, not because he began to tremble like the other geniuses around him, but rather because the board he had been playing on flipped. Toying with what remained of the Golden Crow disciples after drawing Blythe and the princes and princesses to his side would have been child's play. However, it seemed that Christian III wasn't taking any chances. Despite his lofty and bright appearance, God Goldine was an introverted and cautious individual. If he wasn't, why would he have Yandavir break her cover to directly kill Diane when he had the absolute advantage of peak celestials? Now he displayed the caution once more. Instead of banking on the advantage he and his fellow disciples had within this world, he directly called out his greatest trump card. One only needed to think back to the slumbering higher existence demon tigers to understand just how bad this situation could become in an instant. However, Diane had suddenly become incomparably calm. Although his smile was gone, not so much as a frown could be found on his features. This Lord Creator needs us for some reason. Even if he can, he won't wake the slumbering demon tigers or whatever other higher existences might be sleeping here. Diane's mind worked on overdrive. Since this mystical world had existed for trillions of years, allegedly the higher existences Diane saw couldn't have been put to sleep since this world was created. That meant that this Lord Creator somehow still had the power to force a higher existence into a permanent slumber. Wait, Diane's eyes sharpened. That line of thinking is stupid. If this Lord Creator had this kind of power, why was he using such roundabout methods? Being able to put a higher existence to sleep was a strength no one in the mortal plane could possibly have. The only thing that could put a higher existence to sleep would be the higher existence him or herself. Diane's calm expression bloomed into a slight smile once more. His greatest fear was eradicated. He suddenly understood why it was that this Lord Creator only opened this world so infrequently. Christian III, who had been expecting to see despair on Diane's face, came out very disappointed. Even when he looked toward Madeline, hoping to maybe see her beg and plead for her life, he found nothing of the sort. When Madeline saw Diane's light smile, all of her worries seemed to vanish as well. A mere remnant spirit who can't even open his own mystical world at his leisure is truly the epitome of pitiful. To think that you'd make it sound like you had everything under control. Diane's voice was greeted with silence before a laughter that sounded like bones grating against each other sounded out. To maintain this air of confidence before your death, you've at least not shamed your ancestors, little boy. But don't speak about the things you know nothing of. At the moment, Diane's most important goal was to shatter the confidence of his opponents and the fear his potential allies had in them. Therefore, he'd break this facade entirely. I was wondering, Diane said lightly, what powerful techniques does Senior Lord Creator use to put even half-step transcendent beasts to sleep? The Lord Creator's laughter froze. Don't deem to talk about the things you shouldn't. Christian roared. For the first time, he truly lost his temper. Oh my, I was just asking a senior for pointers. Was I not being respectful enough? Diane asked with an innocent smile. Madeline covered her soft lips with a few slender fingers, amusement clear in her eyes. She always felt that those who saw this smile were truly unfortunate. Still, even while she was enjoying the show, taking the beast babies in her arms, others were panicking. Higher existence beasts? They were here? And this Lord Creator put them to sleep? Weren't they finished now? Of course, Diane continued nonchalantly, what would Senior need us for if he had such power? You even restrict this world, not allowing Dao experts to enter. I wonder why that is. Those who had been figuring out if they should kowtow to Christian III for his aid suddenly froze. That was right. What could someone so powerful need members of the younger generation like them for? Spirits who weren't of the sprite race were incredibly weak. and even those of the sprite race needed appropriate vessels to display power. If one had the strength to put higher existences to sleep, they would clearly be beyond this. So why would a person with sinister intentions and with this kind of power restrict entry to them? After all, the sovereign flame caused even old fogies who never came out of seclusion to go crazy. Obviously, this wasn't an issue of the world's enticement being too small. Tell me, Senior Lord Creator, it can't be that you only dare to open this world after the beasts who were birthed and grew here reached the end of their lifespans, no? That would be too embarrassing for someone who holds such a lofty title. Light's smile became akin to a devil descending from the skies. He understood the moment he reached this point. When he fought Loki and Elder Daiyu, why was it that Lionel Belmont was so confident in betraying his clan and entering a den of lions? It was because he could awaken his ancestors to fight on his behalf. Dian had mistakenly believed that the Lord Creator put those higher existences to sleep. The truth was that they themselves placed their bodies in the very same near-death state all ancestors do. Dian laughed lightly when he came to understand. To think that he had almost overestimated this Lord Creator by such a margin. Of course, this didn't mean he could take the situation lightly, but it at least meant that his confidence in always winning wasn't baseless this time. When experts of a clan or sect reach the end of their lives, many choose to enter this near-death state. But limiting their pull on their remaining life force to an absolute minimum, they were able to extend their last breaths, so to speak. After this happened, all the Lord Creator had to do was use his lordship over this mystical world to prevent the various beasts from communicating with their ancestors to rise them from their sleep. This feat was far simpler than what Dian initially assumed was the case, and it was for this reason that even while Dian exterminated the demon tigers, none of their higher existence ancestors had been awoken. So, why was it that this mystical world went so long between openings despite the Lord Creator clearly needing them very much? It was because this world had to go through various cycles. Whenever the Lord Creator finished an opening, he would need to take some time to digest his gains. By the time he finished doing so, the next batch of beasts would be ready to break through to the half-step transcendent realm. When this occurred, the Lord Creator's absolute control would collapse. He would force himself into hiding, allowing his machinations to lay dormant until everything settled down. After all, while his cultivation suppression on the beasts worked on Dao beasts and below, it was impossible for them to work on higher existences. In fact, the so-called second and third phase were actually these suppressions ceasing to work on even Dao beasts due to the Lord Creator running out of energy to sustain them. If the Lord Creator allowed the young geniuses it needed to enter while higher existence beasts were running rampant, one could imagine the outcome. So, the Lord Creator had to rely on the cycle of life and lie in wait patiently. Eventually, sometimes after much longer than other times, all of the new higher existences would reach the end of their lives and enter this near-death state. Then, the Lord Creator would sever the connection these beasts had with their descendants, disallowing them from ever rousing. In truth, this was incredibly cruel. Ancestors entered these near-death states not because they were afraid of dying, but rather because they wanted to accumulate more karma before reincarnation. The best way to garner this karma was by saving their clansmen from the brink of destruction. Doing this would multiply the good karma they gained in their lifetimes by several times over. However, the Lord Creator actually cut off this opportunity. As higher existences, entering a near-death state for them was practically like entering an eternal slumber. Their life forces were too fierce. Unless they awoke and used this remaining life force in a final battle, it would take an unimaginable amount of time for it to dissipate naturally. Over time, this mystical world had actually accumulated hundreds of slumbering higher existences, all of whom were doomed to never awaken. Dian shook his head. This treasure that can cut off communication from ancestors sounds incredibly useful. After I deal with this, it'll save me a lot of trouble in the future. What Dian lacked the most now was a foundation. If he started his conquests, it would be terrible if his victories were foiled by the awakening of ancestors. This sort of treasure was invaluable to him. In fact, he would even go as far as to say he'd likely give up this sovereign flame if it meant gaining this treasure. It was that important. Good, good, good. The deep rumbling of the ancient voice stretched out over the high skies. Deal with this, my descendants. With that, the voice disappeared. You heard your Gramps. Come deal with me since he can't. Christian 3 felt his veins pumping with rage. How could a single human being be so insufferable? Madeline giggled. You're too good at making people angry. I probably already know the answer, but can you retreat? Diane said lightly, his playful demeanor disappearing. Not a chance in the world. Madeline responded with a calm smile. The mystical world began to quake. Numerous celestial flames that had not dared to stand within the 100 kilometers radius surged forward. They began to clump together, one after another. Their auras blazed, skyrocketing even as the surrounding heat did. Soon, they began to take vague humanoid forms, the danger of which far surpassed the peak celestial puppets of before. Even though they didn't have the strength of a pseudo-Dao expert, their danger was no less. Who dared to underestimate the might of so many coalesced celestial flames? The demon sage tower shrank, entering Diane's inner world. Since he had promised to protect them all and bring them out alive, he would. It was then that something incredulous happened. The flames, which had formed more than 100 peak celestial humanoids, suddenly flew into one another. No, that wasn't what happened. One flame swallowed them all. You've got to be kidding me. Diane suddenly felt a headache coming along. He hadn't felt this way since he entered the mountain of coarse silver. There was no doubt in his mind. The worst part was that this time it would be far more dangerous. If this happened, the confidence he had in his own flames being superior would drop to zero. A flame sprite was being born. This flame sprite being born amid so many flames was just as bad as fighting little rain in his mountain of coarse silver. In fact, it was worse. Celestial flames were akin to the coarse silver mountain being a deposit of comet-grade metal instead of the master-grade material it was. Just when those not of the Golden Crow sect believed things couldn't be going any worse, a mighty strength fell from the skies. Immediately, they understood how the beasts below felt. The princes and princesses of the 3rd and 4th ranked sects felt their cultivation plummet. 10th celestial realm, 9th, 6th, 2nd. First, it wasn't just them either. Diane and Madeline felt a foreign pressure assault their bodies. Even Blythe's protectors fell to the 1st celestial realm. As for Blythe and Wilder, they became even more useless, falling into the Saint realm and losing control of the magic treasures they used to stay in the sky. If it wasn't for the protectors catching them, they would have fallen to their deaths. Even a saint wouldn't survive such a high fall. As no surprise to anyone, the Golden Crow disciples remained completely unscathed. In fact, their auras seemed sharper. To make matters worse, God Goldine's cultivation had already advanced to the high celestial realm even before these events. Christian 3's laughter rang through the battlefield. Now you tell me, whose proposal do you choose? You can all either die pitiful deaths here, or you can help me make sure that not a single flaming lily sect disciple leaves here alive. Having grasped the situation once more, God Goldine's confidence skyrocketed. If they killed everyone but Yandavir, that would solve all their problems at once. Plus, adding atop the fact that Ancestor's goal will finally be completed this time, our Golden Crow sect will conquer the entirety of our 4th quadrant and catapult to the ranks of comet-grade sects. At that point in time, the big 3 quadrants of our tower quadrants will become the big 4. The choice everyone there made was obvious. With the heat bearing down on them from all sides, with the reddened skies looking as though they had been plunged through the gates of hell, with a pseudo-Dao flame sprite being born just dozens of meters from them. There was too much. Even for true God Sicharo, it was too much. Those here were certain that had Diane not hidden away the flaming lily sect disciples, they too would have stepped out to stand against him. Such was the way of the martial world. Through gritted teeth, the legatees of the fiery lotus and flame rebirth sects nodded in agreement along with the protectors of Blythe. Instantly, the situation not only reverted to what it had been when Diane first arrived, it was worse by several levels. This world has certain rules, Diane said calmly to himself, ignoring what was happening around him. The only way for a world to maintain its law is for it to have rules. This Lord Creator has already broken his own rules by applying this suppressive effect to us, which means that he's definitely suffered backlash. This means that the consequences of doing this versus allowing those without keys into this 3rd phase castle are comparatively less. I can use this, even though various gazes fell on Diane, trying to see what his reaction would be to their flip-flopping betrayals. They were disappointed to find that they couldn't read anything by his expression. He continued to stare at them as though he was looking at lower life forms. Kill him, God Goldeen said with a darkened expression. The various former peak celestials felt their suppression dissipate. In the end, they all surged forward together. The only one who didn't take a single step was true God Tatsuya. Dian's hand pulled Madeline's shoulder back, keeping the best babies to his back as well. With a thought, he surged forward, his size booming to over 20 meters tall. Titan Emperors will Act 1, Stage 3. The pressure on Dian's beyond reached astronomical levels. He had yet to reach the realm of perfection in any one of the first 3 stages, making him more unstable. This was why his size still shot up drastically. However, to make matters worse, his power wasn't anywhere near the same level as the last time he made use of this technique. The 80 times multiplier was too much to handle for extended periods of time, yet he did so anyway. What did he come to do? Not only was he here to gain resources, he was here to set a bloody precedent. When he walked out of this mystical world, everyone would come to know that there was no surer bet than Dian Sicharo. No matter the odds, no matter what it seemed like, even when he was stuck in the jaws of defeat, he would win. Dian Initiative shook his 7 attackers. Just when they thought that this was practically over with the 7 of them attacking together, the situation changed once more. It was then they realized the world's suppressive effect was useless on him. The cocking back of Dian's fists seemed to encapsulate their whole world. It was the center and they were merely the ants that stood on the outskirts. How dare mere first-order celestials stand before his might? Even if he hadn't used Titan Emperor's will, their only fate was death. Vanishing fists. The laws of momentum twisted and contorted, a massive spatial half-step Dao array appearing behind Dian. His fist shot forward with blinding lights. 7 streaks of power. 7 reapers of life. 7 vicious, unfeeling gods of death rained upon the peak celestials. At first, they looked down at their chests. It felt that they hadn't been hit by anything other than the small pin-sized hole above their hearts that barely leaked any blood. They looked no different. But that was when space distorted. 7 black holes seemed to suck everything in their path in. Before they could react, their eyes went white, unable to feel or hear anything. The only thing that remained were 7 bloody holes the perfect size of their hearts and 7 lifeless corpses. A scorching heat escaped Dian's lips as his body shrunk to its original size. The breath was so fiery that even the gradually growing temperature was overshadowed in an instant. For Dian to generate so much heat, it can be imagined just how much pressure his body had just been under. Yet, he seemed perfectly healthy aside from a slightly paled face. The differences between the 4 realms of celestials were vast. However, so was an 80 times multiplier in strength. With Titan Emperor's will, Dian can instantly this gap and rely on absolute power to defeat any one of the peak celestial realm below the 4th order in a single attack. I've been relying on my comprehension of Titan will to forcibly enter and use Titan Emperor's will, but that places too much stress on my body. Dian thought seriously. Before, when he used Demon Emperor's will, the multiplier wasn't exaggerated enough for him to suffer any great loss, so he wantonly used the technique even without perfecting it. But now, the effects of Titan Emperor's will were too strong. Not only did it multiply his body's strength, it did the same for his energy. With the increase in Dian's strength recently, this multiplier became even more difficult to handle without reaching perfection. When Dian's body only weighed 10,000 jin, he had so much room for improvement within the bronze silk realm that he could sustain the first act easily. However, now that he had reached 100 million jin, multiplying his strength placed him outside the bounds of what the bronze silk realm could handle. Any simple math could tell you that considering the upper limit of the bronze silk realm was 1 billion jin. The good news was that Dian's body was so tyrannical that he could withstand this pressure for a split second. Using it to catch 7 opponents off guard and defeat them all at once was more than worth it. The remaining geniuses couldn't believe what they had just seen. Did a saint really just defeat 7 peak celestials? Their bodies were hardly intact anymore. 7 celestials slowly fell from the air, shock still apparent on their faces. The entire left sides of their chest were obliterated. If not for the small portions of flesh that remained on the right, their bodies would have been split in 2. After a moment, a deep chuckle sounded. Everyone looked over to see true God Tatsuya shimmering out of existence. You all underestimate true gods too much. I stayed just to see whether this true god Sicharo who had hidden so long was worthy of my attention. Turns out that I've long since been surpassed. Good. I'll follow Falker's lead and leave first. God Goldine's eyes flashed with murderous intent, unable to stop the beating of his heart. He was wondering why Falker wasn't here. It turned out he left first. He really had underestimated true gods. The amount of luck attached to them was unimaginable. How could they die here at his whim? He was nothing but a dancing clown. There was only a one-word difference between his title and theirs, but it was akin to an endless chasm he could never hope to bridge. Dian smiled lightly as he quickly circulated holy-type energy, quickly healing himself. It seemed he wasn't the only one in this generation with trump cards. No wonder they dared to come in without protectors. With a thought, 7 spatial rings appeared in Dian's hands. Unlike what others thought, he didn't have a massive clan backing him, so how could he let the fortuitous encounters of 7 peak celestials go? Aside from Blythe and Wilder, now only the Golden Crow disciples remained. Dian found first inner disciple Lewis's expression particularly interesting. Why did he look like he had just swallowed a dead cat? We have to move quickly, before the flame sprite is born. I'll leave the inner disciples to you. Me and the beast babies will handle God Goldine and the peak celestials. They shouldn't last more than a few minutes against you. Madeline smiled lightly, her demeanor changing in an instant. In that moment, the suppression this world had tried to levy upon her shattered. The shimmering image of a goddess riding upon a phoenix bathed in violet flames appeared behind her. How could a deity be suppressed? Dian grinned. An irrational part of his mind wanted to bed this wife of his now. Later, a sweet voice entered Dian's mind, causing his blood to rush. Even without Titan Emperor's will, he felt twice as powerful. The husband and wife pair surged forward as one. Madeline facing the 3 Golden Crow disciples and the remaining Blythe and Wilder, while Dian fearlessly careened toward God Goldine, wings of black appearing to his back. Why is the suppression not working on them? I don't understand. God Goldine roared in his mind, wanting to blame his ancestor but not daring to. But how could he know that his ancestor was aggrieved as well? After using tens of millions of years of accumulated power to suppress the beasts for Phase 1 and 2, he hardly had any strength left. He had thought that he was still enough to suppress mere celestials, but who would have known that this husband and wife pair were so lofty? Both actually had god constitutions. The beast babies bloomed to their full size. In an instant, 5 oppressive attacks tore through the air. You think we'll allow you to do as you please? God Goldine's composure settled. He realized that if he wanted to win, he had to remain calm. Since true god Tatsuya had already escaped, killing Dian had seemingly become an impossibility. But, as long as their ancestor succeeded, no matter how powerful Dian's clan was, they would have to think twice. Dian's laughing expression disappeared. He sunk into a state of absolute focus and confidence. His manifestations bloomed behind him, one after another, exuding the aura of superiority. In that moment, his weapons pagoda opened with a blinding light. 108 swords flew outward, each with an overpowering sharpness and air of an emperor. Each and every one of them was actually a half-step supreme-grade weapon. The shock the Golden Crow sect disciples felt couldn't be described in just a few words. The only method sects and clans of the Tower Quadrants could use to accumulate a legacy of supreme-grade weapons was by relying on their youths to earn them in the Tower Trials. Unfortunately for them, only true gods passed with enough merit to earn such lofty rewards, and only a rare few passed with such flying colors as Dian to take supreme-grade treasure for all 5 of his rewards, even gaining a 6th due to being cheated during his 4th trial. Simply put, great sects might be able to earn 1 or 2 supreme-grade treasures every time they birthed a true god. But, over the course of time, due to lack of weapons master talent, these supreme-grade treasures would eventually accumulate damage before becoming useless. Due to this cycle, even the greatest clans and sects would only have 2 or 3 supreme-grade treasures at most, making spiritual-grade treasures the foundation that decided their true strength. Back when Dian stole Lilith's supreme-grade dome, she had felt heartbreak due to the fact her nightmare palace only had a dozen such treasures. But the Tower Quadrants were even more pitiful than that. Now, Dian took out 108 treasures surpassing the spiritual grade, only being a step shy of the supreme grade. How could they not nearly faint in shock? The swords lit the reddened world, the Esichan sounds of their excitement ringing in the ears of all those present. A brilliant sword formation became to form just as Dian's body light with a beautiful royal blue armor that seemed crafted of sapphires and crystals. In that moment, the 100-meter-wide, imposing image of the weapon's master half-step Dao appeared. The eyes of the Golden Crow disciples shrunk. Weapons master will of the 9th will level. Dian gently landed on Baibi's head. They both stood on Linlin's large back as Shir and Sun stood to either side. How could these world's laws stop celestial beasts from flight? They already broke true heavenly rules by flying before reaching the essence-gathering realm. Now that they had grown more powerful, the laws of this world could no longer bind them. Dian calmly watched as 2 of Christian III's bodyguards tried to break off from the group to obstruct Madeline. It was clear they were aware that their inner disciples were no match for her. But how could Dian allow that? 108 heavenly comets streaking across the skies. The formation of swords moved as one. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of danger consumed the 2 peak celestials. If they continued on their path, they would die. God Goldine watched as his 2 protectors were forced to retreat, an incredulous expression written on his face. Just what kind of technique was this? And just how powerful was a sword formation with 108 half-step supreme grade swords? Shir roared, her beautiful coat of white fur erupting in sparkling blue fire. The already retreating peak celestials panicked once more. This sort of corrosive fire couldn't be underestimated in the slightest. Baibi smiled adorably, a staff exuding an ancient aura appearing before her. Her energy skyrocketed, amplifying the circulating of qi within her. An instant later, a large magic circle etched with crystal will bloomed. At first, it seemed to block Shir's strike, but a moment later it shook with a violent rage, redirecting Shir's flames toward the dodging peak celestials. In fact, the flames were also accelerated and strengthened. The 2 disciples roared. Even when they were called the protectors of God Goldine, this wasn't an accurate representation of their strength. The truth was that they were 2 husband and wife pairs known as the Scions of the Crow and Goldine clans respectively. The female Crow and Goldine disciples each respectively married the males of their counterpart clans. In the end, while God Goldine would rule over the sect as a whole, they would become the patriarch and mistress of the sect's 2 pillar clans. Knowing this, how could they be weak? All 4 of them were 7th-order geniuses, truly living up to the status of the 4th-ranked quadrant. They were nothing like the pitiful flaming Lily sect disciples. The Crow Scions each struck heavily toward the flames, retreating, but doing so in an elegant manner. It was clear that even if they wanted to go through, they would have to ask Dian first. Dian spread his arms, his aura reaching a new height. The movement of every one of his 108 swords was clear in his mind. He felt as though the world danced in the palm of his hand. This formation of 108 swords wasn't something Dian just suddenly found, nor was it something he created himself. While the true weapon wills of the other 8 core weapons were variable abilities, the true weapon will of the sword was a formation. Dian's sword spun elegantly in the air, trapping all 5 Golden Crow sect celestials in a tight formation that leaked not a single opening. His sword chi was so sharp that they were forced to be on guard, not daring to be neglectful. At first, they believed that such a formation couldn't be held for long. The drain on one's soul would be monumental. But when they noticed Dian casually waving his hands without a hint of strain on his face, they couldn't help but panic slightly. If Dian was alone, they could forcibly break out of this formation. However, what truly made this formation impenetrable were the actions of the beasts. Dian and his beast companions moved as one. Whenever it seemed as though one might slip out, Shir and San would immediately react. Topping this off with the harassment tactics of Baibi, and the formation was practically perfect. Hearing the agonizing screams of their inner disciples as Madeline handled them one after another caused the 5 of them to realize that they had to take out Dian no matter what. Unfortunately for them, even when they forcibly ignored escaping and the wounds the sword formation gave them to attack Dian, they found the stone wall that was Lin, expertly manipulating a silver hexagonal shield. In the beginning, Lin's comprehension of defensive formations was already otherworldly. When coupled with the absolute offensive formation that Dian's sword formation employed and the 3rd stage supreme grade treasure, It was enough to give these 5 high-ranking celestials a headache. Even though their lives weren't in any immediate danger, they understood that they couldn't continue this for long. Tsh. Dian frowned, displeased with himself. If he could bring out the full power of this 108 heavenly comets formation, these 5 would have long since died. Even if there were 20 of them of the same strength, they would have still suffered silently in death. However, the sword avatar was the only of the 9 true weapon will avatars Dian didn't fight personally. Although his mask somehow forcibly gifted him the comprehension he sought, the knowledge wasn't his own yet. I can barely use a single % of this formation. I should have spent more time with this. Still, this is the best delaying tactic I have. When Madeline comes, the pressure will be too much for them to handle. The 108 heavenly comets was actually only the first and weakest part of this formation. It was supposed to be the outer ring of the formation, while the core was made up of the 12 heavenly moons, 9 heavenly planets, and 3 heavenly stars. Together, they created a nigh undefeatable attack formation. Truth be told, using this formation hardly put any burden on Dian at all. The issue was that he didn't understand its hidden and underlying mysteries just yet, so he could only use it in such a crude way. Dian snorted, since one formation is lacking, try 3. Under the unsightly expressions of the 5 disciples, 218 more swords flew from Dian's weapons pagoda, each with the exact same half-step supreme grade aura. Dian charged into the formation. The pressure on him was too small, meaning that he wasn't squeezing out his potential properly. He'd fight God Goldeen personally. With a single flap of his wings, Dian appeared before the enraged Christian 3, his fist careening forward. Boom! Unexpectedly, Dian was forced backward, stumbling slightly through the air to mitigate the force. To think that you'd come here? You're nothing but a saint. Die! The 4 Scions leaped forward, trying to take advantage of Dian entering the formation. However, it was at that time that 218 of the swords turned on them, forcibly cutting them off from Dian and Christian 3 and splitting that battlefield in 2. A vicious light shone in Dian's eye. Titan Emperors will act 1. Stage 1. Just as Dian's body was about to explode in size, brilliant and complex formation that moved about like gears appeared in his eyes. Weaken. With a thought, Dian activated the weakened degree of freedom, having the power of this first stage to a 10x multiplier. Instantly, Dian found it incredibly easy to grasp the perfection of this stage. Perfection. Dian's body condensed, his skin glowing like beautiful diamonds. Even with his royal blue armor, his body itself outshone its illusory defenses. He looked absolute dazzling. A sudden comprehension overcame him. Titan Emperors will supplemented the abilities of his constitution perfectly. Just like the techniques of the Aurora and Mind's Eye became so perfect that the heavens passed it on after his grand teacher created them, Dian suspected that the Titan Diamond body was once also a technique. This very Titan Emperors will technique. In the time Dian spent activating and comprehending this new understanding, God Goldeen's attack had already arrived before him. Dian suddenly felt that all the power in the world was in his body. Even his black wings had become coated in beautiful diamond scales. Without even a technique, his fist met God Goldeen's. Christian 3, who had attacked as soon as Dian showed an opening, hadn't used a technique either, thinking that he could easily kill Dian with his superior cultivation. It was obvious to him that Dian couldn't use that martial technique he used earlier continuously, or else they would have been finished. Unfortunately, this would cause him to suffer a loss. Dian's fists met his. In an instant, he felt the bones in his arms fracture as he flew backward into crowd of swords. Just as Dian was thinking of pursuing, the loud cry of an awakening beast shook the red skies. It was piercing and soul-shaking, the kind of cry that could only come with the birth of a world-ending phenomena. Madeline, who had just crippled all of her opponents, had floated to Lean's back. However, her features weren't relaxed at all as she looked toward the awakening flame sprite. Soon, they'd have to face a sprite wielding a pseudo-Dao flame. God Goldeen's face turned ferocious. At first, he had been able to use his abilities as a celestial cultivator to forcibly suppress Dian's silver mirror constitution, but after he entered this form, his attempts became useless. To think he was actually pushed back by a saint. However, when he saw that the flame sprite was awakening, a sinister glare appeared in his red eyes. It was impossible to control a newly born sprite, even for them. However, the first instinct of a birthed sprite was to seek out strength and power. This was why, even in its embryonic stage, this sprite had begun swallowing all of the celestial flames around it. The birth of this sprite wasn't coincidence. His ancestor had triggered this formation, causing a breakthrough in the embryo by utilizing means Christian 3 guessed could only be related to the sovereign flame. After the sprite was born, it would immediately try to strengthen itself by swallowing the strong fire Tao of those around it. However, they would be safe under the protection of their ancestor who could hide their auras from the sprite. This meant that it would only target Diane and Madeline. Since you reject my kindness, I'll allow this flame sprite to ingest your violet flames. Then, I'll rely on ancestor to transfer those flames to myself. If God Goldine knew this, how could Diane not? Not only were he and Madeline in danger, Sheer, who had absorbed the flames of the demon tigers, was also in danger. Still, Diane didn't so much as frown. With a single thought, a third of his swords shot through the air, aiming directly for the flame sprite. In the next instant, he released Little Rain. Little Rain, this matter is up to you. The adorable toddler form of Diane padded in small chest, surfing the large black-red broadsword across the skies under an escort of 108 blinding swords. Although Little Rain couldn't be considered a match for a weaker pseudo-Dao expert, one who had broken through from the 3rd grade, he was lacking against this flame sprite. It had simply absorbed too many celestial flames. Its aura nearly matched that of a new Dao expert. However, Little Rain had 2 advantages. The first was that the metals he liked the most were the hardest. Luckily, these sorts of metals also had high resistance to flames. Secondly, Diane didn't need him to win, he needed him to delay. This was what Little Rain was best at with his ever-extending chains. With the support of Diane's swords, there should be no problems lasting until Diane and Madeline finished these matters. For the first time, the Lord Creator who felt he had everything under control felt a shift in emotion. Mineral Sprite. To think the trump card he had nurtured for several billion years would be countered by luck. What the Lord Creator didn't know was that even with Little Rain, Diane had confidence in dealing with the flame sprite. However, he wanted to make it seem like he had run out of options. Diane roared. His mind was split in 4 ways, 3 controlling the sword formations and 1 fighting God Goldine. This was what he was looking for. This was the kind of pressure he wanted. In that moment, the 4 scions were being constantly harassed by Diane's swords. The beast babies, and now Madeline herself had joined in. Unfortunately for them, while the attacks of the swords only kept them in check, the latter 2 applied serious harm to them. That's enough. God Goldine roared, his body shining like the center of a star. His appearance became no less radiant than Diane's, looming down with an unending pressure. True God or not, to push me this far as a mere saint is something to be proud of. God Goldine's arms rested limply to his sides, but their beaten black and blue exteriors seemed to heal quickly under the blinding light of his body. Diane's eyes narrowed. Heaven-grade constitution, golden radiance body. The strength it provides isn't anywhere near comparable to the Titan Diamond body, but its recoverability is very good. I almost chose it over the silver mirror constitution. Although Diane said the strength it provided wasn't anywhere near the Titan Diamond body, that didn't mean it provided no strength at all. The Golden Radiance body can be considered the absolute extreme of the Yang body that the Grand Templar King practiced. It was only now Diane understood why Christian 3 took so many outstanding disciples from the Flaming Lily sect. He used them to supplement his cultivation. The Golden Radiance body was able to directly turn flames into strength, whether that be to fight or to heal. Although it was ranked among the heaven grade, it was possible for it to become comparable to God-grade constitutions if supplemented properly. It was just that finding such flames was difficult. Diane's eyes turned cold despite the laugh that escaped his lips. This God Goldine wanted his wife's flames to upgrade his own talent. Although Diane knew this before, seeing such blatant evidence of it made a deep-seated rage boil within him. This God Goldine thought he had unleashed a trump card that would turn the tables, but all he did was succeed in pissing Diane off. The radiance of God Goldine's body shone so fiercely that his body turned a slight shade of red gold. With his valiant and long blonde hair, and the sharp light of his red eyes, He seemed like a deity descending from the skies. But that was when one half-step Tao after another began to appear behind Dian's back. Each and every one felt like another stomp upon God Goldine's chest, shattering his confidence with their mere aura. A simple halberd appeared in Dian's hands, its light bobbing seemingly moving to the rhythm of God Goldine's beating heart. It was nearly hypnotic in its movement, every sway exuding the aura of a level of skill most could never hope to match. Dian's body lengthened, his skin paling. Moments later, his hair turned a pale shade of gray that appeared to be a blemishless white. A deep, dark fog wafted around him as his features grew sharper and more handsome. His appearance was sinister, like a creature of the night, but his allure was unmistakable, the kind that could grasp the heart of a woman with a single glance. God Air retreat! One of the scions roared, trying to force his way through the endless rain of swords. The truth was that God Goldine, even as a mere higher celestial, was equal in power to the four scions. This was how large the difference between orders was. He could fight them as 7th Order peak celestials simply because he was of the 8th Order. Even while Dian was pushing him back, although he grew angry, he never panicked. He had barely used 30% of his strength, hoping to use the flame sprite to end things quickly. Instead, he protected his own life, not taking any damage that was too severe while being cautious. This was his nature. However, for the first time, Christian 3 felt an overwhelming danger consume him. If Dian fought him like this, he'd have to bring out his full strength, and even then, he'd only have a 50% chance of winning. He's a mere saint. This is ridiculous. Unfortunately, this God Goldine didn't understand that Dian wasn't a mere saint. He was a saint of the 18th Order. If the difference between just one order was so vast, what was the difference between 10 of them? The halberd in Dian's hand began to shake violently. A blinding flash of light tore through the air, coming from his weapon's pagoda and flying into Dian's hand. In that moment, the once gray halberd became a deep, night black. Its axe-like blades morphed, changing shape under incredible amounts of pressure to become a long, curved edge. Its spearhead disappeared, following the lead of the axe blades to lengthen the curved edge even further. The pressure of a half-step supreme-grade weapon suddenly became fiercer. If before the feeling was faint, it was now too real to ignore. It was completely incomparable to before. When Dian spent time meditating upon his manifestations, the weapon's pagoda was obviously among them. All this time, he had used its projections as weapons themselves, but he learned that this wasn't the proper way. The truth of his weapon's pagoda was its ability to perfectly capture the inner essence of a weapon. Much like sprites, it needed a vessel to display its true power. Without one, it was barely a tenth as effective as it should be. If Dian had realized this long ago, he would have understood that he didn't understand the true essence of weapons and would have found the path to true weapon wills long ago. As for the vessel that was most effective, wouldn't Dwarf's diamond, a substance so hard that it couldn't even be properly worked into a true weapon, be perfect? Dian's scythe swung lightly, causing a fierce wind that shattered God Goldine's momentum. With a thought, his wings expanded, blooming to 4 pairs of sleek black. Responding in kind, the 100-meter-wide death half-step Tao that floated to Dian's back pulsated. It seemed like it very much liked Dian's black wings. Its strength had grown by at least 10%. Who are you? God Goldine's features turned serious. The anger and shock washed away, replaced by an eerie calm. In the face of this kind of pressure, any genius who claimed the title of God would use it to temper themselves. Christian 3's arrogance befit him as a true genius. Dian's eyes glowed with a gray hue. The silver half-step Tao behind him sparkled, coating the edge of his blade with an almost imperceptible spatial energy. It was effortless. Dian fused scythe chi and spatial chi without a hint of strain, pushing them both to the 9th intent realm. As things stood now, their fusion was only a single step short of a Tao. However, he wasn't finished. In the next instant, the black fog around him accumulated, coating the blade's edge once more. A perfect fusion of 3 wills. God Goldine only needed to notice the faint eternity balance that floated just behind Dian's humanoid manifestation to understand. Dian somehow had not just one god constitution, but 2. A normal genius, no matter how high their comprehension, would find it impossible to balance 3 wills. 2 was the maximum, and even then it was incredulous. Only someone with the eternity's balanced constitution could achieve this wantonly. Dian had formed a will no less powerful than a first-stage Tao. What Christian 3 thought was a 50% chance of winning plummeted to 20%. This true god Sacharo was unfathomable. Even if he couldn't hold out this form for long, this was enough to treat peak celestials with impunity. With any true gods here, he was unmatched. As God Goldeen expected, Dian's sword formations began to show more and more openings. If it wasn't for Madeline and the beast babies, the 4 scions would have already charged out to help. In the distance, little Rain had an adorable strain coating his small face. Much like he had been before, this newly born flame sprite had no form, but it continuously tried to charge out from little Rain's cage of chains to head toward Dian. Its focus was entirely focused upon the half-step Tao formation of white and black that represented Dian's veins. It was practically salivating. It was at this moment that God Goldeen understood that he wouldn't be receiving any help. A deprecating laughter left his lips. In the face of a genius on Dian's level, one could only accept reality. He was still too far from a true god. Fortunately, Christian 3 said, retaining his calm as a brilliant golden armor appeared on his body. If you had broken into the celestial realm, I would have no chance. I'll have to thank your extraordinary foundation for holding you back. In that moment, his aura skyrocketed to the peak celestial realm. He had brought out a supreme-grade treasure of the Goldeen clan. The moment God Goldeen's cultivation soared by an entire realm, a domain of fire bloomed out from him, blowing back Dian's swords and disrupting his formation entirely. Yes, this wasn't a pseudo-domain of the Celestials, this was a true domain. The kind only a Tao formation expert could bring out. To think the Goldeen family had a treasure of this caliber. Normally, this treasure could even raise the cultivation of a Tao expert by a single stage, but now that Christian 3 had used it in the Celestial realm, it raised his by 3, breaking him into the peak Celestial realm and allowing him to become a 10th stage Celestial. This wasn't the worst part. If it was just a cultivation change, Dian would just have to put in some extra effort. However, the domain was the true problem. Dian felt his control over his wills weaken. At the same time, the stamina he used to control his sword formations increased tenfold. If it wasn't for the fact that God Goldeen couldn't bring out the full power of this supreme-grade treasure as a Celestial, Dian likely wouldn't even be able to move. Before Dian could react, God Goldeen took out a 3-meter-long peak spiritual-grade spear and shot forward. No matter what, he had to end this quickly. The drain of this supreme-grade treasure was too much. If it wasn't, he would have used it long ago. The situation turned once more. The 4 scions broke out from Dian's formation. Before it, they had already weakened due to Dian fusing wills, but now under this domain, they weakened even further. Madeline and the beast babies shuddered. Under the suppression of this domain and the suppressive effects still coming from the Lord Creator, they felt it was difficult to ignore. They had to struggle to stay in the air, let alone what happened to their fighting ability. A delicate roar escaped Madeline's lips. A swirling pseudo-domain of violet flames and celestial energy bloomed to life, encasing her and the beast babies. To the surprise of the scions, although Madeline was clearly at a disadvantage using the support of the beast babies, she managed to just barely hold on as blood leaked from her lips. The battle became more chaotic. Who would have thought that a pseudo-domain could be activated within a true domain? Such a feat would have been impossible had it not been for Christian 3 being too weak to evoke its true strength. Dian clashed with the peak celestial god Goldeen, his scythe deflecting the tip of the spear time and time again. Despite being on his back foot, his countenance was calm. His divine sense pushed itself to the limit, focusing on everything happening around him. When he realized that his sword formations were no longer useful, he dispelled all but 9 swords, focusing his might on using them to support Madeline and the beast babies. Dian's attacks became sharper. As the burden on his body lessened, he fought toe-to-toe with God Goldeen. Immortal Radiance, Star Birth. The immortal image of a 3-legged golden crow appeared to God Goldeen's back. His manifestation shimmered with a mighty light, evoking an ancient aura the martial world hadn't faced in several epochs. Dian's expression turned serious. This was a peak heaven-grade martial technique executed by a peak celestial. How could he underestimate it? Still, even if it was of the heaven grade, how much of it had God Goldine comprehended? Although Dian had never practiced any scythe techniques, his comprehension abilities were otherworldly. He could infuse his comprehension of other weapons all while bringing his death chi to its absolute peak. The trouble was that common-grade techniques didn't involve any wills. Only by reaching the one with self-realm could true fusion occur. However, this grew more difficult the more wills there were. That said, would Dian be stupid enough to take out a scythe if he wasn't prepared for such difficulty? Lone Ronin's grief. A life without path. A sword technique? God Goldine's instincts told him that this was a sword technique. In fact, he felt a huge cognitive dissonance. The base of this technique was of the common grade, so why did it rival his small success heaven grade technique? A scythe and spear met in the air. No, that wasn't the case. A spatial tear caused by the scythe and the spear met. No matter how hard the spear tried, it couldn't close the gap and touch the scythe's blade. God Goldine was blasted backward, stumbling through the air 1 foot at a time as he dissipated the force in 3 steps. When he saw that Dian also only took 3 steps, his brows couldn't help but furrow. Could he really only tie even after bringing out this trump card? No, he technically lost. His blade couldn't even touch Dian's. A steamy breath left Dian's lips. The strain on his mind was too much. It seemed he would have to go all out. Inner world. Sanctuary. When those words were spoken, the world suddenly changed. The reddened skies were replaced by a clear blue one, and the air they stood upon became a field of grass. The fragrance in the air was unmistakable, lightening the mood that was once filled with murder and blood. However, the Scions and God Goldine felt incomparable danger. Even the newly born flame sprite stopped bouncing around excitedly as it felt its strength continue to fall. True domain? God Goldine's face was filled with horror. This wasn't a domain created by a treasure. It was one that was comprehended. How was this possible? Not only he, but the Scions as well felt their strength suppressed by 20%, all while Madeline and the Beast Babies felt theirs boost by 20%. Under the pressure of Dian's inner world, God Goldine could no longer sustain his domain. The backlash made him cough up a mouthful of blood. Before he could react, a slash tore through the air, displaying the perfect fusion of scythe, spatial, and death chi. There was no time to dodge. God Goldine was blasted into Sky Castle. Even though his supreme grade treasure protected him from getting slashed in half, his inner organs were practically nothing but minced meat. His combat prowess had fallen to 0 and his life was barely hanging on by a string. God Air. The Scions ignored Madeline's attacks, charging away and toward God Goldine. In the end, Madeline could be bothered with them. She made her way to Dian, preventing him from collapsing as his inner world flickered out of existence. Dian had thought that evoking his inner world would be easy as it had been before, but it seemed that after undergoing its metamorphosis, it drained him almost completely. Wait, if he thought about it, since when was activating his inner world an easy task? He had only done so once before, and that was back when he had to subdue Elder Nova, a true Tao formation expert. Back then, he ended up so hurt that he fell into a coma for days. Originally, he had thought that the backlash was because of using so many treasures of the 33 heavens at once, but could it be that it was due to his inner world? Leaning upon Madeline, he felt his heart ache. Although she was suppressing it, he could tell that she had suffered numerous internal injuries. Streams of holy type chi left him and entered her body. I'm fine, Dian reassured. I'm not injured. It's just that my mental energy is drained. I just need some time. A deep-set frustration glowered within Dian's eyes. If he had just broken through the celestial realm, the burden wouldn't have been so great. Damn it. The Beast Babies floated around Dian and Madeline in a protective formation, glaring at the 4 Scions who had surrounded God Goldine. The only sound within their silent atmosphere was the battle taking place between Little Rain and the newly birthed flame sprite. To the side, Bybie muttered some words. Dian suddenly felt his mental energy recovering at a rapid pace. If he had time to rest, just a few hours would be enough. He sent a surprised glance toward Bybie, but she only received a cute smile. Celestial will isn't so simple, big brother. If it was only about purification, the heavens wouldn't have accepted it due to its redundancy with holy will. That said, only the legacy of us celestial deer can bring out its full strength. When fused without bloodline, its abilities are very wide-ranging. It's a large part of the reason we're called celestial beasts in the first place. Dian's eyes suddenly sharpened. He remembered his master asking him to place a drop of blood within her concoction back when she made those pills capable of rejuvenating mental energy. Back then, it had been before he awakened his original constitution, because he had yet to eradicate all the bloodlines within him. He still had 5% of the celestial deer bloodline. Could that be why? No wonder celestial beast blood is so valuable. Still, Dian's mental energy was vast with the support of his soul. Even with Baibi's help, it would take several dozen minutes to rejuvenate just 5%. However, that was when Dian felt that process increase in speed by many times over. A gentle smile entered Dian's vision. He found the now healed Madeline helping with her own celestial intent. With Baibi mediating, he instantly recovered by 20%, then 30%. Baibi sighed with a hint of jealousy. If only I comprehended celestial will to the supreme law level, I wouldn't have to rely on big sister Madeline. What are you fools doing? Can you not see that they're healing themselves? The enraged roar of the Lord Creator shook the Scions awake, but even then, they hesitated. Dian had not only proven himself to be infallible, they had all sworn oaths to protect God Goldine's life before their own. It was this oath that kept internal struggles from occurring within the Golden Crow sect. If they broke this oath, their cultivation would be crippled by the heavens. In addition, as soon as God Goldine died, they would all die as well. This assured they'd never have thoughts of betrayal. Simply put, they couldn't leave his side. The Lord Creator trembled with rage watching his own descendants ignore him. He really was too restricted to act any more blatantly than he had. Could things really end like this? He still needed their golden flames. Suddenly, before anyone could react, a bloody hole appeared in God Goldine's forehead. Not only the Scions, but even Dian's eyes widened in shock. What existed in this world that his divine sense couldn't pick up on? If this person had attacked him instead, what would have happened? In that moment, as the Scions felt their hearts clench and their meridians sever all while the remaining life in Christian 3's eyes faded, they watched a vague figure shimmer back into existence. The last thing they heard before they died was an uproarious laughter. Never underestimate a true god. True god Tatsuya? Dian's eyes narrowed into pinholes. Dian immediately calmed down, watching as the 5 peakmost geniuses of the Golden Crow sect breathed their last breaths. If he had been aware that all their lives were tethered to one another, this battle wouldn't have dragged out for so long. Unfortunately, he hadn't known, so he wasted precious strength on holding back the 4 Scions, thinking he'd have to kill them one by one. His gaze shifted, looking over toward Little Rain. Now that he had nothing else to focus on, his presence descended from the skies, immediately stifling the flame sprite. Before, Dian's presence had been useless against Little Rain for 2 reasons. Firstly, Little Rain had been hiding in a vessel even his divine sense couldn't penetrate. Secondly, Little Rain's speed was incomprehensible. Even Dian, who was used to things appearing slow under his senses, couldn't track him. How could he aim an attack under such circumstances? However, now matters were completely different. First, Dian's soul energy could now be considered a half-step into the planet grade. With this, he could sense and track Dao-level experts now. In addition, even if he couldn't, Little Rain was keeping the flame sprite in a confined cage. Still, the most important point was that Dian's presence seemed to be capable of partially penetrating through defenses now. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as being able to ignore them completely, at least 5 to 10% could influence his opponents now. For Little Rain, who was struggling, this was an invaluable aid. This was especially so considering sprites were very susceptible to presence in the first this. The concept was similar to how Dian once used his presence to shatter Asina's Azura's eye manifestation. Soon, the battle flipped in Little Rain's favor, just as expected. Seeing that matters were about to be so easily handled, Dian turned his attention back toward true god Tatsuya, who was happily looting the treasures of the 5. You, shameless. A crippled Angelica struggled to stand. Despite being a mere 3rd-ranked inner disciple, it seemed that she had the most fire in her. Being beaten and crippled by Madeline was humiliating beyond belief, but she couldn't just stand by and watch as a supposed true god acted without recourse. She stumbled, face planting onto Lean's hard-shelled back. She barely made it a single step out of the decrepit circle of 5 crippled former geniuses. While Lewis, Megan, Blythe, and Wilder had all lost the light in their eyes, she seemed to be the only one willing to fight. Diane looked toward Madeline with a raised eyebrow, but she only smiled back innocently. It wasn't as though Diane could ask her why she hadn't just killed them, so he let it go. The truth was that the upper echelon of the Golden Crow sect definitely knew about this ancestor here, or else Christian 3 would have been unaware. Therefore, whether they came up with some fake story about how every died or not, they'd never believe it. That said, it wasn't very convenient for these 5 to stay alive. In the end, Diane tossed them all into the Demon Sage Tower dungeons. By the time he looked over to True God Tatsuya once again, God Goldine's corpse was already stripped naked and he was holding the refined gold armor with a jagged and toothy smile. And here I thought dragons were the epitome of arrogance, Diane said in a teasing tone. True God Tatsuya snorted. Arrogance and sovereignty come in many forms. Ah, true. I guess there must be an emperor of sneak attacks somewhere. Diane nodded sarcastically. Although Diane said these things, he understood the deeper meaning behind Titus' words. If lesser beasts like those of the 5-beast clan alliance could follow the human path, why couldn't dragons? As a true god, Titus most definitely followed both paths. In the end, as a result, his sovereign path was more flexible. He was the sort who found the ends to justify the means. In truth, Diane's thoughts weren't too far from the same. Although Diane would never monopolize treasures of a battle he hardly contributed in like this. However, Diane decided to allow it. Obviously, this wasn't because Diane was afraid of Titus. Rather, it was because he decided to make a friend this time around. If I wasn't like this, I would have attacked you instead for daring to have not only using one of my race's half-step Emperor reverse scales as a stepping stone, but for also daring to have one of my race as a beast companion as well. You're truly bold. Diane laughed. If you weren't like this, you wouldn't use a sneak attack to express your dissatisfaction. In that case, you'd surely lose in a single move. Sharp red eyes looked toward Diane. But in the end, Titus simply tossed 5 spatial rings toward him. I might be shameless enough to take this supreme grade armor for myself, but I won't take everything. I'm sure that they've gained quite a few good things here with the help of that decrepit skeleton who dares to call himself Lord Creator. After storing the golden and bloodied armor in his spatial ring, Titus laughed once more. I'll see you on the ancient battlefield. In that time, I wonder how the other true gods and false true gods will react to your arrogance. It should be a good show. Titus shot into the air, meeting a formless barrier at once but shimmering through it as though it didn't exist. Soon, his presence disappeared from Diane's senses. Diane watched Titus disappear. He kept hearing about this ancient battlefield, but he had no idea what it was. The first time he heard about it was when he met the celestial beasts for the first time. Back then, according to them, both the celestial ape and turtle clans had apparently come back from hiding within the ancient battlefield. Considering all the odd places he had heard of this battlefield, he couldn't help but be confused. The ancient battlefield is a place where the beginning of time meets the end of time. Madeline suddenly spoke, seemingly reading Diane's mind. The masters of our sects would have normally come personally to something as important as the opening of the Golden Flame mystical world, but only our vice masters came because of an important meeting taking place in the Star Clan quadrants. Diane's eyes contracted. I know what you're thinking, Madeline said with a sigh. But I purposely didn't tell you so that you wouldn't do anything foolish like going there to put on a show. It's very difficult to fool those old monsters. Although no one above the Middle Dao realm should waste their time at such an event, there'll be plenty of experts at or just below this strength. All of them have already lived several 10,000 years at the least. If I had known about Amphrey's strength and your meeting her beforehand, I would have. But by the time I knew, we had already entered the mystical world. Diane shook his head. There's no point in harping on it. Knowing Amphrey, as long as she hears about the existence of this gathering, she will go even without my saying anything. She'll do us justice. The Middle Dao experts who can match her strength shouldn't exceed my finger count. Boom! The loud bang of something exploding caught Diane off guard. He had been focusing on recovering his mental energy while suppressing the flame sprite, so he almost missed it when Little Rain's chain cage broke apart. However, the scene he saw was incredulous. Little Rain, a small illusory image of his toddler self, was wrapping his small lips around a struggling bulb of light. "Isn't this cannibalism?" Diane muttered to himself. To make matters worse, Little Rain was making such a silly face with his own visage. Diane found it hard not to be embarrassed under Madeline's giggling. Diane's eyes widened. With a thought, he shot forward, catching Little Rain before he fell out of the air. The little guy had fallen into such a peaceful sleep, completely forgetting that falling into the den of beasts below would be the end of him. Diane shook his head, watching what amounted to himself sleeping. He couldn't help but admit Little Rain did look adorable right now. Other than the ball of red light that rested within his stomach, he looked no different than a normal child. He even became less illusory and more corporeal. What happened? Diane couldn't help but ask the hamster twins in confusion. It seems that Little Rain has a rare characteristic among sprites. He's able to devour those of his species to gain new attributes. Once he wakes up, he'll be the first dual attribute sprite in quite a long time. Little Ian said in surprise. This won't affect him, will it? Diane felt slightly uncomfortable despite the fact this should have been great news. What other empire could boast having the support of a dual attribute sprite? Well, for all Diane knew, many of them could, but at the very least, this was a good and rare thing. However, maybe it was Diane's mortal realm thoughts speaking through the loudest, but he found the idea of devouring those of your own race for the sake of gaining strength a little too evil. In one arm, he held the little boy to his chest, and in the other, he held Little Rain's broadsword turned surfboard. It was likely because the small boy shared his face, but he didn't want Little Rain to go down a demented path even if it benefited him. "There's nothing to worry about," Little Yang said in a rare moment of sympathy. "Beasts eat other beasts for the sake of gaining strength, but that doesn't necessarily mean they've gone down an evil path. Just consider it to be a difference in culture. Since Little Rain has decided to take your face, he's already chosen to model himself after you. He'll take your values as his own for the most part. These are just his basic instincts." Diane released a deep breath. After allowing Little Rain to rest within his inner world, he turned a serious gaze toward the 13-keyhole door, unable to decide whether he should enter or wait for the mystical world to eject them. Soon he turned resolute. What was the point of all of this if he didn't press forward? "You need to be careful, Diane," Little Ian said, slightly worried. "There can only be one reason this Lord Creator spent so many years scheming in this small world." "You know something?" Diane guessed. "I wasn't sure before, but now I am. The sovereign flame has only occurred naturally a single time in the history of all that has existed. No matter what, there has always been only a single sovereign flame core. Although there are numerous so-called sovereign sparks that are sold at astronomical prices, there is only one sovereign core, a core that has disappeared for trillions of years. In all likelihood, this Lord Creator has invested trillions of years into forming a new core after the original was shattered. It's impossible that such an individual wouldn't have fail-safes." Diane's jaw clenched lightly. Something was telling him that he had to enter, that all of the waiting and the biding of his time was for this moment. But another, more rational part of him told him that the danger was too much. The Lord Creator hadn't said or done anything as his descendants died because he couldn't. That meant the laws he set on this world didn't allow him to leave this third-phase sky castle. With Little Rain unconscious, one of Diane's trump cards had gone up in smoke. Then there was the fact that he didn't dare to take his beast companions in with him, and he was even more unwilling to take Madeline. The issue was that there was no way his wife would agree to stay here while he went in. After this battle, Diane understood the limits of Madeline's strength. Now being of the 12th order and having her improved creation comprehension and constitution, she was able to fight even 8th order peak celestials on even footing. In truth, she was slightly more powerful than him now. If he didn't use Titan Emperor's will, she could defeat him in a few moves. However, when she was forced to face 4 7th order scions, she suffered greatly. Only with the support of the beast babies did she manage to come out relatively unscathed. "You're going in, aren't you?" Madeline's sweet voice drifted into Diane's ears, causing him to unconsciously nod. "Then let's go." Diane turned his gaze toward his violet-haired beauty, her eyes glittering like amethysts. With a thought, Diane grabbed her small hand, sending the beast babies into his inner world and waving the 13 keys toward the door. An eerie snap spread through the skies, the soft creaking of doors not opened in several billion years filling their ears as a heat wave the like of which rivaled a star assaulted him. Diane and Madeline walked hand in hand into a sea of blue flames. Deep within the dark ocean of the water mist-sex territory, a beautiful yet deadly scene was taking place. On one side, half a dozen creatures radiating a majestic rainbow light sat primed for battle. Each had 8 sets of translucent, crystalline fins that look akin to fairy wings. Their bodies were covered with scales of various colors, ranging from light pinks to light blues and violets, giving them an otherworldly feel. These were none other than the dragons of the sea, the Rainbow Kuanpeng clan. On the other side, a domain of ice and wind ravaged the dark waters. Even under several tons of salty ocean, a winter wonderland was born, raining with delicate and fluttering snow while being supported by overbearing pillars of ice. With this domain, a beautiful young woman with 10 snow-white tails stood beside another equally as beautiful woman wearing robes of silver. These two were none other than Comet Lord Clara and Empress Ri. Leave. The head of the Kuanpeng tribe roared into the waters, suppressing the two women instantly and nearly shattering their dual domain. If others had been here, they'd be stunned. This clan head was already a pseudo-Dao expert. For these two girls who couldn't even defeat a high celestial, let alone a peak celestial, they were too far out of their depth. Has the Kuanpeng clan already forgotten their promises to the Elven Kingdom? Ri said coldly. It's in light of this past relationship that I haven't chosen to kill you where you stand. How dare you as a little girl claim the title of Elven Queen? Do you take it for a joke? Ri sneered, her bad temper flaring up once more. She had been restraining her true self for too long. Now that she had decided to relax and follow the paths she chose instead of the paths that led to the most power, how could she allow herself to be suppressed here? The title of Elven Queen was never given to the most power. It was always given to the one who was worthy. Even if I was nothing more than a child, you should give me my due respect. Ri's manifestation bloomed behind her. A black fox loomed with an oppressive aura, a small diamond of gold shining fiercely on its forehead, where it had fused with Ri's crown manifestation. No matter what the era, the manifestation of a crown always symbolized royalty. How dare they belittle her with such blatant proof before them? The most powerful of your clan is a mere pseudo-Dao expert. You can no longer enter your human forms despite being transcendent grade beasts who have entered the celestial realm, yet you dare to look down on me? Ri's delicate roar caused waves across the ocean floor. It had been more than 2 years already, 2 years of constant hardship, all because of these dregs of a formerly glorious clan. Yet she had remained silent, simply taking it as a trial. She wasn't like Diane who'd throw a fit at the mere sign of a senior daring to test his limits. Although her temper was fiery, she was more understanding. However, even after passing those tests and reaching this point, they still wanted to turn her away. The golden diamond on the black fox's forehead grew fiercer. You're paying the price for the disobedience of your ancestors now. Yet to think even while I'm willing to forgive you won't take the treasures placed right before you. I'll show you who's the little girl and who's the Elven Queen. An ancient tree appeared behind Ri. If Diane had been there, he would immediately recognize it as the manifestation of the Acacia family, the tree of life and death. However, he would be incomparably shocked at the same time. The first form of the tree was an obsidian trunk. The second form shed this obsidian to reveal a translucent crystalline bark. According to the ancient tomes, this was the foremost limit of the manifestation. In fact, it was a limit that Diane and King Acacia had already reached. He hardly used this manifestation anymore because its uses were limited outside of a large-scale battle. Yet, it seemed that after awakening to the true abilities of her constitution, Ri had shattered this supposed limit, creating something entirely new. This tree shed the mere tree of life and death moniker, grasping firmly onto the title of World Tree. The 6 Kuanpeng showed signs of fear and horror. Their bloodlines ran cold and they felt their cultivations plummeting. A bitter smile came from the clan head. To think that after so many countless billion years, the seal of our race would still exist. The ancient elves are indeed mighty. Ri's rage reached a fever pitch. At this point, Clara could only stand to the side with a slight helpless expression on her face. It seemed like her and Ri were two opposites on the same coin. It really did seem like only Madeline could be first wife. If not, Diane's marital life would be in shambles. Before, Ree hadn't wanted to use this ability. The reality was that the moment she stepped into the Dark Ocean territories, she could have subdued the remainder of this clan with absolute ease. However, she didn't. She chose to suffer through their attacks for more than 24 months, riddling herself and Clara with endless injuries time and time again. She had thought that she was doing the right thing, proving without a shadow of a doubt that she was their true queen. However, reality was cruel. Even after all of that hardship, it turned out to all be for naught. The truth of the matter was that this supposed dark ocean spanned several universes. In the past, someone who reached inconceivable levels in the laws of magic shattered the normal order here, sacrificing more than 20 universes to form a single dark ocean realm. Within this realm, there was nothing but ocean and stars. One can imagine how overwhelming an endless sea spanning 20+ universes would be. It was truly unfathomable. At the same time, this dark ocean realm was filled with endless dangers. These dangers might seem to be the product of numerous creatures of the water defending their territory, but Ree knew the truth. This vast expanse of ocean was ruled by a single clan. Back then, when the ancients foretold of the collapse of the elven and dwarf races, this sea was created as a final resting place. Much like how the elves handed half of the Jafari clan treasure to the Mino clan to protect, they left other treasures here with the Rainbow Kuanpeng clan. During this time, unlike the Mino clan who sharply declined, the Kuanpeng clan flourished. Eventually, their ancestors forgot about the kindness of the elven race and attempted to take the treasures they protected for themselves. But who would have known that they would end up being beset by such a vicious curse? Magic arts and poison masters were two sides of the same coin. Where a person could be an absolute expert in magic, it was also possible to be an otherworldly being on the curse path. If one thinks back, it is possible to remember that the Matilde clan was capable of laying such a fierce curse that an entire universe became dubbed the Chaos Universe. As a result of their actions, thousands of ancient elves who died back then were unable to find their way to their ancestral grounds and thus could not spread word of their betrayal. Since the elves were capable of such a thing even after millions of years of decline. Just how fierce was a curse laid during their prime? The lofty air of the Rainbow Kuanpeng was immediately shattered. Those whose minds were filled with greedy thoughts died, withering away on the spot. However, the curse didn't end with just this. Later generations became doomed as well. Now, the Rainbow Kuanpeng, a race of beasts comparable to the current celestial beasts, being peak transcendent grade beasts, could never break through to the Tao formation realm. This wasn't all either. In addition to their power being permanently suppressed, they were sealed into their beast forms, cutting off the human path and disallowing them from grasping true power. There was a time they stood above the world. They were the second strongest race of Kuanpeng, only behind the celestial Kuanpeng, yet not only had they fallen from the supreme grade ranks, they could hardly protect themselves now. As time ticked on, the curse only grew worse. Their already low birth rates due to their high bestial grades fell even further. In addition, without being able to produce any Tao formation experts or higher existences, their bloodline continued to dilute with each passing generation. Eventually, they would no longer be able to keep up the facade that they had, and others would storm into their dark ocean and claim their resources for themselves. It was no wonder that this generation of Kuanpeng had such an adverse reaction to Ree. Although they didn't dare to kill her for fear of an even worse curse befalling them, they refused to admit their fault. After all, they were paying not for their actions, but for the actions of their ancestors. How could the elves be so cruel to punish them who were innocent? On some level, Ree understood this. That was why she hadn't rushed to suppress them with absolute power. But to think they would rather blame her than their trashy ancestors. She couldn't tolerate it any longer. The Kuanpeng cried out in horror as they felt their strength slipping further and further away from them. They had already given their everything to reach this level. Now it was being taken away once more. How could they not be overwhelmed by despair? Young Elven Queen, please stay your hand. We submit. We submit. In the distance, an older Kuanping with frail fins and grayed scales swam forward, its long whiskers seeming eerily reminiscent of a long white beard. Ri's blue-silver hair had gone from its original color to a blinding shade of white, only to fall into absolute darkness. Her emotions were clearly worn on her sleeve. Despite the words of this ancestral Kuan-Pong, the agony of the 6 elders didn't fade. However, neither did she attack the newcomer. Her meaning was clear. This old bastard was clearly aware of this situation the entire time. Yet he didn't care to step out until he confirmed that Ri still maintained control over their curse. It wasn't that he wanted to come. It was that he had no choice to under Ri's pressure. Under such a situation, how could Ri care for this ancestor's words? The Rainbow Kuan-Pong clan, Ri said through a sneer. You've spent the last several thousand years maintaining a facade of absolute power. Those of the Water Mist sect are simply too scared to shatter. Yet you keep these lofty airs of yours. Did you think that just because you're called the dragons of the water that you were truly dragons? One race holds their head high, ruling over 5 quadrants, while the other can only bury their heads in the sand and play petty tricks to keep control over a mere 20 universes. You tell me, how can you compare? The faces of the surrounding Kuan-Pong sunk. Ri wasn't wrong, but saying it so blatantly like this. Over the recent years, they could only rely on the magic formations their predecessors left behind to put up a fake front. But they knew very well that had it not been for the fear the Water Mist sect upper echelon had for them, their facade would have already been broken. A single true Dao expert could already sweep through them all without much effort. Young lady, your words are too harsh. The ancestor Kuan-Pong spoke with a grave tone. My title is that of Elven Queen. Call me young lady or anything related again, and I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Eerie shadows began to creep into Ri's beautiful domain, casting it over with a solemn darkness that made one's heart shake. The old Kuan-Pong felt stifled. He had thought that this situation would be easy to handle the moment he sensed the elven aura on Ri. How hard could it be to deal with a youth? She hadn't even lived 50 years, yet they had lived thousands. But the reality slapped their faces far too fiercely. Before, I had been willing to negotiate with your clan. In payment for protecting my elven kingdom's treasures for so many million years, there would of course be an appropriate reward. But who would have guessed that not only did your ancestors break our ancient pact, you yourselves would resist me taking the things that belonged to me in the first place? Clara, who was still standing to the side, found this situation quite funny. The threat had been perfectly neutralized, and Clara could even tell that these old fogies were looking for a way out. All Ri had to say was that she was willing to take them as subordinates, and they'd bend over hand and foot. Who knew that she would be even more domineering than Diane? Ri, who had felt stifled for years now, finally vented her frustrations, not giving them a way out at all. Clara coughed. How about you just bring us to the vaults? We can decide other matters later. The old Kuan-Pangs wanted to use Clara to vent their anger after hearing her speak. Who was she to intervene under these conditions? But, sensing the sharp gaze of Ri, it was clear that whoever could be by the Elven Queen's side was no normal individual. They could only swallow their words. Soon, 7 sorry figures escorted 2 little girls to an underwater city that was quite an extraordinary sight. The problem was that it was designed for humans, so much of the city was left deserted. They could only build a crude replica some ways away. The vaults are below, Your Majesty. We cannot enter due to our size. I hope that you understand. Ri ignored them, taking Clara's hand and drifting below to enter a grand crystal palace. Ancestor, are we really doing this? The head of the Kuan-Pong clan spoke with some dissatisfaction. He had actually fallen to the mere first celestial realm. Before he could react, a silver fin slapped the back of his scaled head, sending him tumbling through the water. Fool! You call me ancestor despite me being a mere pseudo-Dao expert? Aren't you embarrassed? Is this the limit of our Kuan-Pong race? The beast-taming ability of the elven race is unparalleled. They were among the most powerful races to ever exist, specifically because they could use their strengths to become masters of things they had no business delving into. Are the elves truly sovereigns? Of course not. They gained their air of sovereignty after subduing the dragons. Are the elves truly one with nature, gaining extended lives, and being loved by energy? Of course not. They gained heaven's blessing by subduing the fairies. Why is it that the elves are born with such powerful bodies, making even the weakest of them talents equivalent to Earth-grade constitution wielders? It's because they subdued clans like the Mino clan, Why are they also somehow masters of magic and curses? It's because they subdued us, the Rainbow Kuenpungs. Our ancestors have done us a great disservice by daring to go against this elven queen. The only reason I didn't immediately kneel is because I knew that we would not be treated well under her faction because of them. No matter who it is, as long as they were once under the purview of the elven kingdom, they will immediately submit to her. Say something stupid again and I'll slap you to death personally. Ree and Clara walked through the palace. For the first time in months, they could finally breathe the real air. It seemed that the palace was covered by some sort of protective formation to keep all of the water out. In truth, this may seem simple, but it proved just how powerful this formation was. In the mortal world, it was already impossible to reach the very bottom of the ocean without drastic measures, and that was even before it expanded by millions of times its original size. So, just how many tons of pressure could be applied under an ocean that spanned 20 universes? Before, Ree could only use her comprehension of water will to ignore this pressure and help Clara, but obviously a formation had no such comprehension. That meant it accomplished this with absolute power. If Clara was correct, such a formation could withstand the full strike of even a Dao expert. Ree didn't bother standing on ceremony and directly pushed open the vaults. Doors that the Kuenpung had spent everything to open only to end up cursed swung as though they were as light as a feather under Ree's touch. The difference was clear and obvious. In the next moment, Ree and Clara were blinded by a flashing light. By the time their vision cleared, they realized that this so-called light wasn't actually so, but rather the reflection of treasures that stretched for several kilometers. Even Clara's normally cold expression gave way to shock. This is what remains of the Elven Kingdom? Then what the hell did they lose? Clara muttered incredulously. However, this reality let them realize something else. The accumulations of sects and clans that had existed for millions of years wasn't something they could fathom. One had to remember that there had never been a single individual who built up a clan from nothing to the Emperor God clan grade in one lifetime. Much like the Demon Sage, many had come close, but none succeeded. If it was so difficult to become just a mere Emperor God clan, then what about those comet grade clans? What about the glorious planet and star grade clans of the past? Someone who could come close to building an Emperor God clan in a single lifetime would most definitely have to be one akin to a higher existence. That meant, at a minimum, their lifespans were 1.2 million years. Some higher existences could live upwards of 10 without seeing the end of their lifespans. Yet, they never succeeded. Of course, it had to also be said that in ancient times, conquering universes was even more difficult than it was now. During Dian's second trial, the Vizirian clan that seemed to rule everything as an Emperor God clan was nothing but a plaything in the hands of the Beast Alliance quadrants. And those very same Beast Alliance quadrants were nothing but a joke before Dian's parents. The levels of existence during that time were incomparable to what they were today. Yet, the Elven Kingdom was the ruler of the era that ended their reign. The Chaos Era, the Primordial Era, and finally, the Elven Kingdom's Golden Era. Although it might have been the shortest, it was the brightest. A gentle smile coated the faces of Ree. She didn't care about the treasures that lay before her. What she cared about was the fact she had finally accomplished something to help her husband. With this, the gap between Dian and those monster factions had closed. Although it was slight, this was a good first step. Clara shook her head when she noticed Ree's grip involuntarily strengthen on her hand. But she too knew how Ree felt. Why had she neglected her cultivation for so many decades? Diligently building up the internet and infiltrating the Xianxia clan. Wasn't it to feel what Ree was feeling now? They had toiled together for more than 2 years to finally reach this point. How could they not feel good? In the back of their minds, they knew that these treasures were just a terrible foreshadowing of the struggles they would face in the future. If these were the mere remnants of a major faction, just what kind of accumulations did those rulers of this modern era have? However, they forgot such thoughts for now, allowing themselves to be happy. In truth, the sister-wife duo were overthinking this. Although they were right to fear the accumulations of these major factions, they were fearing the wrong type of accumulation. It was true that the treasures here still fell short of those factions, but it wasn't by much. What they should truly fear were the powerful base of strength they had. Not only did these factions have far more talents and experts, much like others, they had a profound base of ancestors to call upon when they faced true danger. This was why Dian was risking his life now. If he didn't manage to rip that treasure away from the Lord Creator, accomplishing his goals would be nothing more than a pipe dream. No matter how powerful he became, what could he do to a sect or clan that could call upon a dozen higher existence ancestors at once? All right, we've looked enough. Let's start sorting everything appropriately. Then we can discuss how we can deal with the natural resources hidden in the dark ocean seabed. Ree said cheerfully. Diane and Madeline walked into a sea of blue flames. They immediately understood that had it not been for the improvements they made after entering this mystical world, they would have suffered under these flames. Just these blue flames alone were enough to burn anyone below the higher celestial realm to ashes in an instant. These flames, they contain more life essence than even my ice flames, Madeline said in slight shock. Diane frowned at these words. More life essence than ice phoenix flames? How was that even possible? To make things more confusing, despite sharing the same color, these flames were most definitely not phoenix flames. If they were, Diane and Madeline would feel a bone-chilling cold, not this overwhelming heat. Suddenly, something caught Diane's attention. With a thought, a bland gray bow appeared in his hand. His arm became a blur in the air. The moment he released Madeline's hand, it seemed an arrow had teleported onto his string. In the next instant, a blinding light tore through the sea of flames, shattering the head of a skeleton that had only just risen up. However, despite the result, Diane's frown deepened. Although it was true that a common grade bow limited the strength of his strike, with the help of true weapons will and his Saint Chi, the entire skeleton should have been obliterated even if it had the strength of a middle celestial. There were only two possibilities for why the head shattered but the body survived. Either the head was the only fragile part of the skeleton's body, leaving the rest of it tempered to the extreme, or there was something about these flames that supplementing them. When Diane shot his arrow, the only part of the skeleton that had left the flames was its head. The rest of its body had still been buried in the sea. Almost as though to confirm Diane's suspicions, the skeleton, that had fallen back into the blue flames, suddenly rose up once more, its head fully intact after sinking back into the sea. What the hell is this? Diane questioned Red and Green. Even Lord Creator can't escape death, Red said solemnly, so, before he sealed us all in this mystical world, he made plans for reforming himself a body and ensuring that his spirit remained whole. The skeletons here are filled with not only beasts from the ground below, but also exceptionally talented cultivators who have tried to seek benefits from this world. Diane's eyes contracted. He suddenly thought back to the first door of the first phase Invisible Castle. It had such a great reward at the end, but the consequences of entering were unimaginable for anyone who wasn't Diane. The truth was that according to the laws of this mystical world, for a correspondingly hard trial, there must be an adequate reward. It was due to this that the Lord Creator had no choice but to place what amounted to one of his most precious treasures in that room. One might wonder why that was, but Diane suddenly understood it all. This wasn't a mystical world, it was a legacy world. Despite there only being a one-word difference between these terms, it was actually akin to heaven and earth. While a mystical world could only be created with the power of an individual, a legacy world received the help of the heavens to be created. Why was it that mere saints and celestials who barely grasped any sort of spatial laws could create legacy worlds? Why was it that the mortal clan could survive in those legacy worlds that opened on Earth for so many years despite being so weak? It was because the heavens were fair. When a cultivator reached the end of his lifespan, he was the most connected with the heavens he would ever be. In that state, they're able to project their will to allow the heavens to construct a method for them to pass on their knowledge. If it wasn't for this fact, every legacy world would be formed by nothing but peak-Dao experts and higher existences. How was this related now? It was because legacy worlds had several advantages mystical worlds did not, causing the Lord Creator to have no choice but to create one. However, it also have many disadvantages that were playing out their role right now. For advantages, legacy worlds could exist indefinitely due to the support they received from the heavens. Secondly, the spirit of the legacy world's owner would not dissipate until the legacy was claimed, even without the support of any other treasures. These two advantages alone made it clear why the Lord Creator would choose this route. He knew how long it would take for him to accomplish his goals, so he knew that using his own resources to maintain his life was simply impossible. If he didn't rely on the heavens, he would have long since died. However, with this choice came disadvantages as well. Legacy worlds had to follow rules so that unsatisfied and jealous experts couldn't take out their frustrations on youth. The heavens would never allow something evil and unfair to exist under its rule. As such, the Lord Creator was forced to set a rules that he could never break. If he broke them, or even attempted to break them, he'd suffer a backlash that would destroy his remaining spirit. This sea of blue flames here wasn't accumulating life in order to sustain his soul. It was accumulating life essence so that the Lord Creator could reconstruct his own body. Dian suddenly understood why no matter how much he searched the ground, he couldn't find the ingredients he needed to construct his clone and rebuild his master's body. They had all been monopolized by this bastard. Dian grit his teeth. How many lives had been sacrificed to form this flame? This was already far more than what was needed to revive a Dao expert at full power. Even reviving many high Dao experts would hardly put a dent into this life essence. This should have been great. With the help of these flames, creating his clones and reviving his master would be far easier. However, since when had Dian lacked life essence? His empire's center was graced by the life stone. At this point, he couldn't find any sort of happiness. All he felt was endless rage. The gluttony displayed here, to continue gathering the life essence of thousands of young geniuses over trillions of years. Not only this Lord Creator, but the Golden Crow sect deserved to be destroyed. Dian wasn't some sort of sanctimonious person. He didn't have a broad heart or an open mind. If he did, he wouldn't have tortured Liliana for almost 100 years. So, he had no issues using these flames even if they were the accumulations of the dead. However, that didn't mean that he wouldn't make the Lord Creator pay a severe price for his greed. Together, Dian and Madeline walked forward, shooting down skeleton after skeleton. Although they would always rise back up, by the time they had, the couple could be a long ways past them. Soon, Dian realized that his black flames were a perfect counter to these immortal skeletons. With just a single thought from him, those skeletons never rose again. It wasn't long before they had made their way into another throne room. This time, however, despite being just as large and seemingly as imposing as the others, Dian pulled Madeline back from stepping over the threshold. Despite there not being a change in his expression, his calm state of mind couldn't stop the physiological response of his body. He felt a cold sweat at his back, covering his white, black, and gold tattoos in a sheen of liquid. Madeline looked toward Dian worriedly. Why did he react like this? Although his grip was just as gentle on her hand, and his face hadn't shown any fluctuations, how could Madeline not tell what inner turmoil was going on within him? Their souls were connected, after all. The consequences of stepping onto and comprehending a portion of the beast path was rearing its ugly head. Dian felt a pressure he had only felt one time before. But, in this case, while he felt a faint understanding that Evangeline wouldn't hurt him, a deep murderous intent showered him right now. No, this isn't the beast path. This is presence. This person is very close to comprehending God-level presence. At the moment, the aura was very withdrawn and condensed, but Dian's senses imperceptibly caught onto its outer edges. This Lord Creator's presence had somehow perfectly fused with his kill intent. Much like battle intent, killing intent was another intangible will on the spirituality path. Those with Donari's constitution were able to form it far easier than others and even use it to directly attack the soul. Dian couldn't help but shudder when he thought what the ramifications would be if this Lord Creator had Donari's abilities. In such a situation, even if a Dao expert was here, they would die with their eyes wide open. I was right to think that this was too dangerous. Dian looked at Madeline, but the resolute expression in her eyes made him sigh. If he really forced her to retreat, he felt that his kind-hearted Madeline would turn into a she-devil at the flip of a hat. After a deep breath, Dian's manifestations bloomed into existence. He stepped forward, crossing the barrier with absolute strength to his back. It was at this moment that Madeline finally felt what Dian had felt. Her foot skidded backward involuntarily before she grit her teeth to stand by Dian's side. If it wasn't for the strength of Dian's body, he was certain that this wife of his would have grinded his hand to dust. But he didn't say a word, continuing to hold her hand gently. Suddenly, a familiar laughter akin to grinding bones filled their ears. A grating, Jaya 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 resounded. It penetrated into their bones and pierced through the soul. Dian had been called a reaper once before during Earth's World Tournament, but he felt that compared to this man, he was severely lacking. To think that you would actually come here. I was entirely prepared to slumber for another few billion years before finally completing my plans after you were long dead. But to think you've given me the ability to complete it now. In order to bring out the most power possible from his peak, the Lord Creator restricted himself not just to this third phase sky castle, but this throne room specifically. The higher the restriction, the more strength he received from it. As things stood now, although he was far weaker than a lower Dao expert, he could kill a normal pseudo-Dao expert with a single finger. Dian's gaze made his way to a skeleton that sat slumped on a throne, its body so limp that even the crown on its head seemed as though it could fall off at any moment. But it was in that instant that the once ordinary skeleton came to life. Its aura bloomed, cracking the large pillars that lined the room. Come, be the sacrifice that fulfills this old man's dreams. Dian's eyes narrowed as the Lord Creator suddenly stood to his full height. His bones were seeped in so much death that they had charred completely black. His aura was so imposing that the space trembled around him, agitated under his movement. He even stood 3 heads taller than Dian, casually stretching as though he had hidden knots he needed to loosen despite being nothing but bone. Dian didn't truly care about any of this. Even the supreme grade robes that covered the skeleton's body were nothing to him. Not even the blue flames that lit his eyes moved him. The only thing that made his countenance unsightly was the fact that these bones weren't normal bones. These were the bones this Lord Creator had before he died. The bones of a higher existence. Jaya Jaya Jaya. It seems you've understood why you have no chance to win. Even if you were a Dao expert yourself, I'd have confidence in wearing you down until you had nothing left. Who among you dares to say that you can damage the bones of this emperor? The roar shattered Dian's eardrums. Even with the strength of his body, blackened blood fell down the sides of his face. Madeline was in even worse condition, feeling her soul shake to an unbearable degree. If it wasn't for her grip on Dian's hand, she would have collapsed. Dian, you have to be more careful than even what his words would force you to be. Even if he is using his higher existence remains as a vessel, this wouldn't normally be a problem. Even for a higher existence, after trillions of years, the stream of time would wear down your strength. The reason his bones are still at their peak is because of the constitution he was born with. He's cultivated his constitution to a far higher height that you've cultivated yours. Little Yang said quickly, because these bones were technically inanimate objects that had been forcefully occupied. The twins were able to use their abilities on it. But what they found was absolutely devastating. As Dian had always said, there were 3 constitutions that stood above the rest in terms of defense. The first was the heaven-grade silver mirror constitution. The second was Dian's very own Titan diamond body. But the third had always been enigmatic and difficult to comprehend. Yet no one doubted its place among these constitutions. There were 3 male and 3 female constitutions that also firmly outclassed the rest. Madeline and Delia all occupied their place in this top 3 of female constitutions. However, aside from the martial saint constitution of the demon sage and his own Titan diamond body, Dian had never come across the 3rd male constitution until today. This constitution was known as the death god body. When Dian was choosing his constitution, there were many constitutions he almost chose over the silver mirror constitution. One was God Goldine's golden radiance body, and the second was this one. Unfortunately, this death god body wasn't within the sea of constitutions hidden within Dian's body. This was truly shocking, but it wasn't impossible to accept. After all, weren't there only 2 Titan diamond bodies within him? This death god body was truly something even top-tier experts would run in the other direction when facing. The first and most outstanding point was that those with the death god body were born undead. While Dian had to comprehend death will to the one with body realm, they had this ability innately. Not only was it innate, but it didn't have the restrictions Dian's did. As things stood now, Dian's undead body was useless against Dao experts because their comprehension of wills superseded his. As long as they used a will that was stronger than his 9th level death intent, the abilities of his undead body would be nullified. This logic also applied for energy of a higher grade as well, like enigmatic energy. However, for someone with this constitution, the strength of their opponent was irrelevant. When cultivated to a certain level, they could even regenerate from a single drop of blood or a single shard of bone. To make matters more shocking, this ungodly regenerative ability came with a defense that ranked among the peak of all cultivators. Due to the constant erosion of death chi, the only way a child with the death god body could survive childbirth was to have their organs and bones tempered again and again. This caused their defense to reach otherworldly levels, even rivaling Dian's Titan Diamond body. However, this wasn't the only shocking part of death god body. Even with how great these abilities were, it was only enough to be counted as a heaven-grade constitution like the Silver Mirror. The true power of the death god body was its ability to raise and control the dead. The death god constitution's world was bathed in death chi, allowing the refinement and controlling of powerful entities. There were even stories of ancient experts with this constitution entering dragon tombs and reviving dragon gods to be their pets. The strength of a higher existence with this ability was too much to fathom. This Lord Creator truly did have the capital to be so arrogant. It was only now that Dian understood why this Lord Creator continued to kill even after accumulating enough life essence. He didn't care for the life essence at all. In fact, absorbing it would only harm him. What he wanted was to continually accumulate death essence to push his death god body to greater heights. Dian closed his eyes, his heart calming and becoming as steady as a lifeless lake. He always saw a path to victory. This Lord Creator may have been a higher existence in his life, but he was dead now. Other than the sturdiness of his bones, none of the other abilities of his constitution were available to him. "You came at a good time," Dian said with his eyes still closed. "It just so happened that I was worried about my clone being too weak without the help of my constitutions. You've delivered a great skeleton for me." Dian's words were no less dismissive and confident. It felt as though he was the half-step transcendent in the situation, and he was the one who had planned diligently for countless billions of years. He was Dian Sicharo. He saw no other paths but victory. The Lord Creator was stunned by Dian's words. But before he could laugh, Dian's eyes opened. There was a deathly stillness within them, as though the air of a higher existence was akin to nothing but an ant before him. Dian pulled Madeline to his back. "Support me," he said softly as he released the beast babies into their true forms. After analyzing the situation, Dian eliminated many things. However, he did know that Madeline would be very powerful here. This Lord Creator made a mistake choosing a battleground rife with life essence. For wings of gold bloomed from Dian's back. Titan Emperor's will weaken. Complex gears turned in Dian's eyes, having the power of his technique's first stage and multiplying his power by 10. Madeline's nerves calmed. It wasn't that she was a coward. If anything, the reality was that Madeline was far braver than Dian. While Dian's innate manifestation filled him with an unbridled arrogance that prepared him to face any and everything, Madeline had no such constitution. She used nothing but her own mental strength to settle herself down. Such a matter made her more than worthy to be a Sicharo. "Yes," Madeline said softly, her violet hair fluttering as streams of blue flames quietly made their ways toward her delicate palms. Madeline didn't need to speak with Dian to understand what he was thinking. This Lord Creator had lived for trillions of years. Most likely, he was a forgotten existence from the primordial era, possibly from the golden era. Either way, the exact era was unimportant. What was important, however, was the fact he would have no idea who Amethyst was because the birth of the first Violet Phoenix wouldn't have occurred until long after his death. They could use this to their advantage. Since this Lord Creator wouldn't understand the secrets behind Madeline's violet flames, they'd use it to their advantage. What better counter death than life? Jaya, Jaya, Jaya. The Lord Creator recovered his wits. He had been slightly stunned by Dian's words, and even more stunned by his ability to ignore the air of a higher existence. "I, Lord Orcus, was born to the descendants of the legendary Golden Crow. Throughout my lifetime, I lived for almost 15 million years and mastered many things. I was an alchemist of great rapport, a beast tamer of great skill, a runic vein master of unmatched ferocity, but my greatest mastery was over death and poison. My only sin was being born into a declining clan. Yet, today, a youth of not even 100 years old dares to claim my remains for his own. Jaya, Jaya, Jaya. Little boy, extracting your flames to accomplish my goal to perfection will be the sweetest experience this old man has had for trillions of years. The Lord Creator's gaze turned ferocious. The blue flames in his eyes raging to a new height that almost sent a beam of blue light outward to incinerate Dian. Dian's arms raised. 20 brilliant arrays of red appeared before him. He didn't bother to listen to Orcus' words, nor did he care about his backstory or his plight. Born into a declining clan, the anguish of Dian's life didn't even allow such a privilege. Judgment, carnage. Dian no longer had to hold back. With his soul energy having converted to be slightly reminiscent of planet Chi, he finally met the minimum requirement to use carnage at full power. Accelerate. Right in the middle of his grand speech, Orcus' words were stalled by 20 streaking red lights. At first, he snorted. His soul was still perfectly intact, meaning his divine sense was still that of a higher existence. In fact, he was only a step away from immortal sense in his previous lifetime. Such an achievement would give his senses an almost tangible will. Simply put, to him, these blinding flashes of light were slow. He experienced exactly what Dian did so often. However, his body wasn't able to keep up. Boom! The tall skeleton blasted backward, slamming into the throne he had just stood from and tipping it over to crash into the wall behind. The walls of the sky castle resonated the sound, causing it to seemingly crawl across the throne room, shaking the pillars and quaking the ground. Shir's loud roar filled with battle intent followed. A slaughter chi swirled into the air, painting the blue room red. In that moment, it became a scene of competing air. Swirls of blue and red coloring the space. However, the laughter of grating bones sounded once more. Dian didn't wait for Orcus to stand. He immediately prepared another 20 carnage spears, flapping his wings once and blasting by the throne. He bared down, swinging his arms and sending another 20, 10 approaching from each side. Enough! Dian's quickly forming arrays shatter. Blood flew from his lips as he flew backward. If it wasn't for Lin Lin catching him before he fell, he would be been sent flying from the throne room. Cracks ran along Dian's gem-like body. It really seemed that he could shatter into millions of pieces at any moment. Even his bright golden wings dimmed, falling weakly to his side. Dian's eyes contracted. Firstly, he had barely sensed Orcus' fist before it slammed into him. To make matters worse, that shout that shattered his arrays was infused with presence. Dian couldn't understand it. Wasn't presence something that relied on the body? It was a martial art, was it not? How the hell was Orcus using it as a spirit? Even worse, didn't this mean it would be impossible for him to form arrays? Dian felt a stream of life essence flood into his body, quickly healing the cracks that spread through his body. Jaya, Jaya, Jaya. To reach the bronze silk realm at such a young age. The luck around you is quite good, boy. You've inspired me. However, you're still unworthy of being my clone. Refining you into a corpse soldier, however, that would be pretty good. In truth, Orcus was very curious about Dian. Those wings should be angel wings. Yet he didn't sense any angel blood within Dian. To make things more curious, Dian's soul was far more powerful than it should be. It was borderline nonsensical. Then there was the matter of Dian's constitution. If one was comparing his death god body to Dian's Titan diamond body, it could be said that Dian was far from the height Orcus reached. If compared appropriately, Orcus' constitution was refined and elevated such that it was comparable to if Dian entered the Diamond Silk realm. That was an entire 4 realms higher than Dian's current level and only a single level below true mastery of the constitution. To put things into perspective, it would be like comparing Dian's current 100 million gene weight to a 10 trillion gene weighted body. However, this being said, Orcus was a higher existence who had lived for 15 million years. He didn't reach Dian's level until he became a Tao formation expert and didn't reach the Diamond Silk realm until he was several million years into being a higher existence. It was no wonder he was interested in Dian. Because he was a death god, unlike other sects and clans that specialized in refining corpses, he had the ability to improve his corpse soldiers based on the potential they had when they were alive, while those lesser sects and clans could only accomplish this superficially. If he nurtured Dian's corpse properly, he was certain that he'd be able to birth a higher existence corpse. Dian stood, a serious expression on his face. That punch he suffered, not only was it not due to carelessness, it wasn't due to Orcus being far faster than him either. Although Orcus' power was great, his maneuverability was far lower in comparison to other pseudo-Dao experts precisely because he was a skeleton. This only left one explanation: experience. Orcus' strike was so perfectly timed and so perfectly placed that Dian not only couldn't dodge, it was as though his body invited this injury. For Dian, a person who thought himself to have rich battle experience, this was a strong blow to his psyche. He had never been outsmarted in battle before, even when facing those far more powerful than him. Yet it had happened today. Unfortunately, Orcus wouldn't allow him much time to think on it. By the time Dian awoke from his thoughts, he had already closed the distance by half. Dian roared, his body flooding with bold-type energy. A blinding silver light coated his body, almost looking like dense silver plates or beautiful platinum dragon scales. Vanishing fists, meteor blanketing the skies, apocalypse. Dian charged forward, fusing two peak common grade techniques with a mere thought. A golden eternity balance sparkled gently above his head, causing a white cloth to descend from the skies, wrapping around the eyes of his humanoid manifestation. Orcus became fascinated by Dian's attack. Even as he blocked the blows calmly, he felt some pressure. The only way that was possible was if he was facing a pseudo-divine grade technique, yet his experience told him Dian was using mere common grade techniques. Dian's fist flew. It was as though he couldn't feel the pain of ramming into Orcus' hardened black bones time and time again. The power of vanishing fists, layered, streaks of red flying through the air, hidden with cacophonic sonic booms. To a spectator, it almost looked as though Dian didn't have arms at all. I understand. You've fused 2-1 with self-peak common grade techniques into one, utilizing the piercing power of vanishing fists to supplement the speed and explosiveness of meteor blanketing the skies. It would be a shame to destroy your intelligence by refining you into a corpse. I'll have to use my highest grade technique so that doesn't happen. Orcus suddenly forgot all about his previous anger. The more he fought, or rather toyed, with Dian, the more interesting things he saw. Dian was able to stand his ground and not fly back because he was actually using ancient bold-type energy. At the same time, he had the silver mirror, eternity's balance, and titan diamond body constitutions. With his experience, he had heard of those born with dual heaven-grade constitutions. He had even heard of a handful of ancient era geniuses who were born with dual god-grade constitutions. In fact, he had even met 2 otherworldly individuals born with ancient constitutions. Knowing this, it was no wonder he hadn't had any shocked reactions to Dian's display of talent. But having him standing before him now helped him realize that Dian's best attribute was definitely his intelligence. Despite the risks, he'd definitely have to make Dian a sentient corpse. Just as the Lord Creator was enjoying himself, Dian suddenly bent backward, his body narrowly dodging an arrow coated in life essence. Wait, he's not dodging. That arrow is meant for me. Orcus suddenly lost his will to play around. Dian's finger flicked upward, causing his crystal half-step Dao array to bloom right along with his fire half-step Dao array. On one hand, his white flames amplified Madeline's life essence to a new level, while on the other hand, his crystal will amplified it once more. The moment Dian saw the Lord Creator, he knew he would be facing an impossible-to-climb mountain. Firstly, getting into a fist fight with a skeleton was the peak of stupidity. It was absolutely impossible to harm his skeleton. Even if Dian threw everything he had at it, the idea of shattering a whole higher existence skeleton was ridiculous. Even if he was a peak Dao expert, it would be impossible. To make matters worse, Dian couldn't use his presence. For one, his presence was weaker than Orcus. And, even if it wasn't, the aura of a higher existence skeleton would shatter his attempts wholly. One had to remember that the base strength of presence relied on the body. The stronger one's body was, the better effect one's presence had on those several cultivation realms above them. Currently, Dian's presence was useless against Dao experts. But Celestials wouldn't be able to forcibly ignore his presence like they could. For the same reason, his presence was useless against Orcus. Then there was another matter. For a spirit like Orcus, he would be highly susceptible to Dian's Aurora steps. The problem was that Orcus' soul was far more powerful than Dian's. Even if he brought out the Aurora steps, what difference would it make? Using a celestial soul to pressure the soul of a higher existence? Foolish wouldn't even begin to describe such an idiotic action. Could be said that Dian was only still alive now because the soul couldn't directly attack. Something that was his greatest weakness was actually saving his life right now. Just like this, idea after idea was shot down. For the first time, Dian's treasures of the 33 heavens were absolutely useless, while him racking his brain gave him no results. In the end, he could only rely on Madeline. The agonizing screams of Orcus filled the throne room. The supposed arrow was just a bland javelin of condensed life essence. After fusing with Dian's flames and being amplified by his crystal will, it enveloped Orcus in a wall of white flames. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't be so terrible. After all, regardless of what constitution Orcus had, a soul was still steeped in life essence. In fact, it was the place where life essence took root in order to nurture one's body through life. It was by cultivating that the body would become incapable of repaying the soul in a sort of feedback loop, growing this life essence to new heights. The problem here was the Orcus was just a single step away from cultivating immortal sense. When crossing the threshold to form immortal sense and nurturing a nascent soul, one gains the ability to give their soul an attribute. It's this difference that allows transcendents to attack with their souls while mortals cannot. Although Orcus didn't reach the level of being able to attack with his soul just yet, luckily for Dian, he had begun to nurture his soul to slowly cultivate its nature. This so-called soul nature was one of the mightiest abilities of transcendence. Those who chose, for example, a fire soul nature would breed a mind's eye steeped in flames. At this point, their fire will would reach an unimaginable height, allowing a Tao to transform into something greater and become a law. Once one's nurturing reached a certain level, a law can then transform to an even greater height to become an origin source. When one becomes capable of relying on their own souls to produce their wills instead of being forced to communicate with the heavens first to do so, the amount of power they can wield is unimaginable, especially for someone at Dian's level. However, it was exactly because Orcus reached this height that he was suffering so much now. The answer was obvious: Orcus had nurtured a death nature for his soul. What had he been doing here for trillions of years? How did he spend his days? While it was true that much of the death chi he gathered was for his skeleton, another large portion was for his soul. Allowing such dense life essence to awash him now was like basking an open wound in alcohol. Dian moved quickly. The moment he dodged the arrow, he immediately evoked his tree of life and death. A crystalline tree shimmering with beautiful translucent gems appeared. In the next instant, its roots shot forward, coated by Dian's white flames. They pierced through the air at blinding speeds, appearing above Orcus' eye sockets and shooting through in the next moment. The agonizing screams of Orcus reached to new heights as his soul was pierced through. Even if he was a step away from cultivating immortal sense, how could a mortal plain soul have any sort of defense? Piercing through it was as easy as poking a hole in paper with a sharp knife. Madeline continued to control life essence, passing it through Dian's manifestation and into the skeleton. Still, despite this situation, Dian couldn't bring himself to relax, nor did he dare apply his understanding of Devour to his tree of life and death. Underestimating a higher existence would only have one result, and he wasn't ready to die just yet. A stalemate was suddenly created. Orcus' movements were stalled indefinitely, unable to control his skeleton under such pain. But neither were Dian and Madeline able to kill him directly. The soul of a higher existence was beyond their ability to deal with easily. If things continued like this, the husband and wife couple would definitely run out of stamina long before Orcus did. What do I do? Dian's brows furrowed, the coldness in his eyes increasing. Dian felt his stamina quickly draining. Keeping his flames burning for an extended period of time wasn't usually an issue, but the problem was the extent to which its characteristic was being put to work now. If Dian was amplifying something weak, of course, the corresponding stamina drainage would be minor. But he was currently amplifying life essence that wasn't only incredibly pure, but also abundant in quantity. No matter how great his characteristic was, he had to pay a price to use it. Do I use the seal? No. It's impossible to seal a higher existence's soul with my strength. He could break out at any time and wreak havoc within my mind's eye. Diane racked his brain. Looking back toward Madeline, his expression couldn't help but turn even more serious. While he was under pressure, how could it compare to the pressure his wife was under? Forcibly taking control of the characteristic of a flame that wasn't her own was taking a toll on her. Matters were only made worse by the fact her life flames were incredibly cold while this flame was scorching. Forcibly pushing these thoughts aside, Diane continued to think. He thought of using his celestial tribulation, but he shot down the idea immediately. He was recklessly arrogant, but it wasn't to the extent that he was stupid. First of all, without the saint-level holy-type energy he had before, healing his body as quickly as he did before was a pipe dream. Unfortunately, although he had entered his constitution's world every day for the last 6 months, he had only accumulated essence-level holy-type energy. Although it was still excellent for healing, its effects weren't nearly as good. The delay would definitely cause him to die. There was no doubt. Even worse, a lower Tao expert like Head Void was nothing compared to a higher existence. Even if Diane had 100 lives, he would lose them all. One can imagine, if such a tribulation would be capable of harming a higher existence skeleton, the kinds of things it would be able to do to Diane. Do I really have to use that? Diane's face turned a bit unsightly. He had put his life on the line for the sake of that trump card. If he had to use them here, it would be too unfortunate. He had made so many plans for its use already. In fact, it would have been a very important key to him reaching the later stages of his Titan Diamond body. The worst part was that if he used that, it would definitely damage Orca's skeleton. If that happened, his clone would have to settle for a weaker start than it could have had. The cascading effects were definitely annoying to deal with. "I'll skin you alive." The Lord Creator's roar resounded through the third phase castle. "Big Brother Diane, if you're willing, we could take a risk," Little Ian said timidly. Diane frowned, looking toward the hamster twins that always rested on his shoulders. "Risk? As you know, my brother and I are of the royal line of celestial hamster. As such, we're in the minority of our race who are capable of unlocking our battle bloodline. For an enemy like this Lord Creator who's lived through so many epics, the technique I'm referring to is particularly effective on him. The more lines of karma the target has affected through time, the stronger this technique becomes. There has to be a reason you haven't brought this up before." "Why is that?" Diane said seriously. "Because time will might be considered a superior will, but it's the will of karma that's actually considered the supreme law. According to the history Mai and my brother have seen of you, before you even began to cultivate the energy path, you had already learned time will. This is because time will is only a small part of the much larger and more substantial karmic will. While the universe forgives using time will fairly easily, even allowing you to use it when you were barely 14 years old, the use of karmic will can result in death. As the will entails, every action has an equal and opposite reaction." Diane shook his head. "It's not worth it. The exchange for the death of a higher existence isn't something that I'm willing to pay." "Let her finish," Little Yang interjected. "Big Brother Diane, do you really think me and my brother are just historians? With our help, due to both of us choosing you, the heavens won't punish you as badly as it would someone else. This is why using your eternity pupils only resulted in a stamina drainage. If you hadn't had a bond with us, you may have died after activating the true abilities of the Eternity's balanced constitution." Diane's eyes constricted into pinholes. His eternity pupils were capable of seeing the lines of karma, allowing him to directly affect the future by taking the path with the highest odds of victory. He had never thought such a thing would have such a high price. "You two are still beating around the bush." Diane recollected himself. If it was really so simple, they would have already suggested this. A normal celestial hamster would have to trade the equivalent of the trillions of years Orcus has experienced in order to execute this technique. But we as members of the royal bloodline only have to pay a fraction of that. And as twins executing it together, this price is further lessened. To use this technique, there are only 2 requirements. The first is that the target must be restrained, and the second is that we must be willing to fall into a dormancy for a set period of time. By my calculations, Little Yang and I would have to sleep for 50,000 years. "Absolutely not." Diane's words had no shred of hesitation in them. If he had contracted himself with little Yang and Yin to use them as tools, he would have accepted their proposal when they first hatched within his inner world. Their sleeping for 50,000 years was just a nice way of saying that they'd give up 50,000 years of their lifespan. If they were sleeping, how could they be living? Big brother, don't be so quick to turn us down. If we had absorbed more ancient aura, we'd only have to sleep for a few decades, but unfortunately, we're still too young. Everyone else is helping you. Let us do something. In truth, this technique was a life-saving measure of the celestial hamsters. It was impossible for regular cultivators to see through their concealment, however. Once the celestial hamster was bound to their chosen masters, they had to have the ability to protect this master. This was because the death of the master was directly followed by their deaths as well. This may sound odd, but it was incredibly logical. Celestial hamsters used their masters as anchors to a specific timeline. This made it so that they could appear and disappear at will without fear of being lost in the stream of time. If this anchor was suddenly lost, the results were devastating. The answer is still no. Dian said firmly. He stepped forward. Although the conversation between him and the twins felt like it took a long time, in reality, not even a single second had passed since they communicated via qi. Little Yin and Yang looked at each other helplessly. But the light of happiness in their eyes couldn't be hidden either. Maybe they had finally begun to understand just why Dian had initially rejected them. With a thought, a book appeared in Dian's hand. The Soul Tome. How did you get your hands on the sacred treasure of those damn elves? Wait, this is the Acacia clan's tree of life and death. You're an elf. Dian was stunned by the hatred in Orcus' voice. Even under the torture of the life essence that was constantly being poured into him, he hadn't sounded this angry. Just what was this Lord Creator's history with the elves? That said, he wasn't entirely at fault for his false perception. Thinking back, Dian became the master of the Soul Tome the day he awakened his manifestation. At that time, he had caused a massive commotion of the Elven Island. Back then, the Soul Tome had been sealed within block of stone. If he recalled correctly, after his manifestation awakened, a phenomena was triggered. However, just as that phenomena attempted to etch the true name of his manifestation into the stone itself shattered to pieces, causing the phrase, "You don't qualify to name me," to be etched into the skies. Dian hadn't thought about that moment in a long time. In fact, to this day he still didn't know why the elves had sealed such a fantastic treasure. If he had to guess, it might be related to their ability to foretell the future in exchange for a life. Maybe they knew that Dian would one day shatter the seal that held it. There were many curious things about the elves. The sudden words of the Lord Creator triggered many of those thoughts in Dian's mind. He hadn't just gained the Soul Tome from them, he also gained two other treasures of equal value back then. The Aurora Steps and the Tao of Array Alchemy. The elves were truly worthy of being a race that ruled over an era. No, I won't allow this. Orcus roared, struggling with all his might. Dian even flinched slightly when he noticed the blackened skeleton vibrate uncontrollably. Those bastards suppressed me for a lifetime. I won't let you and your race ruin me again. By now, it was obvious to Dian that Orcus was alive during the Golden Era. The so-called declining clan he referred to before should be the legendary Golden Crow clan that once stood at the top of the primordial era. Although they still fell short of the angels who were the true rulers, the angels couldn't take them lightly either. According to the twins, the Golden Crow wasn't a true beast, but was rather a manifestation exclusive to the Golden Crow clan. Well, this wasn't entirely accurate either, but it was the simplest way to explain these matters. Their offensive power was astonishing, and it was they who birthed the world's first golden flames. Legend had it that their bloodline manifestation was triggered by a fortuitous encounter one of their ancestors had with the sovereign flame. By the time the golden era of Orcus came around, much like the angels, the Golden Crow clan had almost completely declined, giving way to the Elven Kingdom. If it wasn't for you bastards, I would have transcended. I would be standing on the immortal plane, looking down at you pitiful mortals. The roar of the Lord Creator turned mad. Dian, who had just flipped to a page containing a flame so sinister, he hardly dared to breathe, paused. This flame was the very same flame that even the sleeping higher existence demon tigers didn't dare to get near. If he released it now, he was certain that the Lord Creator's skeleton would disintegrate to nothingness and this would all be over. Although he wouldn't be able to use the skeleton for his clone anymore, it would be worth it. However, just as he was about to, Orcus' clear insanity hit him like a ton of bricks. A level of enlightenment even he rarely experienced suddenly overwhelmed Dian. The weakest transcendents can only live for a few billion years. Those who can boast as true experts would be able to survive several dozen billion. Only the greatest of transcendents like my grand teacher can live for trillions of years without their Tao hearts shattering. So, how did this mere Orcus, a man who so easily loses himself to anger at the mere thought of elves, possible survive here for trillions of years? Dian's eyes lit up like embers of an undying flame. The mad ravings of the Lord Creator continued. He incoherently told stories about all the times he had been thwarted by elves and how he valiantly stepped into the realm of higher existences even with their interference. One had to know that the tribulation to enter the realm of higher existences was different from the previous three, which was why it was often left out of discussions. When one first begins their cultivation journey, the heavens help in any way it can. For example, when one crosses a realm barrier, the heavens can complete a certain amount of cultivation for you. In Madeline's case, she jumped directly to the peak of the first celestial stage the moment she triggered her tribulation. Another example of this help was the disablement of interference. Unless one had a death wish, no one would ever interfere with a saint, celestial, or Tao tribulation. In addition, the moment a tribulation was cleared perfectly, all injuries incurred during it would be healed. Only those who fail to perfectly clear their tribulations by being too weak or forcibly take it before they are ready suffer severe injuries. Like Geralda, who prematurely took hers, or Hela, who was too weak. Geralda took a tribulation meant for an 8th or 9th order celestial when she was a mere 11th stage saint. Her accumulations weren't enough, and therefore she suffered. As for Hela, her talent was nowhere near that of Geralda. So after being caught off guard by her tribulation, she suffered injuries that took her a while to heal from. So why was all of this important? It was because the heavens no longer did any hand-holding when one sought to become a higher existence. Not only could the heavens rain down tribulations upon you, so could your enemies. The Lord Creator suffered such a trauma. And although he managed to survive, he didn't clear his trial perfectly. In the end, the hidden injuries left by this trial was the reason he was never able to shed the final layer of his mortality and become a transcendent. This anger and rage followed him to this day. On some days he managed to ignore it, but on others, like today, he was triggered to the point of insanity. At the same time, however, it was this exact oddity that made Dian pause his actions and close the soul tome. How could someone with such a vicious heart demon survive for trillions of years? What was the secret? If he could figure this out, he could win this battle. Heart demons were an enigmatic existence in the martial world. Since the cultivation of spirituality could breed good things like battle intent and refined killing intent, why could it not breed bad things as well? While the former two were very helpful in cultivation, a heart demon was detrimental. The worst kinds can immediately cause the destruction of one's Tao heart and even death. Interestingly, though, heart demons weren't always bad. When paired with the right person, it could be a source of motivation and strength, even increasing cultivation speed and steadying willpower and perseverance. Dian had such a heart demon that he had yet to rid himself of to this day. In fact, he had experienced numerous heart demons in his life. His first was when he was forced to watch Madeline be taken away by her former master. He had pretended not to care at the time, as though it was his decision, but he knew how he truly felt about the matter. The second heart demon Dian faced revolved around his parents. This was a heart demon he was able to set down and rid himself of after facing the entity for the first time. He finally resigned himself to stop chasing after their resurrection and live his life for the loved ones that still lived. The third was his guilt over the destruction of the mortal realm. To this day, he still felt guilty. Still, the greatest heart demon Dian faced, and one that plagued him to this day, revolved around his black flames. The Tao comprehension he gained from them forced him to the point of suicide. If it wasn't for those of the mortal clan reaching out to him, he would have died without a doubt. Is that what it is? Dian's eyes sharpened. Could it be that Orcus is experiencing something similar to the effects of the sovereign heart? Is it really just a coincidence that the sovereign heart and the sovereign flames share half a moniker? Could this be related to why he can use presence without a body? Dian looked back at his still struggling wife. The 4 beast babies also did their best to support, using a secret technique of the beast masters to share their energy among one another to help Bibi sustain Madeline. I can't delay anymore. I have to take a risk. In that moment, Dian did something absolutely foolish. He directly sent his divine sense toward Orcus, knowing fully well that if the remnant spirit lashed out with his presence, he would suffer untold damage to his soul. Due to his incoherent ravings, Orcus didn't seem to notice Dian's suicidal actions. I fought them with all my might. Jaya, Jaya, Jaya. Those bastards really didn't want a genius like me to become a higher existence. But my Blackbone army was too ferocious for them. I slaughtered elf after elf, drowning them in blood and death. With every one that fell, my Tao of Death only grew stronger. Jaya, Jaya, Jaya. It was at that moment that Dian saw what he was looking for. In the barely formed, vague, nascent soul of Orcus, within its small fetus-like chest was a small ember, scarcely flickering. In fact, this small ember looked almost exactly like the planted seed of a sovereign Tao heart. However, it was somehow far more powerful even in this embryonic form. That's it. Thunder clapped within Dian's mind. This Lord Creator has long since lost his mind. He knew this would happen, so he had already planned a replacement. This replacement was the seed of the sovereign flame. If it wasn't for this, he would have lost his mind already. Normally, when the heavens help someone form a legacy world, it also makes contingency plans to preserve that person's life to not lose themselves to madness in the stream of time. However, this contingency plan entailed putting the world's owner to sleep until someone found their world. It was similar to what the higher existence demon tigers were undergoing now. However, in order to accomplish his goals and slowly refine the sovereign flame and his new body, Orcus had to stay awake. Every time another genius of the flame Tao died, Orcus would steal the root of their unique flames, slowly feeding the seed of this sovereign flame for trillions of years. Now, Alt-Hot was on the verge of being born. Orcus paid the price of his mind for it. The sovereign heart. It was just a cheap imitation of this legendary flame. Dian took a deep breath. Even if he now understood the root cause of all of his problems, that didn't mean he understood what actions to take now. Suddenly, something within him beckoned. Those ancient mutterings of soul quintessence reached across the bounds of time. Dian's expression turned blank, his eyes dulling. Within his inner world, his meditating nascent soul shifted. In place where his Tao heart shattered, a black hole took over. However, one wouldn't be able to focus on anything but the fluttering eyelashes of the small 7-year-old golden boy. The golden soul's eyelids slowly parted before closing, causing a beam of light to charge through Dian's mind's eye, shattering the space and forcing him to cough up blood. Dian didn't seem to notice that his chest was now covered in his own crimson liquid. He hadn't even moved or made a sound. The fluttering continued. Each attempt was like another blow to Dian's psyche. His wings forcibly retracted themselves into his back and his body seemed to shrivel up. If Dian was conscious, he'd be confused. The last time his soul opened its eyes, it blew a hole through Earth itself, forming an empty space that went on for millions of miles in a mere split second. However, he hadn't suffered any damage at that time. So what was so different now? Dian! Madeline suddenly realized there was something wrong with her husband, but she couldn't move. It was already taking her everything just to continue even with the support of the beast babies. If she left now, Orcus would break out and it would be unlikely for them to get a second opportunity. In the first place, they had caught him off guard. But, now that he knew Madeline could manipulate life essence, he would be wary of it. Back then, he had been so focused on what he would gain from Dian becoming his corpse soldier that he had grown arrogant and ignored everything else around him. Even when he saw the arrow, he thought he could easily deal with it. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. The pulsing lights within Dian's mind's eye continued. By now, his frame had visibly shrunk. If it wasn't for the loose and pale skin that hung from him, one would assume that not one but 2 skeletons were fighting each other. Little sister, you think? Little Yang started. It seems he's awakening a bit. Little Ian muttered. Dian misunderstands. The last time his soul's eyes opened, it was accompanied by one of his divine chains snapping. It was the residue energy from that chain being destroyed that created that inconceivably large hole. If it hadn't been for Dian's soul opening its eyes back then, let alone a pillar of nothingness stretching for millions of miles. At least half a quadrant would have been eliminated by the breaking of that chain. We need to move everyone away right now, little Yang said quickly. Something big is about to happen. Under the resistance of Madeline, the twins used the help of the beast babies to bring them all away, rushing outside of the throne room and out of the third phase castle entirely. It was at this moment that Diane's arm suddenly raised, focusing a level of soul chi that was inexplicable into a single finger and shooting it into the eye sockets of the still raving Lord Creator. The endless madness of Orcus froze in time. It seemed that all that was left in existence was a finger ripping through space. Spatial chi tore through the air like the blades of a sword. Color disappeared, replaced by endless black and white even as reality itself seemed to collapse. You. These were all the words Orcus could say before an otherworldly strength tore him in half, grasping onto the seed that lay in his chest and taking it for its own. Even after this happened, Orcus was still alive. The vitality of a higher existence wasn't something Diane could comprehend at his current strength. For someone who had cultivated an undead body like Orcus and had even been able to transfer that nature to his soul, as long as the smallest piece of him remained, it was only a matter of time before he was rejuvenated. If it hadn't been for this plan of his, he could have lived several dozen million more years before meeting his end. However, this wasn't a simple matter of healing anymore. Without the sovereign flame acting as his Tao heart, Orcus suddenly felt lost. The blow of losing something he had labored over for trillions of years hit him even more severely. No! The air of an expert was no longer with him. The perpetual and looming presence dissipated into nothing. Even the killing intent Diane made hesitant to enter went up in a puff of smoke. His spirit shattered. The despair of having nothing to live or fight for was too much for him to handle. The life force of a true expert disappeared into the wind. At that moment, a seemingly small ember erupted within Diane's mind's eye. A change Diane was unconscious to overwhelmed his body, forcing it to undergo something many had only been able to dream of. However, this wasn't a feeling he was allowed to bask in. In the next instant, Madeline watched in horror as half of the third phase castle was destroyed. It wasn't by anything within. Rather, Diane's celestial tribulation had descended. Pillars of fiery hell illuminated the already reddened skies. Diane groggily awoke to raging tribulation clouds above. He blinked in confusion, somehow feeling that something was different about himself, but he was far too weak to think about it. He felt like he would collapse if he took a single step. There was hardly an ounce of energy within him. To make matters worse, he couldn't communicate with his soul. His mind's eye felt empty, and he couldn't contact his manifestations. Even his wings wouldn't respond to his call, and his inner world felt unresponsive. It was only after numerous tries that he finally managed to stir and cause a change within his inner world, but even then it was far slower than it usually was. What once happened in an instant took several seconds now. Diane suddenly felt that he couldn't sustain his body weight at 106 million gene. Without much of a choice, he could only lower it back to 10,000 gene before he could just barely raise his head again. Whose tribulation is this? Diane's mind was still covered by a fog. He felt that his thinking speed had been inexplicably dulled as well. What happened? Diane's first thought was to move out of the range of these angered clouds. He couldn't help but wonder just whose tribulation could cover so many miles. Why are these clouds following me? Diane's expression suddenly changed. Son of a... Boom! Before he could even complete the sentence, a flame pillar spanning several dozen miles descended from the skies, crashing into Diane's body. Madeline covered her mouth in horror as she watched Diane confusedly receive a strike that could instantly obliterate a higher celestial. Tears fell from her eyes, but she knew that rushing forward would only make matters worse. Normally, individuals would only take their tribulation when they were in peak condition. However, not only was Diane not in peak condition, he wasn't facing a normal lightning tribulation, but a fire tribulation. This is the 9 purgatories of hell tribulation. Diane really pissed the heavens off. Little Yang muttered. The 9 purgatories of hell was the 3rd-ranked fire tribulation in terms of difficulty and power. Normally, such a tribulation would only appear during a Tao tribulation of an exceptional genius or during the final levels of the transcendent staircase. For it to appear now, it could only mean that the heavens still remembered that Dian didn't truly complete his saint tribulation. To make matters worse, because the heavens were angered, Dian once again didn't receive its help in cultivating. This meant that just like he had to take his saint tribulation as an essence gatherer, he now had to take his celestial tribulation as an injured saint. Dian crashed down from the skies, falling several hundred miles without even the ability to control his own descent. The pillar remained attached to his body as though it wouldn't be satisfied until it could slam Dian to the earth below itself. Boom! A mixture of blood and organs flew from Dian's lips. The crimson mixture was so solid that it could have depicted a massacre on its own. Still, none of this described the sheer horror of the flames Dian was enduring. The heat was like nothing he had felt before. Even the star they faced to enter this mystical world paled. Although it was true that they never faced that star's true might, Dian's feelings weren't unwarranted. Dian's skin charred black. He felt too weak to even lift his head, too weak to even circulate his energies to block. He withstood the full brunt of the first purgatory, not even receiving the grace of a moment to breathe before a second, larger pillar descended. Vast expanses of land were laid to waste. Aside from Dian's practically crippled body, nothing existed besides destroyed forest as far as the eye could see. Even if the foliage didn't directly suffer the impact of the flames, the residual heat was more than enough to incinerate everything to ash. A third pillar descended, then a fourth, and a fifth. By the sixth, they no longer came down in the form of a pillar, but rather took the form of ancient flood dragons, descending from the skies with scales of crimson rubies and roaring toward Dian as though to remind him that this was the consequence of going against the heavens. How dare you forcibly shatter our tribulation? How dare you cross the sainthood boundary without our consent? Weren't you very arrogant then? Why haven't you raised your head now? The seventh purgatory descended. Twin scarlet flood dragons twisted around each other, their roars resounding through the skies as they drilled through the air. The eighth purgatory didn't wait. The red-gold clouds trembled as a demonic hand slowly tore the skies apart. If Dian's eyes had been open, he would have been reminded of the first time he saw the entity's true body. It was just a hand, emitting a heat that he couldn't comprehend, one filling him with an unquenchable fear. The massive hand grasped at the air. The heat from the surroundings gathered even as the ground shattered below. A halberd formed, the ninth purgatory. The skies split apart, tearing into two halves as the hand swung downward. A vacuum of hot wind shot upward. Dian's chest heaved. He suddenly felt like he couldn't breathe, like all the matter in and around him was being pulled away. And then, his blackened, charred beyond recognition of a body suffered its last blow. Boom! An almighty halberd descended from the skies. If this scene had to be depicted in just one word, there was none more fitting than Armageddon. Devils seemed to cackle in the skies. A dividing line of bad and evil split the mystical world in half, and a sea of fire overwhelmed the ground. There didn't seem to be a path to life under such a tribulation. How could a human, let alone one already nearing the gates of death, already withstand such a blow? If the first strike could already turn a higher celestial to ash, the cumulation of the seventh, eighth, and ninth was one even a pseudo-Tao expert would be forced to take seriously. However, the enraged heavens neglected to consider one point. From the time the golden flame mystical world first opened to this very day, the remainder of the Golden Crow clan slowly allowed news of its mysteries to permeate. Legends, folklore, and secrets of the sovereign flame were disseminated to the masses. Just why was this? Since its creation, this very world had opened almost more than 10,000 times, once every few million years. Every time this happened, only the greatest fire Tao geniuses would pass the test to be allowed in. And every time they were, the death count would reach an unholy number. What Orcus wanted wasn't the pitiful comprehension of mere celestials. What he wanted were the unique flames that could only be birthed to geniuses. Only by compiling them and fusing these unique flames together could he form the seed of the sovereign flame and give birth to the first-ranked flame in all of existence. Time and time again, Orcus would shatter the hopes and aspirations of young geniuses, ripping out the root of their talent to satisfy his depraved needs. While their deaths also fueled the restructuring of his body, what he always sought after was the birth of this flame. The 9 purgatories of hell tribulation wasn't just the third-ranked flame tribulation. It was powered by one of the most destructive flames to ever exist, a flame that wouldn't rank any lower than the top 3 in offensive power, a flame backed by the rage of the heavens themselves. So, what would a sovereign flame seed on the very edge of awakening do in the face of such oppressive power? Wasn't this like placing a meal before a starving person? Like giving a glass of water to a woman who spent the last months of her life in the driest place in existence? Or like placing a naked woman in front a man who had just taken an aphrodisiac? While Diane's body took the brunt of the pressure, in truth being just a hair's breadth away from being burned to ashes, the sovereign flame greedily ate the residual purgatory flames, basking in it time and time again like a complete glutton. The golden seed pulsed. Every time it did, a radiant ring of gold would emit from Diane's charred body. The skies trembled. It was obvious that the heavens wouldn't wait for the sovereign flame to finish its deed. Even as hundreds of miles worth of purgatory flames surged into Diane's body, a bronze door decorated with feats of war descended slowly from the skies. Diane's body continued to lay unmoving. His limbs had shriveled up to stumps and his face was completely unrecognizable. Whether he knew his second of 3 trials was coming was completely up to anyone's guess. Little Yin's face contorted when she looked toward the descending bronze doors. They loomed over a kilometer high and several hundred meters across. The stories of war that etched across its surface were like nothing any of them had ever seen before. It was as though their consciousness was thrust within with every image their gaze laid upon. War God Heart Trial? It's actually the first-ranked heart demon trial in existence. If anyone else had been there, they wouldn't possibly have the answers Little Yin and Yang did. Whether it be the 9 purgatories of hell, or this War God Heart Trial, both hadn't appeared in several billion years, at least not within the tower quadrants. For 2 of them to appear now, it seemed the heavens really did want to eradicate Diane. War God Heart Trial? What is that? Madeline asked worriedly. A complicated flash lit up the eyes of the hamster twins. However, seeing the exhausted expressions of Madeline and the beast babies, they couldn't bring themselves to ignore the question. Very rarely can an individual kill without guilt or remorse. The only exceptions are in the cases that someone is absolutely evil or absolutely confident in their own martial way. Such cases are incredibly rare. For the war god of the past era, his ancient constitution practically made him nigh undefeatable. But he too, much like others who gained ancient constitutions, never transcended. Each ancient constitution has its own tribulations attached to it. Because those with ancient constitutions are so special, the heavens are forced to create new tribulations specifically for them. The war god trial Diane underwent last time was only one of the tribulations, or of 9, that the true war god faced. The war god was among the greatest ancient constitution wielders to ever exist. Of his 9 tribulations, he faced 8, which is why his created tribulations number the most among those with ancient constitutions. As for the others, they didn't survive long enough to require the creation of more. However, this tribulation was what defeat the war god in the end. When he was just a single step from becoming a Tao expert, he fell. According to history, the mournful cry of the war god resounded through all of existence. In fact, the ancient battlefield that connects the now to the beginning of time likely contains a trace of his rage to this day. Madeline suddenly understood something as she gazed down at Diane's charred body. She remembered that when Diane told her about his war against the Grand Templar sect, the battle prince that had been in his mind's eye at the time told him that the war god never accepted the true name of his constitution. Instead, he disdained the name, wanting to call himself Battle God instead. However, when Madeline heard those words back then, she frowned. This war god wanted to accept all that came with being supreme and unmatched in one-on-one combat, but didn't want to be stained by any of the blood that came with it. Instead, he chose to completely dissociate himself from the title of war. Knowing well the devastation and negativity tied to the word, he was a coward. Madeline's fists clenched. Her husband wasn't so spineless that he tried to downplay the blood on his hands by using meaningless plays on words. Her husband was far better than this so-called war god turned battle god from fear. The bronze doors descended from the skies. As though called upon by the gods, its aura shook the very space it sat in. Somehow, it seemed to be caught between the bounds of fiction and reality, flickering with illusory and oh-so-real lights. Dian had only just realized that this tribulation was his own. He could not see anything due to his eyelids being melted together, nor could his divine sense stretch outward due to his unresponsive soul, so he had no idea what was happening around him. His everything was consumed by an undying pain that racked his body. His muscles, or whatever cheap imitation that remained of them, refused to listen to his commands. Even when he tried to communicate with his inner world once more to slowly heal himself with the holy type energy he had accumulated, he found that process to be even slower than it had been before. It definitely didn't help that his meridians were in shambles. The feeling itself was horrible. He saw nothing but a dense blackness, heard nothing but an empty white noise he assumed his brain imagined, and felt nothing but an abyssal pain that could only have originated from the depths of hell itself. Dian suddenly laughed. Although it came out sounding even more horrid and deathly than Orcus' grating laughter, it was a genuine laughter nonetheless. He found this entire situation funny. Hadn't he just been on top of the world? In the last almost 3 years, he had done nothing but win. He had an inconceivable amount of treasures sitting at his fingertips, he had his beautiful wife by his side every day, and he finally felt like he saw a road to victory for the impossible task that lay ahead of him. He took everything into his own hands, even the plans of a higher existence, laid for trillions of years, fell before his designs. Everything was his. Yet, this petty, childish, and infantile so-called heavens chose this very moment to shoot him down. Dian had heard of tribulations being forcibly triggered after they had been avoided for too long. But who knew that he would be unlucky enough to be struck down at his weakest moment? How was he supposed to defeat a tribulation when he couldn't even see? Who else in all of existence could claim to have been sneak-attacked by the shameless heavens if not Dian? If he didn't know better, he would have assumed that he was being thwarted by an arrogant young master instead of the so-called heavenly laws. "Screw you," Dian muttered. With a thought, a wristband of dense black appeared on his wrist. It was too bad that his body was so badly mangled that unless one looked closely, it was impossible to tell where his skin stopped and the Dragon King started. At that moment, an ancient laughter filled Dian's ears. "Look at you. You only call me out when you're about to die nowadays. Are those purgatory flames? TSK, the heavens really don't like you. I didn't face such flames until I climbed my transcendent staircase. Just tell me what's happening, I can't see." Even Dian's message to the Dragon King lagged. He could barely circulate his energy, how could he efficiently communicate? "Seems like it's too late, but you're lucky. At least you won't have to move." These were the last words Dian heard before the bronze doors opened, shining down on his body. He couldn't help but snort at the idea that he was lucky. Lucky Maya. Dian's thoughts were cut off as he was thrust into a world he immediately recognized as his home. No matter how much time passed since then, Dian had never called another place by such a title. Not when he survived the events of the World Tournament, and not even when he reconquered the Soul Ren sect. This home. It was the place he shared with his parents when they were alive. The streets were paved in concrete. The light posts stood 5 to 6 meters in the air, and well-maintained suburban houses, some of which even had white picket fences, lined the cul-de-sac. The atmosphere was seemingly harmonious and peaceful. Dian stood in the streets blankly, his feet adorned with black flip-flops he hadn't worn in ages, and his typical black sweatpants and crisp white tee. Unlike when he took the true empath trials when he first met his grand teacher, Dian was fully aware that none of this was real. He wasn't entirely certain if he was meant to be this aware or not, but that didn't stop his heart from feeling heavy. And maybe that was the point. Outside of the trial, Madeline and the beast babies watched on nervously. Just what will he face in this trial? Madeline couldn't help but ask. The war god foolishly didn't recognize the true name of his constitution, even changing it to battle god and creating a title legacy. When he faced this trial himself, no one is entirely certain of what he saw, but many guesses can be made. Little Yang said solemnly. Because he disdained the concept of war, he never put into perspective the kind of reverberating effects his actions had. He wanted to see battle as a single event in a vacuum, a place where he could vent his inner urges confidently, then forget about what occurred the next day. However, true battles or wars aren't like this. For every action, there's a reaction. For every death, there's a mourner, and for every debt, there is a collector. What Dian is facing now are those ripple effects. There are two possible outcomes. Either he's self-aware enough to accept the consequences of his actions, or they'll bury him. A heart demon trial, huh? Dian looked around with placid eyes. Maybe a few weeks ago, before I shattered that glass house of a Dao heart, I would fear such a trial. But now, the scene before Dian's eyes shifted. The serene atmosphere became painted with blood and gore. The once pristine homes lay in a pile of their own waste. The perfectly paved road became cracked and splintered, all while the bodies of their owners were strewn to the ground. It didn't take much for Dian to understand what he was seeing. Back then, it was because he enraged matriarch Niveus and used his celestial puppet to kill her that she retaliated in this way. She slaughtered an entire clan of people simply out of spite and bitterness. Dian had no idea he was undergoing another war god trial. But if he did, he would understand. The so-called battle god of the past would have seen his battle with matriarch Niveus as a victory. He wouldn't have looked toward the reverberating effects it had. However, Dian always had. In fact, he still blamed himself to this day for the matters of that time. If only he had been stronger, he could have blocked that desperate strike. If only he had been stronger, he would have killed her in a single blow and disallowed that strike from happening at all. If only he had been stronger, wouldn't everything become as simple as flipping over a hand? While the battle god would have been shocked by the scene before him due to the fact he never thought about the consequences of his actions, Dian thought about the consequences of his everyday. He no longer fought for just himself. He was no longer that teenage boy who had lost all of his family and only had himself to answer to. He had wives and friends. He would one day have children and an empire. That sort of immaturity had left him long ago. The lesson the war god heart trial was trying to teach Dian was one he had already learned on his own. Back when he left Focus Academy, he had done so in a blaze of glory. He single-handedly defeated 11 geniuses on his own, even crippling and killing the young masters of several god clans. Yet, what had happened when he returned from the Elven Kingdom? First, he found that Focus Academy had disbanded. Without Focus Academy to rely upon, the Bai family was forced to relent under the pressure of the Dayu and marry Maying off to Chunglei. After that, he found out that the big sects took out all their anger on Eli's Viridi family. They ended up being sold off as pill slaves, an experience Eli wouldn't have survived had it not been for the fact he was a heaven's child. Then there was Delia and Paishaniva. Because of his actions, their perfect cover was destroyed, forcing them to relocate. Delia then joined the ranks of the Niveus sect headed by matriarch Niveus, while Paishaniva went into hiding. His actions, the very actions he had been so proud of, affected the lives of at least 3 people he cared for dearly in terrible ways. This lesson is one I've already learned, and it's one I'll never forget. Dian closed his eyes. The images continued to quickly change. Scenes of G-Man's death, the struggle of the remainder of the mortal clan, and even some unexpected scenes filled Dian's mind. Dian saw images of Lionel and Evelyn struggling in the outskirts of an unknown territory. With Lionel being a cripple now, having been stripped of his Belmont bloodline, he could only rely on Evelyn. Oddly enough, the makeshift couple stayed together despite their struggles. Then Dian saw images of Lilith and Soxak, as well as the other Devil Path geniuses. They muddled about their newfound sect, suffering hardships while trying to keep their true power hidden. Soxak frequently fought unwinnable battles, trying to protect not only his prestige, but that of his fiancée as well. It seemed that Lilith's heart had grown a soft space for Soxak within, even more profound than it had been back at Soul Rend Peak. Asina, the dark elf, was especially affected. It seemed her loss to Dian fueled her to greater heights, pushing her forward with a ferocity. She trained harder, sweat more, bled more. She left nothing on the table, giving it her all. But then there were scenes Dian didn't fully understand, like sights of the secluded Kitsune and their unknown new Void Clan head. The scenes continued to shift, as though trying to find something that affected Dian greatly. However, it failed. Despite being despicable, the heavens were forced to follow its own rules. The war god trial was meant to make a genius aware of the consequences of their actions. Therefore, it was unable to use Dian's parents against him since their death weren't as a consequence of any actions he, himself took. For the battle god and anyone else who shared an unbridled arrogance, this trial would shatter them wholly. However, Diane didn't seem affected at all. Unfortunately, the heavens would never allow things to end like this. When the scene shifted to Jade's ice sculpture, and the heavens detected the ripple in Diane's heart, it immediately latched on, refusing to let go. The scene of Diane walking to the top from the Acacia Academy Library overwhelmed his vision. Suddenly, he could no longer control his actions. Instead, he was thrust a life he could only watch. At this time, Diane's manifestation had just awoken and set the Elven Kingdom ablaze. Yet, while everyone else was losing their minds trying to figure out the owner of the arrogant words in the sky, he was sharing a calm, sweet moment with a silver-haired beauty. Diane smiled a warm smile. "Hello?" The beauty smiled, looking down. Diane tilted his head in confusion until he noticed a distinct breeze and his lack of pants. He chuckled. "You're quite bold, Silver Fairy. I'm quite happy to be here for your viewing pleasure." The girl's light laughter filled the library's rooftop as the last light of Diane's aurora faded out of existence. "Are you even aware of the commotion you just caused?" Her voice was light and inviting, still carrying a hint of amusement. Diane stood, causing the girl's curious eyes to scan him once again as he slid on a new pair of sweats, lamenting the fact he had lost a pair until he realized he could just make new ones with his Essence Stage Aurora. Diane chuckled to himself. Using array alchemy to make sweatpants? Who would have thought? What commotion was that? Diane asked, curious as to what she meant. The silver-haired beauty didn't seem to be paying attention as she studied Diane's handsome face. Suddenly she started as she noticed his ears were distinctly human. "You're human. It's rare to see someone as handsome as you even in our kingdom. I didn't expect that," she said with a smile that seemed to outshine everything else. Diane could still feel endless heat coming off of himself, so he forewent the shirt and instead sat on another array, facing the beauty. "Elves really are a beautiful race," he said softly. Diane was imperceptibly radiating a domineering will. Usually the silver-haired girl wouldn't be so bold, but Diane's demonic will was affecting her emotions without her realizing. The girl shook her head gently as Diane thought about how beautiful Madeline would be when she reached her age. He shivered in excitement. "You're looking at me but thinking of someone else?" The girl's lips pouted slightly. She was quite adorable. Diane chuckled. "A woman's intuition is truly something else? Or does it have to do with your cultivation?" The girl smiled mysteriously. "Why don't you tell me about her?" Jade's opal eyes swirled with beautiful colors, blinking as she awaited Diane's answer. She found this human quite interesting. Despite his words making him seem like a playboy, she could see into his mind quite easily. As such, she knew quite well that even if she made the first move, this mysterious young man would reject her for the sake of the woman he was thinking of now. This made Jade incredibly curious. Not only was she a beauty by human standards, but even within the elven race, aside from maybe some ladies of the desire-filled Norville family, none could match her looks. In fact, she could see the image of the woman within this mysterious man's thoughts right now. Although she was truly beautiful, she had yet to mature, being only about 17 years old. As such, it was impossible for her to match Jade as things stood now. Could there really be such a pure-hearted man? Jade thought, her heartbeat involuntarily quickening as she looked into the mysterious young man's hazel-green eyes. Diane smiled, thinking back to the elegant young lady. Her brunette hair in a bun, and her crystal-framed glasses accenting her shimmering golden eyes. "I'm quite conflicted. My mother always taught me to never speak of another woman in front of one. But she also taught me to never disappoint a lady. What do you think I should do? Your mother sounds like a woman that managed to be your father's only wife. I would have liked to meet her," she said with sympathy in her eyes. Diane smiled, becoming even more intrigued by this woman. How could she read him so well? How did she know that his mother wasn't alive to meet? Jade's sympathy wasn't faked. She truly felt her heartache. Despite Diane's nonchalant mentioning of his mother, she could clearly feel the pang in his heart when she was mentioned. This was a kind of pain Jade was all too familiar with. Although she herself hadn't faced any hardship in her life, the pain of others always became her own. Right now, it was as if it was her who lost her parents and not Diane. As for Jade's parents, those so-called clan members of hers tried to hide it, but she was well aware that her parents were long gone. They tried to keep her mentally stable by giving her those phony foster parents, but her abilities were far beyond even what they thought. She had long since seen through them. She could also see how they used her as nothing but a tool. You would be quite a scary wife to have. How would anyone keep anything from you? An interested glint flashed in Diane's eyes. It would depend on whether that person made me love them enough to not worry about their flaws, no? She said with a light smile. Looks like I won't win a war of words with her. Diane thought with a small smile. Jade's smile bloomed when she heard Diane's thoughts. We're so compatible in the way we think. She couldn't help but think to herself. We're both witty and playful in our word choice. Plus he's so handsome. Jade shook her head. Listen to yourself, Jade Eostray. Lusting after a 17-year-old boy when you're already 21 this year. However, that odd desire seeded in Jade's heart. She hadn't realized that not only had Diane's pain over the loss of his parents become her own, but she mistook the love Diane held in his heart for Madeline, for love she felt toward Diane. Diane's first meeting with Jade ended like this, and the days continued to pass. Soon afterward, Diane fell into a short coma, sleeping for weeks. It seemed that the momentum of his manifestation's birth had taken more of a toll on his body than even he had been aware of. Like this, the chatter of the Elven Kingdom continued, many making the false assumption that the owner of the manifestation was Zalterish and not Diane. After all, he was a relatively unknown human. Why would elves assume that he was its owner, especially when Zalterish's manifestation awoke at the same time? During the time Diane slept, the soul tome truly awoke to him. It was then that Diane was gifted the greatest energy cultivation technique to ever be created, Inner World. Sanctuary. However, also at this time, something very important was also happening. The 3 academies of the Elven Kingdom were holding a gathering to decide the leaders of this coming campaign. It would be the first time for many of them, especially Diane. At this moment, 3 beautiful women sat together. The girls were a beautiful arrangement of complementary colors. Jade was dressed in her normal stainless white gown that hung loosely to her outrageous curves. Celine's golden hair seemed to glide gently back and forth across her shoulders along with the wind, wearing a beautiful yellow dress. It had an elegant design, revealing her slender shoulders but delicately gracing her neck with a flowery arrangement. Opal was the more reserved and petite of the 3. Her hair and eyes were both a deep and dark green. The light green dress that accompanied her seemed like the perfect choice. It was short, but somehow still conservative and pure, the edges ending in puffs of greenery. All 3 were beauties of differing temperaments. It was only natural that they'd be the centers of attention no matter where they went. Celine wore a devious smile, still poking and prodding at Jade for answers about why she insisted on attending. As members of a slightly older generation, their leaders had obviously already been chosen. You still won't tell us, Jade? Opal looked over at her longtime friend curiously. She too wanted to know. What are you two so anxious for? Today has nothing to do with the reason I've been dragging you two around. We're picking out those who'll lead in this generation's campaigns. Jade smiled lightly, feigning ignorance. As if we'd believe you. We have no need to give Zalterish any face, so why would you have to come today? Just because he said so. Jade sighed. If we're lucky, maybe we'll get to see the birth of something new today. The image of a handsome young man with a bronzed, refined torso and black sweatpants entered her mind. She couldn't understand why, but she just couldn't get him out of her head. Jade's thoughts were distracted by a young man coming up to converse with her. This young man was named Jonas Bennis. He tried his best to appear like a respectable young man, even going as far as to limit his interactions with Celine and Opal to not make it seem as though he would gladly take any one of them as long as they showed some interest. In the end, this young man left with a smile on his face, believing that he had succeeded in leaving a mark on Jade's mind. Once they were gone, Celine giggled. He's quite the playboy, she said deviously. It was clear he's had relations with that girl behind him, but she showed not an ounce of displeasure. He sure knows how to train him, no? Opal scrunched her delicate eyebrows, but she could only sigh as she was quite used to the raunchiness of her two friends. Jade smiled. His etiquette is not bad. At the very least, he hides his lust better than others, Jade said knowingly. Celine pouted in mock anger. I saw him trying to pretend as though Opal and I didn't exist. One small giggle and he'd break easily. I wonder if the apple of your eye would break as easily. Celine grinned. trying to pry into Jade's thoughts once again. For the first time, Jade decided to drop a hint. If he was here, he wouldn't hold back in flirting with all three of us. Yet, he'd do so without a drop of impurity in his eyes, Jade said softly, looking out towards the distance. It seems like the geniuses of the other academies have decided to arrive. However, Celine didn't seem to care, much more intrigued by Jade's analysis. Not a drop of impurity. How could a man not lust after us? She asked in confusion. Jade chuckled. Who said anything about him not lusting? This just confused Opal and Celine even more. But it didn't seem like Jade was intent on explaining. Instead, she said something that spurred the competitive fire of even the docile and petite Opal. He may lust after you all, but something tells me that even if we lay before him naked and defenseless, he wouldn't raise a single finger towards us. That's how deep the love in his heart is, she said softly. A gust of wind raged through the Colosseum as shimmering lights of a teleportation formation formed in the center of the arena. Soon, a group of 6 figures blinked into existence. Zaltarish, Mithrander, and 4 others made their presence known. Zaltarish was the first to make a move, his black changpoa fluttering slightly in the wind along with his sleek black hair. Taking a step forward, he bowed towards the above terrace. I apologize for our late arrival, elders. I hope we haven't missed any of the proceedings. Headmaster Acacia sneered within his heart. He'd let Zaltarish figure out for himself that his plan to arrive after Acacia Academy's assessment had completed had failed. In place of his master, Ezen Acacia's voice came out from within the space below the terrace, not bothering to step out. If you'd like to witness the proceedings, you can sit within the audience, or you can sit among us here. You haven't missed anything. Master has yet to announce the start of our assessment. His voice was faint, yet held a powerful disdain and pride. Although Zaltarish was a bit disappointed that his plan had failed, it didn't matter too much. What really bothered him was the fact an orphan had the audacity to speak with him like this. But he felt it was beneath him to show displeasure for such an insignificant figure. So, he ignored it, deciding to instead smile and nod appreciatively. Turning towards his fellow geniuses from Mathilde and Florence Academy, he smiled again towards a particularly striking and seductive beauty, Mithrander Norville. Although many had been stifled by the arrival of the geniuses, after the initial shock, not a single pair of eyes could be found looking anywhere else but towards her. She constantly wore a playful smile, coquettishly luring everyone's gaze towards her. Her hair was a pure white, without impurities and blemishes. Her eyes were like red and clear rubies that seemed to twinkle from every angle. Her dress was tight, short, and revealing, leaving little to the imagination. Despite the purity of her hair, everything else about her couldn't be further from it. Her chest nearly spilled out of her dress, a deep ravine of soft flesh that gently bounced with her every movement. Her hips were wide and flexible, seductively enticing gulps from even some women. Her ass was plump and soft, nearly falling out of her short dress. And yet, in all of this, no movement seemed to let anyone see any more than what she wanted them to see. Despite the beauty of Jade, Celine, and Opal, whether it was because Mithrander was so seductive or because she was truly more beautiful, their lights seemed to have dimmed. A young man who seemed to be sharp and serious with his black hair and eyes actually burst out into a laugh. Mithrander. She'll definitely be one of my partners, even if it takes 1,000 years. I must taste her. Zaltarish sneered, so bold Darkassan. Why don't you go tell her that? Darkassan paled, glaring at Zaltarish. You know exactly what happens every time someone tries to flirt with her. Do you think I want to end up as a dog, wagging my tail on all fours? If you're so eager, you go. The various male geniuses aimed at each other's throats. Despite the fact that Zaltarish was rumored to have been the owner of the manifestation from that night, none of them took a step back. Everyone here was aware of how difficult it was to comprehend manifestations. Having a more powerful one, especially having 2 of them, wasn't necessarily a good thing. In fact, Zaltarish could spend his whole life not truly understanding his manifestation. So, each of them boldly competed for Mithrander's affections despite the danger that came with courting such a woman. In truth, none of them were short of stories of becoming Mithrander's pet for a few weeks before she tossed them aside. The women of the Norville family were truly scary. Their understanding of the desire path was too deep for these already hormone-filled young men to withstand. They would be charmed into puppets in an instant. As for Jade, she found all of this very funny. Men were so easy to manipulate. Mithrander wasn't actually more attractive than any of the other women here. In fact, from an objective perspective, Jade's beauty scaled higher than them all in part due to her family's moon manifestation. This essentially meant that Mithrander wrapped them all around her finger due to her seductive air and obscenely short clothing. Time passed by slowly. After half an hour, the elders and geniuses were beginning to get restless. Due to the inclining nature of the Colosseum, it was quite easy for the geniuses to see the elders above them and vice versa. So it was all the clearer how inactive Headmaster Acacia was. He seemed to have no care in the world, content to sit and make idle talk with the elders he deemed worthy to speak to. When Grand Elder Cormith was about to ask about the start of the tournament again, a light laughter filled the Colosseum. "You can't be serious? He was that much of an idiot?" Ree was smiling brightly, drifting slowly into the Colosseum beside Diane. Truly, he stepped out with his slaves right in front of the Ragnar clan's idiot Olaf. "Only thing I regret is that even in his death, he had no idea that he brought about the destruction of his branch." Diane shook his head. They seemed oblivious to their surroundings, happily chatting. The geniuses raised their eyebrows. They knew Ree, although they weren't very familiar with her since she often didn't appear in public for unknown reasons, but the handsome young man made those who had sharper senses feel a faint pressure. Jade's eyes brightened, which was immediately noticed by Celine. "That's him." Jade was startled by Celine's quick-wittedness and could only nod, not shifting her gaze from Diane. However, seeing Diane so happily chatting with Ree, Jade felt slightly uncomfortable. She herself didn't entirely understand what she was feeling and couldn't faintly feel that it was irrational, but the fire in her belly wasn't being soothed. Mithrander looked over in interest, her eyes narrowing once she felt the pressure coming off of Diane. It didn't seem like he was trying. The arrogance dripped off of him like it was ingrained in his being. He was arrogance and arrogance was him. There was no separating the two. "He's quite handsome, Jade. Why didn't you tell me you found a toy to play with?" Mithrander said coquettishly. Primrose's blue eyes shone with interest, looking towards Mithrander. "Our generation's #1 beauty is interested in a boy? Be careful or you might get him killed before he has a chance to become worthy of something like that." Suddenly Opal noticed something, causing her to take a breath in surprise. "He's human." Her voice was soft, but everyone seemed to hear it. Almost at once everyone turned their attention to Diane's ears, immediately noticing the lack of a distinct sharpness. "Uncle Acacia." "Sorry I'm late, did I miss anything?" Diane's smile beamed. Uncle Acacia could only chuckle. This kid sure knows how to make an entrance. "Of course, you have. You missed the first-year assessments, the second-year assessments, and the third-year assessments, only to finally show up for the fourth-year assessments. Did you think that you'd be able to participate here?" Uncle Acacia had every intention of letting Diane shine here today, but he decided to have a bit of fun with him. But Diane's response only made him burst out into a robust laughter. "Isn't it only fourth years, Uncle Acacia? They'd have to be even older than that to make me fear them," Diane said with a wide smile. "Just another boastful boy who thinks his lower regions are more robust than they really are. Is there a need to be so infatuated?" Primrose shifted her gaze back and forth between Mithrander and Jade, but they didn't seem to be listening. Light smiles graced their faces as though this was exactly what they expected from Diane. "Why were you two so late?" "I sent Ree hours ago," Uncle Acacia said playfully as though he was trying to insinuate something. Ree rolled her eyes at her father. "He was sleeping, so I waited for him to wake up. Nothing more, nothing less." These words may not have meant much to anyone else, but it did to Diane. "She waited outside my door for hours just because I was sleeping?" He smiled. "She's adorable." Jade too picked up on this subtlety. She knew Ree very well, not because they interacted often, but because she could see into the minds of those around her. Ree had a lofty goal and a great secret. Although Jade didn't know exactly what that secret was, she knew that she carried a burden far greater than theirs. Since when did the cold, stand-offish Ree grow a caring heart? That uncomfortable feeling in her chest grew uncontrollably. She couldn't help but think of the night she met Diane. Didn't we connect very well on that night? Why is it that the barriers he had up for me are slowly being taken down by this girl? Is she really so much better than me? Aren't I more beautiful? Jade's heart was in turmoil. Before, she had felt that Diane's actions were just fine. After all, even though he flirted wantonly, he only had one woman in his heart. That made Jade place him on a pedestal. In a world where men having multiple wives was nothing special, Jade wanted to see if Diane was worthy of her making such a sacrifice. What she didn't expect was for the man she had finally been moved by, the man whose thoughts were finally pure enough for her to open her heart to, suddenly didn't seem that special anymore. Jade didn't believe that she was crazy for feeling these things about Diane after just a single meeting. After almost 22 years of life, she had interacted with so many people. In fact, she had led campaigns before, meeting all the geniuses of their entire universe. Whether it be their Crown Prince Lionel or the Crown Prince of the Amun family, or even the geniuses of the Grand Weta clan, none of them moved her. All of them, in one way or another, had a sick and demented soul. This helped Jade close herself off from their feelings, not being moved in the least. But Diane was the first. He was the first to stare at her and not see a pretty face and a grand set of breasts. He was the first to take a liking to her not for her beauty, but for her charisma and quick-wittedness. So why was this man that she had taken so long to find not allowing her in, but instead this bland Xianxia who had an average appearance even by human standards, let alone elven? Why? Suddenly, Diane looked toward Jade and smiled. All of the negative emotions that had been brewing floated away like a fragrant wind. Diane pretended not to notice the angered geniuses below. Instead, his eyes brightened when he noticed the table of beauties, causing them to giggle lightly. It was always nice to be appreciated by men as handsome as Diane. Diane smiled at Jade. Silver Fairy, it only makes sense that you'd surround yourselves with such beauties. Seductive beauties, petite beauties, mischievous beauties. Why should I fight if I could just sit here with you all? The beauties all seemed to turn a slight shade of red, causing the men to tremble in anger. One beauty blushing? Sure. But 5 at once? Could there be anything so unfair in the world? Ree looked down at Diane, shaking her head with a really expression on her face. Diane didn't feel like finding a chair, so he had long since been preparing a small-scale creation array, forming a chair right in front of him and causing everyone around to look on in interest. Everyone had their own speculations on where the chair came from, but Diane's array alchemy mastery reaching the master level was the furthest from everyone's thoughts. Diane smiled, well aware of the reaction his demonic will had on most women now. Will you introduce me? Jade smiled. These are all my close friends. You must treat us well. No being bad. She giggled. Celine looked into Diane's eyes with interest. She couldn't help but admit that everything Jade said made sense. Despite his flirting and what he said, his eyes always remained clear, as though there was nothing that could affect him should he have a goal in mind. The boys to the side sneered, all thinking the same thing. I hope you'll enjoy being controlled by Mithrander. Introducing all the girls one by one. Even Jade couldn't help but spend a slightly longer time introducing Mithrander, which made Diane's eyes wander. He inwardly frowned, feeling Mithrander trying to subtly affect his soul and sway him. Diane got up, walking to Mithrander, causing the boys to almost stand up and cheer in anticipation. You're quite interesting, he said softly, looking directly into her shining red eyes. Without Diane noticing, Mithrander's manifestation had appeared. An elegant and majestically white-scaled snake appeared, leering domineeringly. Its eyes shone as red as its wiggling tongue. It shifted in the air, moving to wrap itself around Diane, slightly rubbing against his lower regions, causing a growl to escape. This uncomfortable feeling in Jade's heart grew once more. In her turmoil, she had forgotten her ability to read Diane's mind. For the first time, she was in the dark, wondering just what was happening. Could she truly be wrong? Was she destined to lose this man to Mithrander as well? Why couldn't she hold on to the one thing she finally felt like she wanted? Uncle Acacia could only smile bitterly as he watched Headmaster Cormith chuckle lightly. Some trials you have to face yourself. The white-scaled snake suddenly shivered, bright silver wings exploding from its back as everyone looked on. A collective breath seemed to be pulled into everyone as they watched. This was a mutation unique to Mithrander. Although she had used a unique type technique due to her confidence, her true manifestation ended up matching her the very first Norville in history, causing her to be the pride of her family. The geniuses sneered. It looks like Mithrander has a new slave. Diane took a step forward, edging towards Mithrander. To everyone else, this was just Mithrander's wish. But to her, she couldn't help but frown. Looking into Diane's hazel-green eyes, Mithrander seemed lost for a while in his purity. His eyes hadn't fogged over, and his will hadn't diminished. He simply walked to Mithrander until he was nearly right on top of her. He pulled her chair from the table, placing her right in front of himself and leaning into her ear. If you wanted to play, you could have just asked. Mithrander lost focus. Diane's hot breath brushed against her ear, causing her manifestation to fade out of existence. Everyone looked on in confused. Is it over? Diane reached his hand up, celestial will circulating along with his aurora. Since you want to play, let's play. He lightly touched Mithrander's arm, slowly moving up it. Mithrander's body immediately flushed, an incomparable feeling flooding into her. A moan escaped her lips against her will, but she just couldn't stop her legs from squeezing together, trying her hardest to control herself. Everyone gulped, watching Mithrander's incomparably sexy figure writhe with pleasure. Diane's hand continued to travel, lightly flicking Mithrander's hard nipple from on top of her dress. Mithrander was feeling too good to be embarrassed. She was lost in a world of pleasure she had never felt before. Diane had never left her ear, softly whispering into it again. What do you want? I dash. Mithrander couldn't seem to find the words. Her breath was hurried and short. Her skin was flushed so red that it nearly matched her dress and eyes. Sweat started to drip down the ravine of her cleavage that bounced with every breath. Diane's hand reached her hips, continuing to lightly rest on her thighs before creeping up to the hem of her short skirt. The beauties around him didn't know what to do. They couldn't help but flush red just from the residual effects of Diane's aurora and celestial will. They could only imagine how Mithrander felt at the moment. Everyone was stunned. Some still believed that this was what they seductive beauty wanted. But even if it was, the geniuses had long since lost their smile. Even Zalterish hadn't been allowed to do these things to Mithrander. Take me? Mithrander nearly gasped these words out. Lunging forward, she grabbed onto Diane's crotch. Diane could only smile faintly as the hand he had on her thigh was invaded by a sweet wetness. Jade's heart thumped. On one hand, she felt happy that Diane had toyed with Mithrander, but on the other, she felt a deep-seated rage. It should be me. Jade suddenly awoke from her thoughts. What was she thinking? She just met this Diane character a few days ago, and all he did was pay Mithrander back for her antics. Why was it that she was suddenly so angry? Calm down, she spoke softly to herself. What's wrong with you? While Jade believed that Ree had a heavy weight on her shoulders, the weight on her own was even fiercer. Back during the reign of the Elven Kingdom, her Eostray family had been nothing but pawns. They sacrificed their sanity for the sake of breeding false true empaths, all so that they could lead what remained of their race out of trouble. To this day, Jade was the only one who seemed to have escaped this fate. Her abilities were the highest, while she also seemed to suffer the least side effects. But suddenly she felt her own thoughts slipping out of her control. Jade looked toward Diane with a complicated glance. I have to stay away from him. The clan is relying on me. For him to stir my true emotions like this is not a good thing. It seems I've indulged poorly. The manifestation of the Eostray family had always been the moon. While in some cultures such a beautiful thing was worshipped and bowed down to, Jade had never seen it this way. What was the moon's light if not the mere reflection of the sun? It didn't produce any beauty of its own. In fact, if you looked closely, the moon was filled with so many flaws, cracks and crevices that it couldn't be counted as beautiful at all. This was her Eostray family, always fated to be the imitators of the light while in reality, they lacked substance of their own. Who was she as the moon to seek out the sun in Diane? The Colosseum froze. Air seemed to stop moving and no sounds could be heard. It was almost as though time had stopped, suspending everyone in disbelief. Diane's eyes sparkled hearing Mithrander's words. But she could only frown as she noticed Diane's lower regions weren't showing any reaction no matter how she stroked. You! It wasn't clear you said it first. but an eruption of baleful auras blanketed the lounging area. Diane didn't seem to notice, deciding to instead calmly remove Mithrander's hand and stop circulating his celestial and demonic will. Diane chuckled, looking into Mithrander's still cloudy eyes. You should be careful with you who play with beautiful. Taking you wouldn't be difficult for me. Diane's hand, still resting on Mithrander's treasured place, flicked up with a last bit of his aurora. Oh God! Mithrander grasped Diane's shirt tightly from her seated position, breathing heavily. Although Mithrander was an outrageous beauty, Diane felt no remorse in toying with her. He had little patience for those who sought to control him, and a beauty was no exception. Ree couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. Ha 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 ha. She wiped the tears from her face, clenching her stomach with her free arm. But the geniuses didn't take this too well. It only makes sense for a human to come here with such an ugly girl, sneered Ors. I've seen you two together before. You must have settled for fucking a sow. It's about what you deserve. Diane froze, his face darkening. Diane remembered Ors very clearly. It was this scumbag that scared little Lila in the forest. He had actually wanted to groom her into a concubine for himself, yet he dared to look down on others. Outrageous! Boom! There was no time to react, even for Diane. A graceful figure fell from the terrace, crushing the table the male geniuses sat at. Diane looked at her elegant back. Her hair fluttered in the air. A layer of ice lowered the temperature drastically as a sword pressed against Or's throat. Ree's hair seemed to have a life of its own. Diane looked on in anticipation, curious as to what her manifestation was. But it never came. Instead, a voice filled with a pure dense killing intent rang out. You have a lot of nerve. Did you think I'd need someone else to stand up for me? To protect me? Go on, say it again. Let's see if you can get the words out this time. Ree's gentle lake-like eyes had iced over, a layer of frost coating everything. The elders looked on in astonishment. 9th level ice will. At barely 15. A true genius. Diane slowly walked over and lightly stroked Ree's head, seemingly unbothered by the bone-chilling ice. You don't need my help, he said softly. But let me do it anyway. Ree looked over to Diane, her eyes becoming decidedly gentler. Diane hadn't said anything flowery about how it was a man's job to protect a woman. Neither did he pretend as though Ree needed his help. He simply let her know that he wanted to do it. Ree smiled, and she suddenly outshone everything. Seeing that moment between them, Jade could only smile bitterly, retracting her gaze from Diane and silently wishing the two of them the best. Even as Diane stood in the arena, valiantly fighting for Ree and tearing Or's facade of arrogance apart, she couldn't help but think to herself just how great it could be if he had been fighting for her instead. If his heart had opened up for her instead of Ree, would that be such a bad thing? Why did she have to continue sacrificing herself for a decision her ancestors made? When had anyone ever asked her what she wanted? When the Acacia Academy assessment ended and it was decided that Diane and Ree would head the students of their academy for the next campaign, Jade silently walked off. After watching Diane and Ree float away together in happiness, she felt bitter, but she pushed the feeling down. The rational side of her shone through once more. She had only had a single interaction with Diane, 2 if you counted his flirting with her during the assessments. It didn't make sense for her to feel this way. Unfortunately for Jade, she also understood something else. When 2 people met for the first time, it wasn't necessary for there to be love for them to be attracted to one another. When Diane and Madeline first met, they too had hit it off immediately. Obviously, neither fell in love during those moments, but it didn't take long for humans to decide that they liked one another. It wasn't until Diane and Madeline shared life and death that this like bloomed into love. It was only after this that Madeline gave herself and her body to Diane. Jade had only come to decide that she liked Diane. But this was still a major problem. Why was it that Jade was seemingly the least affected by the side effects of her family's plight? The truth of the matter was that Jade's soul talent was inherently incredibly high. As such, her comprehension of their moon manifestation far outstripped that of their ancestors already. Because of this, her ability to see into the minds of others and reflect their true thoughts were almost equal to a true empath. In the end, it was this ability that saved Jade. Because she could see the minds of others very clearly, she was able to avoid being affected by their emotions. This helped her easily distinguish between what thoughts were her own and what thoughts were that of others. In the end, she was able to avoid the pitfalls of her predecessors by putting up walls that didn't allow her to easily feel for others. Even her supposed friends weren't individuals she truly saw as friends. But when she met Diane, this wall was shattered. The purity of his emotions was unlike anything she had ever felt. What she didn't know was that this was not only due to his personality, but also how powerful his soul was. She had never met a person with a stronger innate soul than her own until that day. After ignoring the invitations of her friends to spend more time together, Jade went on a long walk through Elven Forest. An orphanage? Jade suddenly stumbled upon little children running around happily. I do remember rumors of such a thing appearing here, but who built it? A small smile bloomed on Jade's perfect features. The innocent minds of the children were always her favorite to look into. Their free and pure thoughts were like a tonic for all the evil in the world. Big sister. Suddenly, the voice of a little girl caught Jade's attention. When she looked down, she found a beautiful little doll of a girl. Her face was almost as round as a circle, and the small point of her nose coupled with her large pink, watery eyes made one's heart flutter. She was too adorable. Jade was surprised. She suddenly realized that she couldn't see into the mind of this little girl at all. Every time she tried, she saw nothing but a vast empty space that only emitted two feelings: pity and understanding. Hello, little cutie. Jade bent down, rubbing the girl's small head. The little girl's long flowing pink diamond hair was so soft that Jade felt like she was touching a cloud. Who was the benefactor that created this orphanage for you all? The little girl beamed with pride. My big brother Diane did it. Diane? Jade mumbled in surprise. A whirlwind of emotions hit her once more. She didn't even realize when she left the surroundings of the orphanage and made it to the holy land of the Eostre clan. In the end, she couldn't help but chuckle to herself bitterly. Even when she took a walk to erase him from her mind, somehow he made his way back in. Why did he have to do that? Jade. A stern voice awoke Jade from her thoughts. She found the way to her room blocked by a middle-aged man with long silver hair. The decorations of the Eostre family were decidedly lackluster. In fact, the entire home was a bland gray. This was actually done on purpose. The Eostre clan spent much of their time trying to temper and ignore their own emotions. So, they got rid of everything that could elicit them. It was only in this way that they extended the time they could use their manifestation. Oftentimes, the oldest members of their clan were the weakest because they made the decision to no longer use their manifestations in order to maintain their sanity. Yes, father? Jade's eyes remained placid. It didn't look like she was greeting a father figure because she in fact wasn't. This man before her wasn't her father, but she continued to pretend to this day that he was. The clan has come to a decision regarding the matters of the Dayu clan. We've secured you a position as second wife of their young heir Chunglei. How you perform will decide whether our Eostre clan continues to be tools for this elven kingdom, or if we can set off on our own. Okay. Jade didn't have much of a reaction. She was aware that their clan purposely asked for the second wife position in order to protect her. If she took first wife, it was possible that she'd have delusions that she had met her true love. This would lead to emotions which would inevitably cripple her. Jade tried to walk past her father, but she suddenly felt a firm hand clamp on her slender arms. There's a disruption in your soul. The clan head's opal eyes flashed. What happened to you? Before Jade could react, a palm slammed into her forehead, forcibly weeding out all of her secrets. Jade felt like her life was being laid bare. All of the events of the past few days were exposed to her father, even her slight stint of madness. Nothing was hidden. You! A slap bombarded Jade's face. How could you make such a mistake? It's already too late, and you actually planned on not telling me about this. Jade's delicate hand covered her face, but she didn't have much of a reaction. Her eyes had returned from surprise to placid once more. The clan head frowned, lines of worry clear on his forehead. There was no precedent for retreating from the line of madness after it had been crossed. It seemed that Jade was still her normal self now, but it was already too late. There were only two options, either to continue and ignore Jade's plight, or to destroy the connection between her and her manifestation now. However, the second was impossible. They couldn't afford such a setback now. If they didn't make use of Jade now, who knew when they would birth another genius of her caliber? Without the help of a true empath coupled with the abilities of Maying, the Dayu wouldn't be able to find their way to the hidden prison of the entity. They needed Jade now, and only they could resurrect their clan to the heights they wanted. The clan head grit his teeth. You unfilial daughter. Come. Let me show you what kind of stupidity is floating around in that head of yours now. Over the past few days, the Eostre clan head had been monitoring Dian. It wasn't because he thought there might be a connection between him and Jade, but rather because such variables were terrible for their plan. If a human came to know of the happenings of the Elven Kingdom, then the plans of the Dayu could be exposed ahead of time. If this happened, there would be no recourse. Unfortunately, just when he wanted to eliminate Dian to get rid of future problems, he and Ri entered the cave Ri's mother left behind. Everyone knew that without a pure heart, entering that cave was a sentence to death, so they could only pull back. In the end, the matter became even more complex after Dian was taken under the wing of the Acacia family and Acacia Academy. Still, even until now, they closely monitored Dian, planning on eliminating him the moment he left the island. So, as things stood now, the clan head knew exactly where Dian was. At this moment, Ri and Dian were leisurely chatting with one another as they walked through the Elven city. Ri had just finished describing the secrets behind campaigns and why they occurred. Whatever. I have time to figure all of this out slowly. For now, how about you tell me where you disappeared to for all those days? I was missing you. Dian pouted as though he was truly hurt by her absence. Ri rolled her eyes. Don't worry about what I do during my free time. That being said, I did promise to take you around the guilds. I'm not familiar with the blacksmithing or alchemy guilds, but the formation guild, I can help with that. Dian nodded. He had already made the conscious choice to contribute as much as he could to those guilds so that his army would be the best equipped. He was taking their lives very seriously already. Suddenly, little Lila's voice came from atop little Black, Big brother, big sister, I want to go there. Her little chubby hands pointed towards a tower in the distance. When Dian realized what he was looking at, he chuckled lightly. It looks like I'll be treating you today after all, he said, looking at Ri mysteriously. Ri raised an eyebrow, looking towards the restaurant in the distance. Heaven's Wine? You're broke, how could you afford to treat me there? That very well might be the most expensive restaurant on the island. Even your original 1,000,000 profound stones wouldn't be enough. Also, aside from little Lila, we're not dressed nearly formally enough. Dian smiled. Don't worry about all that. Let's go. Jade watched through a mirror as Dian, Ri, little Black, and the pink-haired she had met just a few hours ago walked around together like a happy family. The empty feeling in her chest suddenly grew uncontrollably. She couldn't help but belittle herself for having ever harbored such hope. The scene of Dian and Ri making their way into Heaven's Wine and climbing to the top floor remained clear. They happily chatted with one another before finally scrolling through the menu options of the restaurant. Suddenly, little Lila called out to Ri. Tears hadn't fallen from her eyes just yet, but even though her face remained stone cold, one could see that she was fighting an inner turmoil. That's me, Jade thought to herself silently. Those emotions she's feeling, that's how I felt. Helpless. Alone. She watched as Ri ordered ice petals dance. A spiritual fruit in the shape of a flower with thousands of petals. Tears fell from her eyes as she described how her mother used to peel this fruit for her, but ever since she disappeared, Ri hadn't had enough skill to peel it for herself. Jade's heart was torn to pieces when she saw the caring looking in Dian's eyes. Why didn't he look at me like that when I was feeling the same pain? Could it be that he doesn't care about my pain? Ri trembled as little Lila wrapped her arms adorably around her head. It's okay, big sister. Dian watched this scene with a sadness still in his heart. He slowly stood, walking over to Ri and plopping down beside her. He smiled at Ri, who was holding Lila in her arms silently, still unwilling to cry. Dian looked at the menu to see what had sent Ri into such a state. There, the image of a beautiful flower-shaped fruit appeared. It was a cold, ice blue, and its petals were not unlike the aloe fruit from the human words, although their shape was much more delicate and fragile. The flower spread out from its center, beautiful, layering petal after petal in an elegant design. Dian didn't know why, but he didn't ask Ri whether or not she wanted it. He simply tapped the screen, causing the fruit to slowly manifest onto the round oak table. After waiting in silence for a few moments, Ree pulled little Lila into her lap. Patting the little girl's head, Ree took a deep breath, feeling a little bit better. She wiped the tears from little Lila's eyes, unwilling to the cheerful little girl cry. This is a fruit my mom used to cut for me when I was younger. It's called Ice Petals Dance. My mother loved the fruit so much that she created a sword technique named after it. I haven't had it for a long time. Partially because I miss her, but also because it's almost impossible to eat properly, she said softly. Diane looked at the fruit, a pondering look in his eye. Why is it impossible to eat? Ree sighed. Each petal contains the actual fruit within it, which makes peeling the fruits a near impossible task. There are hundreds of petals. Few people are even willing to go through the hassle. That's not even to mention that the coating of the petals is bitter to taste, but the fruit inside is really thin compared to the coating. So, if you peel it incorrectly, you could either end up with bitter-tasting fruit or no fruit at all. Diane pondered on this and suddenly smiled. How did your mother peel it? Ree smiled gently in reminiscence. Her sword cultivation was so profound, she would use her sword chi to peel the petals back, leaving only the fruit behind. It was delicious. Diane smiled, reaching his hand to the center of the fruit. Ree looked confused. Is he trying to do what my mom did? There's no way he has that much control. But suddenly, Ree's doubt vanished, her eyes widening in shock. Diane's eyes flashed with gold, remembering one of the very first arrays he had ever mastered, the spatial transference array. Sweat beaded down his forehead as the array contorted and deformed, slowly coating each and every one of the ice blue petals. Little Lila looked on, giggling happily as she watched. Minutes passed, and soon, Diane stopped, looking towards Ree with a large grin. Today, I serve you Ice Petals Dance. Diane Gentle grasped the center stem of the flower fruit, pulling upwards. A sweet aroma filled the private room. It was like lavender dipped into apple cider, giving their noses a slight and gentle itching sensation. The juices of the fruit slowly dripped from the now pinkish flesh as Diane held the fruit's shell in his hand. Ree's hands trembled as she slowly picked a petal, peeling it off and softly chewing on it. The tears she had held back finally couldn't be held back any longer. The only sound left in the room was a blue-haired girl sobbing in a fit of happiness and an aching longing. Thank you, Diane. Jade's longing and bitter expression turned darker and darker as she watched these scenes. Why couldn't he look at her like that? Why didn't he console her like that? Don't you see, Jade? The clan head stood to the side and sighed. This young man already has someone else in his heart. What is the point of hurting yourself like this? As an Eostray, we're all cursed to be unfeeling until the day we shatter our connection with our manifestation. Hold it in and suffer a little now so that the future generations of our family can be unshackled from this sorrow. Do you want your future daughter or granddaughter to feel the way you do now? Cut this part of yourself away. As cultivators, we live long lives. One day, you'll find someone you can truly share your fate with. Nothing in this world was black and white. The thoughts of the clan head were sincere. He truly felt that his Eostray clan had sacrificed too much for an elven kingdom that had given them nothing back. Why should their future generations sacrifice even more? Their selfish king left, disappearing without a word. Who knew how the clan head would react if he knew that King Acacia left to chase after his wife? Maybe he would have sunk into madness himself given the irony. How dare you chase after your happiness while we wallow in misery? Yes, father. I'll cut these emotions away from myself, Jade said softly before turning to leave. Her destination was none other than the orphanage. The first time he experienced these events, Diane believed that Jade had destroyed the orphanage in order to force him to have no choice but to lean on her for emotional support. But this truth was only an underlying and hidden plea from a young woman who needed help. Jade's true purpose was to make Diane hate her and despise her. Maybe then, she could forget him. The scenes before Diane's eyes rapidly changed. He could only watch in horror as Jade steeled her heart and directly cut Ms. Everdeen. Only now did he understand what truly happened. The gashes on Ms. Everdeen's body that made it look as though she had been tortured for days on end were each painfully inflicted by Jade herself. However, Tears that even she didn't realize fell from her eyes and stained her cold face as even under the cries and pleas of the surrounding children. She struck again and again. Each cut, each bruise, each and every painful cry was like another stomp upon Jade's heart. She extended it fully, as though feeling that if she ended this old woman's life too quickly, that the remaining pain in her heart would still be there. She needed to jump onto a road of no return, an irredeemable road, the kind that she could only give up her life to make up for. This was her resolve. As the said eyes of Ms. Everdene's frail body faded for the last time, a slight pained smile coated her thin lips. "I don't know what's paining you, child, but I just want you to know that I don't hate you. In fact, I forgive you." Ms. Everdene's voice weakly waned as she collapsed. Jade wanted to walk away, but she suddenly found that this scene was still too perfect. Despite her ghastly appearance, Ms. Everdeen still seemed to be peacefully asleep now, as though a burden of a lifetime had finally been lifted. Even after tying her up in a tree, Jade still didn't feel satisfied. A nagging guilt still remained in her heart. Why had she done this? Why had she stepped on this road of no return? Why? It's to forget. Yes, that's what it is. I want him to look at me with hate and disdain, yes. In a fit of madness, Jade ransacked the nearby farmlands, piling her spatial ring with manure. Soon, a mound of feces stood before her. In front of the scared children still hidden within the orphanage, she began to launch them at the wooden structure. With every throw, she somehow felt alleviated. Even as she coated her delicate palms with a horrid stench, and even as her once heavenly fragrance became rife with a diseased disgust, a morbid smile bloomed on her face. Yes, this was the real her. Who cared about how beautiful her outward appearance was? This depraved, stench-filled revulsion was her. Yes. By the time the moon rose into the skies, Jade's white gown was stained with a profuse brown-green color. Her silver hair was matted with the same look, and no one would dare enter even a 5-meter radius of her. What her father thought would cause her to cut off all ties had ended in her descending further. An uncontrollable, irredeemable offense that ended with the life of an innocent old woman and the trauma of equally as innocent children. The images changed once more. Diane now saw himself standing amid a forest of black flames. His heart was darkened and his rage was unquenchable. By the time he awoke from his anger, the orphanage he thought would stand a long time was burnt down to nothing but ash. The scenes shifted. Diane suddenly saw himself with Jade wrapping her arms around him from the back, her chest firmly pressed against him. "You can take me if you want, but know you must take responsibility. I'm not a match for your strength, and I won't pretend to be. You can force me to do whatever you like, but I'm willing to give myself to you to gain your favor, not as a toy for you to vent." Jade's eyes were resolute, but somehow also seductive. Diane's eyes never wavered, staring directly into Jade's. "Did you think I was a good guy right now? Take off your clothes." Jade's heart skipped a beat. She confused her own self. Didn't she want to get away from him? Tell him about all the horrible things you did to his dreams. Her mind roared. Isn't that what you came here for? To kick him while he was down? To sever their relationship entirely? Why did she feel guilty? Why did she care that his once pure eyes were filled with a murky anger? Why did she care that the young man who would never betray his love was suddenly asking her to strip? That's right. She should record this and show it to that love of his. Then she would never trust him again. Her dress slowly fell from her shoulders, filling Diane's eyes with what was nothing short of the body of a goddess. Her breasts had a natural and alluring dip to them. Her nipples were such a delicate and gentle shade of pink that it was almost an offense to touch them. Her chest didn't disappoint, bouncing lightly as Jade blushed furiously under Diane's gaze. As Jade was about to reach down and take her white laced panties off, Diane suddenly spun her around. Jade moaned as her face was lightly pressed against the wall and her breasts were gently fondled. Jade blushed as she felt something drop to her ankles. She didn't need to look to see what they were. Jade's mind became muddled. Isn't this what she wanted? Wait, no, that was what the her from before wanted. Hold on, was this really what the old her wanted? There was no love or care here. He was treating her just like he treated Mithrander, like a toy to be commanded. So why did it feel so good? Suddenly, a raging tempest of Diane's celestial will and aurora flame blazed as his hand invaded Jade's delicate regions. Cries of pleasure rang out from Jade for what seemed like hours. She lost count of how many times she climaxed that day. If it wasn't for Diane holding her up with his free hand, she would have long since collapsed to the ground. Her legs were weak, fragile, and trembling. Her fair skin was flushed a deep shade of red that glistened under the faint light of the corridor and her sweat. Finally, Diane let her go and she fell softly to the floor, trying to catch her breath. By the time she looked up, Diane was gone. Jade stared at the light of the array Diane had left behind. One hand between her legs and another on her breast. She shivered under her own oppressive sensitivity. Her back arched violently for the last time that day, Diane. By the time Jade came to her senses, another hour had already passed. Jade could only laugh bitterly to herself. You say you aren't a good guy, yet you did nothing but pleasure me for hours. You didn't take my virginity. You didn't ask me to please you. You just gave me what you thought I wanted and left. Touching her delicate regions again, Jade sighed. It just doesn't feel as good when I do it myself. An obsessive light colored Jade's eyes. The scene shifted once more. Diane, who had just left his first meeting with the hidden alliance force of the elves, headed by the fake royal princess, walked through the forest alone. Suddenly a gentle voice came from behind Diane. There are no beasts this way, you know. You didn't need to silence me. And even if you did you really need to silence my voice too? Do you hate me that much? Diane tilted his head back to look at Jade's lovely figure. But, to his surprise, she was already wrapping her arms around him and pressing her face to his back. Diane pried the girl's hands apart, pressing them against the tree and above her head. Jade pouted as she looked up at Diane with her purple-blue eyes. It was almost comedic how her arms were being pinned above her head. But the reaction of her chest was anything but. Diane couldn't help but be mesmerized by the deep ravine as he looked down. Jade blushed. If you wanted to look again, you just have to ask, but weren't you more interested in getting me to my knees the first time we met? I'm sure that hasn't changed, right? Diane's eyes widened in shock as Jade slid down the tree, allowing Diane to keep hold of her hands. The next words she spoke, though, even left Diane speechless. You were intent on keeping me silent before, right? Looking up at Diane from her knees, well, are you going to use some boring sound technique? Or are you going to put something in my mouth instead? Despite her question, Jade didn't allow Diane to answer. She had already used her teeth to pull his sweatpants down slowly. Suddenly, Jade's eyes widened. Staring at the sight before her, she laughed bitterly. This isn't fair, UKN. This time Diane didn't allow Jade to finish talking. His senses were invaded by a deep and warm wetness. The endless swirls and suction gave Diane a feeling he'd never felt before. His aurora and celestial will roared to life. Suddenly, his pleasure was Jade's. Jade felt herself weakening as she felt the sudden change. Suddenly, her watery eyes reddened with a fervent passion. That dull and uncomfortable pain she was feeling became nothing but a pool of pleasure she wanted to dive deeper and deeper down. In the end, she felt like she was drowning. An endless ravine gushed forth from Diane. The only thing she could do was accept it. Her hands no longer hers. Her body no longer hers. Her feelings no longer hers. With that, she passed out. Diane could see every time he wronged Jade, every time he ignored her cries for help, and every time he used her for his own gains. Maybe the former too he could be pardoned for. After all, he didn't have Lila's true empath ability. How could he read Jade's mind? But at the same time, what possible justification did he have for becoming so sexually intimate with her? Wasn't he simply venting his pent-up lust? Even still, that was looking at things through rose-colored glasses. Why was Diane so flirtatious when he already had Madeline in his heart? Just a few months ago, he had snorted at Madeline's idea that he might need more wives. Yet here he was, slapping his own face. Was it because he was immature? Was it because he was a young man still dealing with the throes of youth? Was it because the demon sage's blood compelled him? Maybe it was because of his demonic will, twisting and manipulating his personality and inner thoughts. The truth was all of these things were true, but so what? He claimed the heart of a woman, then arbitrarily threw it to one side. The scenes changed once more. Diane saw images of him confronting Jade, of him looking down at her with the very disdain she had hoped he would, but he also felt the pain within her, even as she laughed maniacally, playing every bit the role of villain. Her heart bled, pouring out in a desperate cry for help. In the end, Ri destroyed her looks, marring her face with scars and eliminating the last bit of sanity Jade had left within her. The world had abandoned her. Even the man she thought was so perfect had used her as a tool to vent his lust. Now that man, the only man she had ever felt something for, would never look at her even for such a debasing purpose again. The scenes changed one final time. Dian finally regained control over his body, only to see Jade's ice statue kneeling below Ms. Everdean's corpse, tears streaming down her face. At this moment, Dian's chest wasn't just figuratively bleeding. A hole had appeared, cutting through his skin and ribs to reveal his heart. Black blood poured out of the wound and his orifices, his eyes never leaving the kneeling silver-haired beauty. Dian's heart stood torn open. Even Dian wouldn't deny that he had been terribly immature in his youth. Regardless of whether or not he had the intention of acting on his words, he wantonly flirted with women. Whether it be Delia when he first met her, Ava just after she saved him from death by the Focus Academy fountains, or even again when she saved him from Darius or Jade, while Delia's matters ended simply with her falling in love with Eli. What about Ava? What about Jade? Was it possible that Ava was experiencing the same pain Jade was? Could her pain be his fault too? The mistakes of his youth tore Dian apart. As a man born in a society where monogamy was the only path, Dian didn't give much thought to such things when he entered the martial world. In fact, he hadn't even planned on falling for Madeline. It was due to a mixture of his own inner pride and arrogance added to her circumstances that almost forced them together. Who knew what would have happened had it not been for that? Could it have been possible that he would have left Madeline behind too? Even the matters with Ri hadn't ended so simply. Dian distinctly remembered a time where Ri regretted choosing him. At that point, had it not been for Dian's adamance, who knows if Ri would still be his wife today? And what about Clara? Her choice to save him cost her something she held precious. He crossed the martial world, taking women he took a liking to and snatching their hearts, only to neglect them by tossing them into a harem for his own safekeeping. Was this even how a real man should act? Where was his sense of responsibility? Were these thoughts even his own? Was it even possible to pay back his wives what he truly owed them? Dian had changed. He knew he had changed. Even for a low-hanging fruit of a joke, he no longer teased women. He had grown out of it, but he had never turned back to correct the mistakes of his past. How could he be so neglectful? When he watched Jade torture Ms. Everdeen, it was as though every attack and assault was being inflicted on his own body. There was nothing worse than seeing someone you cared for commit atrocities. The cognitive dissonance broke Dian. He didn't know how to fix this. He didn't know how to step forward. Dian struggled, his body being racked with waves of endless pain. He felt nothing but that debased, perpetual aching in his chest. I have to fix this. I have to. Dian still felt that it wasn't his right to forgive Jade. Although Ms. Everdeen's final words spoke of forgiveness, he still felt uncomfortable doing so. No matter what the underlying reason was, it was in fact Jade, by her own hand, that killed an innocent old woman. A roar escaped Dian's lips. All of his complex and enraged thoughts focused into a beam of sound, rattling the space around him. We both have to atone for our sins. I for Jade, and Jade for Ms. Everdeen. Dian suddenly remembered that he was within a trial. If he died here due to despair, nothing would change. Unlike the battle god who only saw an impossible path ahead, Dian sought after something greater. The battle god only relied on himself, believing the bigger fist would solve everything. In the end, he was almost right until he fell during his 9th and final trial. Dian could distinctly remember his manifestation berating him. At the time, Dian had thought that the sovereign heart's flaw was that it relied on others for strength. How could someone who pursued the highest martial peak only to rely on mere mortals to sustain their Tao path? Back then, his manifestation had said his understanding was shallow. Although he hadn't explained any further afterward, Dian felt that he had grasped the edge of something. The problem with Dian's sovereign heart wasn't that he relied on others, but rather that he solely relied on others. He lost himself to despair, but never used his own power to lift himself back up. Instead, he relied on the backs of those far weaker than himself to lift himself up. How pathetic was that? This time, Dian had no intention of doing such a thing. Even as his chest and orifices bled, Dian's thoughts weren't of losing himself to despair, but rather about finding a path to fix this. He wanted to give himself a chance to see Jade for who she really was, and he wanted to give her an opportunity to make up for her past mistakes. Dian was completely right. Had he taken this trial before speaking with his manifestation, he wouldn't have only failed, he would have died a miserable death. However, although this Dian was without a Tao heart, he was far firmer in his path than his former self. This Dian was willing to rely on others, but would never slack off himself. Dian walked to Jade's side and looked toward Ms. Everdene's crystal coffin. "I'll release you when I get out of here. Then you can pay her back in your own way. One day you'll be worthy of her forgiveness. If not, I have the resolve to kill you myself," Dian said softly. Those last words seemed to take the last bit of energy from him. Swearing an oath to do something he knew would leave a shadow over his heart for the rest of his life without thoughts of taking it back. This was his resolve. Dian disappeared, the bronze doors shimmering out of existence. Dian suddenly traded one pain for another. When he appeared back in reality, nothing had changed. His body was still in a sorry state of charred meat and bones. The only slight difference was that there was a pulsing golden glow floating just over his heart. It made his body almost look like an overheated metal in just that one spot. "Oh, looks like you survived. You're still screwed though." The Dragon King's words made one wonder whether he really was a transcendent or not. In fact, what kind of item spirit treated its master like this? As though it was waiting for Dian to die. But the rolling clouds in the sky made it clear that the Dragon King was lying. If it wasn't for the fact Dian's lips and eyelids were melted close, he would probably be swearing into the air even as the Dragon King took pleasure in his pain. How could Dian not know that the Dragon King's true body was probably watching his plight with a massive smile on his face on the immortal plane? Once Dian died, he would finally be free. Lightning tribulation. Madeline said softly to herself. Even she didn't know if she was relieved or scared. Everyone spoke about lightning tribulations as though they were weakest of the three tribulation types, but this was the incorrect way to look at it. What they truly meant was that the lightning tribulations had the lowest average of tribulation power. Due to the fact lightning tribulations had countless iterations, they not only appeared the most often, but their lower-end tribulations weighed the class of tribulation down as a whole. In the end, this resulted in many breathing sighs of relief when a lightning tribulation descended because they had a high likelihood of survival. Unfortunately for the Ragnar family, this actually became their curse. Because they practiced lightning arts, lightning tribulations were particularly fierce for them. But this also meant that those who entered the Tao realm were particularly powerful as well. Now that Madeline sensed a lightning tribulation descending, her heart constricted. Because the truth of the matter was that while the weakest tribulations were in this category of tribulation, so were the strongest. As though watching a nightmare, Madeline clenched her chest as she witnessed the once red-gold clouds shift, as though they were imitating the colors of the rainbow. Little Yang and Yin's eyes constricted. 4-color lightning tribulation clouds. When the purgatory flames descended, little Yang and Yin were worried, but they still believed in Dian. Even when the mighty bronzed war god doors descended, they breathed a sigh of hope. At least Dian wouldn't have to move his injured body under these circumstances. But now, even they couldn't rein in their emotions. The most frequent type of lightning tribulations was the 3-3 lightning tribulation. This denoted 3 strikes separated into 3 iterations for a total of 9. The most powerful was the 981 lightning tribulation, denoting 9 strikes separated into 81 trials. There were even talks of a possible 9-108 lightning tribulation, but this was only speculation. However, what laymen didn't know was that the basis of what decided the strength of a lightning tribulation wasn't just the number of strikes, but also the grade of the tribulation cloud. Usually, cultivators only faced 1-color tribulation clouds. This called upon the weakest yellow lightning to descend, but Dian called about the 4-color tribulation cloud, allowing for yellow, orange, green, and blue lightning to descend. This wasn't a simple matter of a new flowery color. For every step above, this color change caused a doubling of striking power. While color difference to regular lightning denoted a different path, for tribulation lightning to only denoted one thing: strength. Facing a 4-color tribulation cloud was like facing a lightning tribulation that had the potential to be as much as 8x more powerful than the tribulation of some facing a 1-color tribulation cloud. "Shut up," Diane said weakly. "What am I facing? Looks like 4-color tribulation lightning. Considering the size, it's probably a fairly normal 9-9 lightning tribulation, but considering the cloud type, you're as good as dead honestly." The Dragon King chuckled. "Oh." Diane's words still lagged, but he didn't show much of a reaction. "This is a pretty good opportunity to replenish a bit of the lightning willow mask. It won't be anywhere near its peak strength, but it'll function to hide my identity well." "Are you stupid, kid?" That old geezer specifically said that the mask could only lessen the strength of a lightning tribulation by 30%. "If you're planning on relying on that, you're worse off than I thought." Diane shrugged. "Maybe so, but I don't plan on dying here. The heavens can kiss my ass." The Dragon King's uproarious laughter filled Diane's ears. However, Diane had turned a deaf ear, instead willing the lightning willow mask to appear on his face. By the time he finally felt a faint connection with it, the first rippling of lightning tore through the air. It was a bright fluorescent green, being 4x more powerful than regular lightning. However, before it even reached Diane's body, something amazing happened. The faint image of a slumbering bird of incomparable beauty appeared, swallowing the streak of lightning whole. Diane was completely unaware of what happened. The heavens seemed enraged by the result, immediately following up with a blue streak of lightning 8x more powerful than yellow. But the result was the same, as though they were being shot into an endless black hole. In truth, Diane's grand teacher wasn't wrong. The mask truly was only meant to negate 30% of the abilities of a lightning tribulation. However, this matter changed when the mask was completely depleted. As things stood now, the lightning willow mask was akin to an empty lakebed experiencing its first rainfall in several thousand years. The heavenly liquid fell from the skies, first soaking its dried and cracked exterior, but seeping inward. Afterward, a thick layer of mud was formed before murky waters started to steadily rise. In the end, the dirt would slowly settle, leaving behind clear waters for all to see. Still, if this explanation was taken, it was far too shallow and empty. The truth of the matter stood within the fact that the lightning willow's item spirit had awoken. What was the point of an item spirit? Why was it that only the most powerful treasures seemed to have them? Diane's Demon Sage Tower, a treasure from the Immortal Plane, and the Dragon King. Both were items that seemed to exist outside the bounds of the mortal plane, neither of which were truly meant to be here. Despite the fact the Dragon King didn't have the true spirit of a weapon, it was already so powerful. At the same time, the abilities of the Demon Sage Tower were beyond the bounds of reason. Raising the quality of a blade by allowing it to swallow lesser weapons? Raising the bloodline of a beast using regular blood and not blood essence? This was simply unreasonable. When Diane triggered the life-saving ability of the Lightning Willow Mask, its hidden item spirit had awoken. Although he didn't see it at that time, it was responsible for both his survival and the benefits he received afterward. When the Lightning Sparrow appeared, it immediately felt a resonance with Diane's manifestation, unable to ignore the streak of golden lightning. While others might not understand the meaning behind such a thing, how could the Lightning Sparrow not? Yellow, orange, green, blue, violet, red, black, white, and finally, gold, each at least 2 times more powerful than the last. For it to see a master capable of evoking such a phenomenon, how could it not be moved? At that time, the Lightning Sparrow bound itself to Diane, unwilling to take a step back. It even angered the heavens themselves. To a lightning sparrow whose body encompassed all 9 colors, it would feel at home even in the face of a 9-cloud tribulation, let alone a mere 4-cloud. The lightning sparrow was cursed to never display its absolute beauty to the world, but that didn't mean that it had ever given up on doing so. Diane was its chance to reign in the heavens and shatter the laws that bound it. As long as Diane's mastery over lightning reached a certain peak, the sparrow would no longer be restricted. Madeline and the beast babies watched in shock as lightning streak after streak was swallowed into nothingness. The lightning sparrow's shadow was far too fast for them to see exactly what was happening. Even in its deep slumber, it was cursed with an otherworldly, unstoppable speed. Dian's manifestation shimmered into existence, rotating its 6 halos such that the streak of golden lightning shaped into a dragon stood at just behind its head. Yellow, orange, green, and blue swirls began to change its appearance. The one-colored golden dragon morphed once more, becoming a beautiful rainbow dragon. It crackled, looking far livelier than it did before as it roared into the skies. The heavens trembled in anger, but even as the final 81st streak of lightning descended as a brilliant ice blue, there was no change to the situation. The skies above closed unwillingly. No matter how enraged it was, the heavens could never break its own rules. Considering treasures were allowed during tribulations, what right did it have to still be angry? Unfortunately, what it could do was not heal Dian, and it clearly had no intention of adding him to Cultivate. However, even more unfortunate for the heavens, since when did Dian beg and plead it for anything? Boom! At that moment, Dian's thumping sovereign flame seed burst into a ray of golden light that slammed into the skies, shattering what remained of the lingering tribulation clouds, as though to express its dissatisfaction. All sorts of energies began to roll toward Dian. Essence, Saint, and Celestial all careening into his body at once as a magnificent change began to take place. His charred body became coated in a blanket of golden flames. This flame had no offensive or defensive power. In fact, it was incredibly docile and gentle. It was neither too hot nor too cold. In fact, it didn't even tickle Dian's skin. Instead, it softly washed over him like a mother bathing her newborn child. Dian suddenly felt his presence dropping at a drastic rate. From Peking to Lower King to Duke to Marquise to Earl to Viscount, before it finally disappeared into nothing. Yet, at this time, Dian's body was experiencing an even more shocking change. His body slowly repaired itself, revealing a face that made others tremble with just a single look. At the same time, it was so incomparably noble that it almost seemed blasphemous for a normal individual to lay eyes on him. They could only lower their heads as he walked by. Just what change was occurring? Just what was the secret of the sovereign flame? Sealed energies within the seal shook. At that moment, Dian's body cultivation, which had stagnated at the first celestial realm, skyrocketed. From the very beginning, Dian hadn't absorbed all of the energy from Evangeline's first 3 seals. One had to remember that according to Dian's calculations, shattering all 11 energy seals would bring him to the Tao formation realm. So how could one seal had been so pitifully weak? At that time, Dian not only sealed much of the energy from the energy seal, but also repeated the same feat with the soul and body seal. The paths of body refinement and body cultivation were different, but they still kept the same root. Dian diligently spent his time refining his body to greater heights and improving his strength, but he never improved upon his body's actual cultivation. However, it was at this moment that he finally reached the bottleneck he was looking for, causing both his body refinement level and body cultivation level to fuse as one and move forward together. The influx of energies served multiple purposes. Not only had Dian's body healed, but the weight he could sustain went from 106 million gene all the way to 199,999,999. The moment he reached this level, the clear shattering of a barrier resounded and his body cultivation that had stagnated for a long time moved forward. First celestial realm. Second celestial realm. Third celestial realm. The energy seal moved, flooding Dian's barren meridians happily. It condensed, again and again, forced by the laws of his silver mirror constitution into a paste similar to divine milk. Even saint energy hadn't been this solid. In fact, only the saint-level bold-type energy was able to surpass Dian's celestial energy in thickness. Just this amount of energy should have been enough for any normal cultivator to reach the third celestial realm. However, Dian only managed to 5 meridians, leaving him still a ways away from the peak of the first celestial realm. However, the power that brimmed within his body uncontrollably made even first-grade peak celestials tremble. The unspeakable changes continued, each more devastating than the last. Dian's meridians that had climbed to the first grade after awakening his birth constitution suddenly trembled under the might of his dense energy. It seemed that they would collapse at any time, unable to handle the difference in weight between saint and celestial chi. However, it was at that moment that the sovereign flame's changes to Dian's body continued. A surge of golden flames entered his meridians. In a process that was somehow gentle and violent, it smashed against the walls of the sturdy bronze silk, pushing it outward again and again. Before anyone could even realize what happened, Dian's meridians doubled in size. His once 5 filled meridians dropping to less than 3 in the blink of an eye. A golden sheen covered them, a look that should have been reserved for the gold silk realm. It was at this moment that Dian finally felt his slumbering soul stir. The soul seals had finally taken action, charging into his mind's eye with a steady flow of qi. Unable to withstand the pressure, the barriers around Dian's mind's eye shattered, and the once half-step planet qi became true planet qi. A beautiful illusory image floated in the air around Dian's unconscious body. The sights of numerous planets filled the skies. Some were as red as rubies, while others shimmered like sapphires. Lush greens and ocean blues were the most prevalent, making the odd colors stand out all the more so. The resounding sound of yet another barrier shattering streaked across the mystical world. 200,000 km. 300,000 kilometers. 400,000 kilometers. 500,000 kilometers. Not only had the mystical world's restrictions suddenly become useless against Dian, but his divine senses range more than doubled. His soul had officially breached the Tao realm. A feeling of majesty and control filled the space around him. The presence of his divine sense had become so dense that it weighed down the space it sat in. Everyone within it felt as though an absolute expert was watching their every move. As things stood now, Dian, who before could only use his wills effectively within a few hundreds meters of himself, could now repeat the same feat within several dozen miles without breaking a sweat. It was as though Dian's improvement was taunting the heavens themselves. Just when it seemed that things would finally settle down, something else would occur. Even the simple pulsing gold light on his body made the heavens feel inferior. In the end, things finally calmed down as Dian's inner world gently extended itself to 10 kilometers across. Dian lay on the burnt ground. Everything within several hundred miles of him burnt to ashes. Yet he was the one spot of absolute perfection. His skin was elastic and sturdy, radiating a vibrant rose-bronze sheen with just the slightest hint of gold. His brownish-red hair was now a dirty gold red, shifting in the wind ever so slightly. When his eyes opened and he finally looked at the world for the first time in several days, they were no longer their usually hazel green, but were now a striking gold with flecks of bright emerald hidden within. If you looked closely, you could see the embers of an ever-burning flame hidden deep inside his pupils. As Dian slowly stood, the barren earth trembled beneath his feet. This wasn't just because his weight had reached 200 million gene. Rather, it was something more shocking than Dian could ever imagine. His presence hadn't disappeared. It had fused into every fiber of his being. His qi, his bones, his muscles, his soul, his wills. All of it. Dian was so enraptured by the changes in his body that he completely forgot about everything around him. His fist shot forward. It was an absolute normal fist without any celestial qi or even his full strength. Yet what happened afterward was inconceivable. Space shattered like glass, flying around like the remnants of a destroyed window. Flecks of gray and black flew, unable to withstand his strength. Dian paused, looking at his fist like it wasn't even his own. That punch was only about 50% of his strength. In fact, more accurately, it was only 50% of his purely physical strength without the support of blood manipulation or qi, yet it shattered space. One had to know that back in Dian's home universe, he was capable of shattering space with his all-out attacks. However, this was being qi in general was incredibly scarce in his home, thus following that spatial qi was limited. As a result, space was very unstable. However, this matter was completely different in other quadrants, especially for the top-ranked quadrants. In those cases, even a Tao formation expert might not be able to shatter space with an attack. Of course, it had to be considered that this was a mystical world. In addition, it was on the verge of collapsing entirely due to Orcus' death. It would still last a few more weeks, but it was already a shell of its former self. The only reason it was still here was because Dian had yet to claim Orcus' legacy. Still, even with this being true, Dian was certain that even without using his spatial will, as long as he attacked with everything he had, even the space of the fourth-ranked quadrant would shatter. This may sound like a useless ability, but this wasn't the case at all. The ability to ignore space was incredibly important for becoming a Dao expert. Many of the abilities of a Dao formation expert existed outside the bounds of physics. Only by being able to shatter space would one be able to use them. This was also just one of the reasons why divine-grade techniques and above weren't able to be mastered by those below a certain level aside from not having enough qi to sustain it. Dian suddenly understood why the sovereign flame was such a sought-after treasure. While to the less informed, it seemed as though his presence had disappeared. The reality was that not only had it perfectly fused with his body, it had become far more potent. Dian's every action was filled with majesty and presence. This wasn't as simple as a multiplication of power. Simply put, Dian's opponents would have to have far greater cultivation than him to even stand a chance. If Dian wanted to, he could already shatter more of Evangeline's seals. In addition, as things stood now, the restrictions on Dian were almost non-existent. Rules that bound others had no way of shackling him. It was as though his presence fusing with him made him an overlord of the laws of the heavens. If his presence reached a high enough level, he could ignore even the most hard-set rules of the heavens. Dian couldn't help but think of Eli. On the day he reached God-level presence, he'd be able to remove the shackle on his friend. Although Eli never complained, Dian knew that he worked very hard to prove his usefulness. Although Dian never saw Eli as a person to be used, Eli refused to be a burden. In a world where power spoke volumes over everything, it was difficult for Eli to accept that he would never be able to properly cultivate in his lifetime. Dian's fists clenched. One day he'd release Eli of his shackles. In the back of his mind, Dian was faintly aware that the sovereign flame would only have such a big effect if taken before entering the celestial realm. This was because upon entering the celestial realm, one would undergo a major transformation. It was almost as though the heavens were providing you with a portion of its strength, so that you could monopolize an area of its territory. However, the moment you relied on the heavens to help you step onto the path of godship, you had already lost the war. Even if you tried to retreat, it was too late. The heavens really are just an evil loan shark. Dian thought with disdain. Breaking this restriction would be as impossible as a heaven's child leaving the umbrella of the heavens. Since they couldn't do it even with their overwhelming talent, how could others do it? The heavens had really pissed Dian off this time. Without the lightning willow mask, his death would have been absolutely certain this time. He was in no state to withstand 81 strikes of the four-colored lightning. Dian suddenly realized that his crown manifestation was shining more brightly. Before he could think about it anymore, he suddenly realized that just a meter in front of him stood an absolute beauty with tears running down her delicate cheeks. "You finally realized that I'm here?" Madeline said weakly. Dian felt a pang in his heart. With a single step, he crossed the distance that separated them and took her into his arms. He didn't know how he could forget something so important. Madeline giggled lightly, wrapping her slender arms around his broad back. It seemed Dian had grown taller again, now standing at 6 feet 8 inches. "Put on some clothes, pervert." Dian, after making himself a pair of comfortable sweatpants and cradled Madeline in his arms, leaping into the skies. Since he was unable to control his new strength, he accidentally left a crater spanning 500 meters wide and 100 meters deep, but he couldn't be bothered to care. He smiled as he saw the beast babies happily floating around in the skies. But his focus was on something entirely different. Before, he had been so focused on the matters surrounding the Lord Creator that he forgot something incredibly important. Christian 3 was the key wielder of the 4th ranked quadrant. The sort of leverage this key gave him was invaluable. Dian remembered that back then, Titus had ransacked their corpses. Could it be that he took the key for himself? Although taking the key of another quadrant was taboo, Titus didn't seem like the kind to care about such a thing. As expected, Dian was disappointed when he found the corpses of the 5 Golden Crow sect disciples. They had practically been stripped naked. "It's not too big of a deal," Madeline consoled. "If anything, the fact Titus has the key takes some pressure off us. Also, since Titus was the one to kill him, that alleviates our pressure even more." Dian sighed, but in the end he nodded. He preferred to have Madeline control the key. Its use in war was too great. With its help, Dian had confidence in using the Flaming Lily sect to take over the territories of the Fiery Lotus and Flame Rebirth sects before the Golden Crow sect could form an appropriate response. But without it, this was impossible. With Dian's soul having truly broken into the Tao realm now, he could finally use the true strength of the Tao of Array Alchemy. The level of formations within it were unlike anything these tower quadrants had ever seen before. The only unfortunate part was that Dian's soul chi had been forcibly raised to the planet chi realm. He didn't have the comprehension that came with it. However, with his soul talent, he was confident in as little as half a decade he'd be as proficient as any first-level planet lord. The auction will be a good place to gather the materials I need for laying these large-scale formations. If what I have already isn't enough, that is. Dian took a step forward, gliding toward the open doors of the third phase castle before he suddenly froze. Those 5 spatial rings. With a thought, Dian caused the 5 spatial rings Titus tossed at him to appear. They gently fell into Madeline's hands, who still happened to be in his arms. In the next moment, a very elaborate golden key appeared before the both of them. The last time Madeline saw this key, she thought Dian had died a horrible death. It was a kind of full-circle irony for her to see the same image with such happiness now. Although she had said that everything would be okay before, seeing this key here was actually a great relief. Unlike the Celestial Deer Corner, the Golden Flame Corner had hubs on both the Celestial and Tao floors, while those hubs of the Celestial Deer Corner were either already taken over or left dormant. This key was the best way to take control of them. Plus, that didn't mention its use militarily. Dian was about to sigh a breath of relief when the key suddenly tried to fly away at blinding speeds. Madeline's expression changed. How could she forget? The most powerful clans and sects placed contingency plans on their keys in case anything unexpected, like the death of the wielder, happened. The only reason that Dian's key just floated up, waiting for anyone to take it, was precisely because he didn't have such a plan in place. It was no wonder Titus left the key in God Goldine's spatial ring. He knew this would happen. However, did they really expect that their contingency plan was enough? Dian was a planet lord now, albeit only in power and not in comprehension. It was enough. Dian's hand reached out. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence fell from the skies. No, it wasn't presence, it was soul chi. In that moment, thousands of small formations shattered, causing the key to fall harmlessly from the skies and onto Dian's palm. Madeline blinked. That easy? Dian laughed, handing the key to Madeline. The formations protecting this key were actually magic circles. However, they hadn't been properly maintained. In addition, the magic comprehension was of the Moon Lord grade at best. In the face of Dian's presence infused soul chi, it was nothing but a wet piece of paper. I guess it's time to see what that Lord Creator bastard left behind. The heavens wouldn't allow him to form a legacy world without using a true legacy as its core. Plus, even though Dian didn't say it, he knew that Orcus' most valuable treasures, the ones he definitely couldn't bear to see taken away, were in this third phase castle. After this, Dian and Madeline could take their time in scoping out the remainder of the world, and then they could take it away. This way, Dian's empire would have 3 mystical worlds as long as he could find a way to stabilize this world from fading away. You can let me down, Madeline said teasingly. She was no longer sick and she was also in a good mood after bonding with the key. So, she found it quite funny that Dian was still holding her as though she was a newlywed bride. Never. Dian grinned, leaping through the doors of the third phase castle to enter a familiar sea of blue flames. This time, however, he hardly felt any heat. It was as though he was standing in a cool breeze. In reality, when Dian's soul broke through, he felt his innate flames vibrate uncontrollably. In that moment, had it not been for his actions, his half-step Tao would have become a full-fledged Tao. However, Dian didn't believe that this was the appropriate time to take such a large leap forward. Just because one has an opportunity to grasp at power, doesn't mean they should. This was especially so for Dian, a person whose tragic flaw could be considered his fiendish pursuit of strength. Simply put, something didn't sit right with Dian about his innate flames. The fact they worked almost like the instant comprehension of the battle god was just one of the reasons Dian was so off-put by them, other than the darkness of his chaos flames. That is, if Dian had to put his feelings into words, It was similar to the difference between fusing with the sovereign flames after entering the celestial realm and before. One gave you a power boost that was beyond imaging. Currently, Dian felt as though he could shatter a world with a single step. However, for the other, it wasn't nearly so exaggerated. This wasn't to say that one wouldn't benefit from the sovereign flame after the Saint Realm, because you would. The problem was that the benefits would be greatly diminished. While Dian's presence perfectly fused in all facets, someone who fused after entering the celestial realm would only be able to choose a very limited path. For example, if Madeline had been the one to fuse with the sovereign flame, she would only be able to choose one of the three paths. She could either decide to fuse it with her body, her soul, or her chi. And even in that case, the fusion wouldn't be perfect, but rather partial. In addition, the fusion wouldn't be able to sustain God presence. So, even if Madeline somehow broke into that realm sometime in the future, she would only be able to use a portion of the strength that would be possible. Of course, there was a reason all of this was important now. As the owner of the sovereign flame, Dian was able to produce sovereign sparks. These sparks are often the form of the sovereign flame that appeared in auctions. Dian could produce one spark per year if he relied solely on the sovereign flame itself. Or, he could use the sovereign flame's subdue ability to convert unique flames into sparks that served the same purpose. Although the sovereign flame had no offensive, defensive, or secondary profession abilities, it had two overwhelming strengths. The first was one Dian experienced, the perfect fusion of presence. And the second was subdue. In the sovereign flame's presence, scaling directly to its owner's presence, it was possible to make any flame it came in contact with bow down. This ability also came with the auxiliary skill of detecting unique flames and understanding their abilities perfectly. The applications of such an ability were endless. The first and obvious use was to be able to subdue a great number of unique flames. Fire was invaluable in many of the best formations within the Tao of array alchemy, and this obviously didn't mention their offensive power. This aside, subdue could also convert other flames into the sovereign flame's own power. Dian could trade 100 saint flames or 1,000 essence flames for a single sovereign spark. It was also possible to trade 10 celestial flames or 1 Tao flame for the same result. If Dian gave these sparks to his family, friends, and subordinates, their strengths would experience a qualitative change. In fact, the application Dian was most interested in was combining sparks with the martial saint pills. Dian had the faint sense that his meridians had shattered the barrier of the first grade and entered the true deity grade. Obviously, this was the effect of his perfect fusion. If the sovereign flame could affect his body, how could his meridians be the exception? In truth, Dian didn't care much about this change. Because he had his inner world, the increased size of his meridians was negligible. This change was only important insofar as it increased his cultivation speed and enlightened him on another potential use for sparks. If one chose to apply their spark to their meridians and took the martial saint pill at the same time, they wouldn't have to be incapacitated for years like Madeline was. They could immediately open 3 new meridians, assuming that they were already of the 9th order, of course. The last important point was that if one fused with a spark before the celestial realm, although you would still be restricted to only one path, the fusion of presence would be perfect and without flaw. The only unfortunate part was that a single individual could only fuse with a single spark, but this was already good enough. Madeline's giggling awoke Dian from his thoughts. "Your eyes were shining so bright that I thought you might blind me." Dian smiled, covering his wife's cherry lips with his own. His mood only got better. When Dian awoke from his dream of creating an undefeatable army with sparks, he realized why he didn't feel the heat of these blue flames. It wasn't that he had grown so outrageously powerful, but an ability of the sovereign flame. Due to its subdue ability, he had grown practically immune to flames, scaling directly to his level of presence. As things stood now, presence was still fundamentally a martial art, rooted in the human body. This meant that the strength of his presence was rooted in the strength of his body. It should technically be possible to ignore any celestial flame. However, the matter was more complex than this. Obviously, not all celestial flames were created equal. The title of celestial flame was similar to the title of celestial realm cultivator. Obviously, not all celestials had the same power. So, Dian could ignore flames relative to the unique flame rankings. With king-level presence, even the top 100 unique flames would have to bow to Dian. However, the top 30 would do no such thing. They would require emperor-level presence. Finally, even emperor-level presence was useless against the top 10, and even peak emperor-level presence had to give way to the top 3. Currently, Dian's presence was of the peak king level. That meant that if he had to face the rank 15 purgatory flames again, the abilities of the sovereign flame would be useless. Although purgatory flames are top 3 in offensive power, it is only 15th overall. Dian breathed out a soft breath, walking his way through the castle and back into the throne room. By now, the third phase castle was in shambles. What once was the lofty and beautiful core of this mystical world had been shattered by Dian's tribulation. In truth, none of the attacks Dian faced were strong enough to break this castle. The material was far too sturdy. It was just that the heavens had the ability to supersede the strength Dian faced for a moment in order to expose Dian to its clouds. Obviously, tribulation clouds couldn't appear within the castle, so it had to force Dian out. As things stood now, the still reddened skies above were viewable from within the tattered throne room as the roof had been torn apart. Oddly enough, when Dian and Madeline appeared in the throne room, they found nothing. Other than the now empty skeleton of the Lord Creator and his supreme grade robes, there was nothing left. Well, there was the sea of blue flames, but Dian didn't believe it was worth all of this trouble. Even red and green seemed to have died. Dian had previously been able to sense their presence within his mind's eye, but their life forces dissipated when Orcus breathed his final breath. Of course, this was more understandable now. After finding out that Orcus had the death god body, Dian understood that the Guardians were actually just his corpse puppets. It now made perfect sense why they called him Lord Creator. As for why they had sentience, there were two possible explanations. The first was that Orcus paid a price to maintain their minds after their deaths. This was what he had planned to do to Dian. The second was that he refined their corpses to such a great degree that they birthed corpse spirits. This concept was similar to item spirits. Corpses that birthed their own spirits were far more agile and intelligent in battle, not to mention far more powerful. However, it took a lot of effort to refine a corpse to this degree. The difference between the two methods was obvious. One paid a heavy price up front, while the second paid this price out on the back end. Both paths had their advantages and disadvantages. "This isn't right," Dian said with a frown. "I'm certain that this mystical world is actually a legacy world, so where is the legacy?" Madeline flew from Dian's arms, catching him slightly off guard, but when he saw her destination, he suddenly understood. Grasping at the crown that sagged from Orcus' blackened skull, Madeline sent her senses toward it before shaking her head in a daze. There were dozens of gems on this crown, and each one was actually a vast hidden space containing innumerous resources. Madeline smiled, floating back to land in Dian's arms. "Take a look." When Dian's consciousness entered one of the gems, he suddenly understood why it was that Orcus seemingly didn't care about the resources on the ground. He had actually been accumulating them for years. Before now, the amount of timeless and spaceless stones Dian accumulated was only enough to cover a solar system. Also, this was quite a large area. It was too small for Dian's needs. However, the accumulated amount here was enough for 5 universes. It was akin to a difference between heaven and earth. Dian was certain that there should have been far more. However, for some reason Dian was unaware of Orcus used much of it, or else how vast would trillions of years' worth of resources be. Dian suspected that this was related to the fact that this wasn't a true legacy world, but a hybrid of sorts. This was what allowed Orcus so many degrees of freedom. The heavens likely helped out partially, but Orcus needed to make up for the rest. Still, Dian was satisfied. This much would be enough to last him for many decades until he was ready to reap the harvest of his plans. As Dian continued to look, he smiled at what he found. However, he wasn't over the moon. None of these things could count as Orcus' legacy, unless Dian's eyes suddenly trained on the throne of black that sat untouched. Even with all the commotion around it, it was completely unscathed. "Is everything not in there?" Madeline asked, a bit confused. C had only taken a cursory glance, but even she was overwhelmed by what she saw. Aside from the timeless and spaceless stones, there were moon jades Dian hadn't been able to find, which made sense considering Orcus took a path not to mention enough body construction materials to build 20 clones of himself. The best part was that in Orcus' boredom, he had already constructed the vessels needed, meaning Dian didn't to waste time improving his runic vein mastery anymore. He could give his masters, the tidal spirits and his clone bodies right now. Knowing that this was Dian's main goal, Madeline found it odd that he was looking for more. "It's not that I'm ungrateful," Dian said jokingly. "It's just that none of Orcus' core teachings are in this crown. From what I understand, there's no way Orcus left those manuals with the Golden Crow sect." Madeline nodded in agreement. All this time, the Orcus had just been using his descendants. For his goals, they were far too weak. Why would he care for them? If he left his core teachings with them, they would have definitely been stolen away by a more powerful clan by now. In addition, the Golden Crow bloodline was already far too diluted. The fact they even maintained even a faint resemblance up to now was a testament to how powerful the bloodline had once been. It was similar to how the celestial beasts still managed to survive until now, except for the fact the celestial beasts are even more ancient than the Golden Crow. Dian walked to the throne, looking from the crown to the throne and back again. He suddenly felt like he understood something. What a cautious guy. Even with all of his previously laid out plans, he had one more contingency plan. If it was the me before, I definitely wouldn't have noticed this. It's no wonder he didn't risk allowing Dao experts in despite the fact using them would have drastically cut down the time he needed. Soon afterward, Dian had explained the situation to Madeline. Within the throne, there was a final gem connected to Orcus' crown. The problem was that this gem had an inner space set to self-destruct. Orcus clearly decided that if he were to fail, he didn't want anyone benefiting from his treasures. If it was a normal individual, Dian would have sneered at the attempt. The issue was that Orcus was a Star Lord in his life. What did Dian's newly formed planet Chi have in the face of Star Chi? If he even attempted, it was likely his mind's eye would shatter. Luckily, not all hope was lost. The same mistake that cost Orcus his life was the same mistake that would force his treasures to have no choice but to land in Dian's hands. It all boiled down to his soul nature. Due to his caution, the one formation in this mystical world that Orcus never neglected to upkeep was the very one hidden within his throne. The problem was that as his soul nature strengthened, so did the death characteristics of the arrays he drew. There was something else that benefited Dian. Orcus claimed to be an alchemist, a beast tamer, and a runic vein master, but he never claimed to be a formation master. From what Dian could see, his skill level in formation was barely at the Comet Lord realm, far weaker than Dian. It was just that the star chi he used to form this comet-grade array was giving Dian headaches. However, if Dian and Madeline worked together, they could fuse Dian's planet chi with life essence. In that case, it would be enough to combat Orcus' death-natured star chi, especially since Dian's presence had been perfectly fused with his soul chi. With those thoughts understood, the husband-wife pair set off to work. In the end, it took them almost a month of slow, agonizing work before the array finally shattered safely. By now, there were only a few hours until the world collapsed. But now that Dian and Madeline had taken control of the true core of the world, the mystical world stabilized once more. Dian laughed. This Orcus was definitely a genius. He managed to trick the heavens into thinking that this place was a legacy world, and now the heavens think that we're looking for inheritors as well. It was only now that Dian and Madeline partially understood. A large part of Orcus' resources had gone towards stabilizing the cognitive dissonance the heavens experienced due to this fake legacy world. This allowed Orcus to receive the help of the heavens while also having the benefits of a mystical world. The theory behind it was so complex that Dian found it impossible to wrap even his head around it. This required such a deep understanding of heavenly laws that Dian could only admit it was too far above him. However, at this moment, Dian couldn't be bothered to care. Before him now sat exactly what he had been looking for, Orcus' core teachings. It wasn't just that either. The treasures here were few, but their level was rare even by Dian's standards. He could only shake his head and smile stupidly as he wiped the sweat from his face. There was one treasure here that Dian was the most excited to see, one he ignored even the ominous black booklets for. It took the shape of a small black skull the size of a baby's head, but it was distinctly inhuman. Its eyes were far too large, its teeth were jagged, and it had horns that curled into a demonic spiral. Diane's instincts told him exactly what this was immediately. This treasure was the secret to cutting off the connection between slumbering ancestors and their clans. Diane looked at the small skull in his hands. Off to the side, Madeline sat in meditation. For her, these flames were an important source for increasing her comprehension of life will. Considering its important, life abyssal cores were even rarer than death abyssal cores. Such an opportunity was unheard of, so she took full advantage. In truth, Madeline life will was tied to her ice phoenix flames. The issue was that this wasn't enough. The ice flames had the characteristic of life, even ranking ahead of purgatory flames to solidly place sixth. However, this characteristic had to be nurtured as it could very easily be suppressed by the flame's piercing cold characteristic. Although Madeline's flame will had reached the 9th intent realm, her life characteristic was lagging behind severely. As a supreme law, how could life will be so pitiful? Yet, Madeline was unable to heal Diane's body alone without support. This showed just how lacking her flame's life characteristic was. The best way to solve this issue was to comprehend life will separately and slowly infuse this comprehension into her flames. Eventually, they would become one and Madeline could focus on simply raising the grade of her flames as a whole. Diane turned back his attention to the baby skull. What is this? The path of death infused within this skull is very odd and complex, but it also has a very deep and rich history. Little Yin and Yang spoke as one as they often did when using their historical pathtime will. This skull is from a species of demon royalty. The demon royal has long been extinct and disappeared after the Chaos era. At least, this was the case in their true form. Smaller branches of demon royalty survived into the primordial era, but by then they were mere shells of their former selves, were eventually replaced by the devils that practice along the devil path. However, demonic royals are the originators of all such paths. As things stand today, the only remaining pieces of this history can only be found on the ancient battlefield where the beginning of time meets the end. This skull is that of a child from the Chaos era, a true blood noble of one of the most powerful of the 7 sinful clans, the Pride clan. Diane's eyes contracted. What did the twins mean, the only remaining pieces? How could that be true? Back when Diane entered the Valley of Geniuses and captured the 3 Kitsune geniuses, one of the emperors that gang up on him was a member of one of these sinful clans too. Wasn't he? His name was Chanzue, and he was an obese young man who proudly touted that he was part of the 23rd ranked quadrant's Glutton clan. Even though the twins only named one of the 7 sinful clans, wasn't it obvious by the title of the Pride clan? Everyone knew what the 7 deadly sins were: pride, greed, lust, envy, gluttony, wrath, and the sloth. If the Pride clan was a part of them, it followed suit that so was the Glutton clan. As far as Diane knew, they no longer called themselves the 7 sinful clans, but rather used the 7 dark sins instead. He didn't know why this difference mattered or why a martial world that seemed intolerant of devil path cultivators would allow their root clan to exist among them either. This child was of the main Pride bloodline and highly talented. However, he died an unresigned death far too early. Orcus then found this skull within the ruins of a Pride clan burial ground within the ancient battlefield. After countless years, the resentment and deep-seated pride of the youth birthed a novel phenomenon, forging a new path of death: nihility. Nihility, Diane mumbled under his breath. The word simply meant nothingness. An apathy toward all of existence, a pride so bone-deep that even the fabric of reality meant nothing to you. For this youth to create such a path even in death. Diane took a deep breath. Such a path really made him clear on just why his manifestation shamed his concept of sovereignty. He claimed to want to rule all paths, but what was his comprehension in the face of this? Could he really claim dominance over such a path? The one answer he had was absolutely not. Now Diane understood how Orcus cut off the connection between the slumbering ancestors and reality. By relying on this skull, he could tap into the path of nihility and then use it to sever whatever awakening mechanisms they had remaining. Since the ancestors were technique towing the line of life and death, it made it exceptionally easy to use it on them. It should be noted that this concept of ease is relative. If Diane tried to replicate Orcus' deeds, he would die without even a corpse to bury. Not only was his path too weak in the face of something like this, so was his death intent. Diane even believed that this was also the case for Orcus. If Orcus hadn't had the death god body, he wouldn't be able to withstand the burden of using this treasure. This experience opened up a whole new world for Diane. The fact he had found such an otherworldly abyssal core wasn't even at the forefront of his mind. Instead, he felt like he finally understood what it meant to create a true path for oneself. Diane lightly clutched the skull head. Within his heart, he silently bowed to this child. If he could ever pay the Pride clan back for this service, he would do so. Soon, he realized that his hand was quickly corroding even with his added strength and undead body. So he quickly placed it back within the black box Orcus kept it in and tucked it away. This also broadens my scope of the martial world. If beasts exist as the representation of paths, it makes sense that there would be representation for the darker side of things as well. Dragons represent sovereignty, while the other side of their coin is the Pride clan, representing pride. Truth be told, Diane wanted to fuse the baby skull into his clone's body as well. However, he knew that that would be foolish. This skull would definitely cause what remained of Orcus to be incinerated. If this happened, although Diane would gain what was left of the talent of the Pride clan youth, he would lose the Death God constitution. It wasn't worth it. Instead, he decided to first create his clone using Orcus skeleton. After he successfully birthed the Death God constitution within himself, he would slowly absorb the skull's essence over time. Finally, putting those thoughts aside, Diane continued to the second treasure. This time, it was an alchemy cauldron or furnace. It made sense that someone like Orcus would have this within his prized possessions. The question was, what was it about this furnace in particular that was so far and above the others that Diane had stumbled across in this mystical world already? The cauldron stood at almost 5 meters tall and was even more exaggeratedly wide. It was deeply black set, but had swirls of dark gold covering its body. Diane was certain that it had a shrinking mechanism of some sort, but he had yet to refine it, so he couldn't use this ability. Usually, soul path treasures like this one would fall over themselves to accept Diane as their master. But it seemed the mark of a higher existence was something even Diane couldn't ignore. He felt some intimacy with the cauldron, but it still wanted him to put in some effort due to its past glory. Diane smiled lightly, his hand reaching forward. With a single touch, the cauldron vibrated happily. It was ecstatic that Diane hadn't looked down on its pride, and instead decided to take a step back despite his talent. This was a master worth having. It had to be said that this was a cauldron that had birthed star-grade pills. How could it not have such pride? In fact, it was very close to birthing its own item spirit. Once that happened, it would cross into the 10th supreme grade realm and become a pseudo-treasure of the 33 heavens. As of now, it was stuck at the 9th. The cauldron spun, landing in Diane's hand like a fluttering butterfly. It was practically weightless. Diane's eyebrow raised. This cauldron was actually Orcus' main weapon. As Diane looked through the abilities of the cauldron, he came to understand why Orcus treated the others as collateral, but couldn't bear to part with this one, even to the point of hiding it within his throne. Normal alchemy furnaces might increase success rates, automatically replace the need for some unimportant sub-main ingredients, or supplement one's soul strength. But Diane found all of these abilities useless to him, or at least they didn't warrant him lugging them around. However, this furnace was different to the point where Diane's eyes lit up, his heart leapt with a hint of excitement, and a smile crept onto his face. In truth, this wasn't just an alchemy furnace. It could be used as such, but it was also an excellent weapons master workbench. Diane's masked wife Stealer persona always carried the so-called workbench on his back. It was well known that weaponsmiths treated their workbenches better than even their wives. The kind of intimacy one had with a workbench was even deeper than a sworn brother. Still, this was just one ability. In fact, it was an ability Orcus neglected since his weaponsmithing was just as poor as his array-forming abilities. This meant that there were other reasons Orcus was infatuated with this treasure. Firstly, it could accomplish much of what those lesser alchemy furnaces could to a far higher degree. When using this furnace, one would be allowed to replace mature plants with their immature versions even if said plant was a main ingredient. For example, when Diane concocted his pulse pills, he had been limited by their pulses. However, with this alchemy furnace, concocting a pulse pill with a 6 golden pulse fruit would be like concocting a pulse pill with a 7 golden pulse fruit with a normal furnace. Although it could only do this for comet and moon-grade ingredients, this was more than enough. If it ever birthed its item spirit, it would be able to do this for planet-grade ingredients as well. Aside from this ability, the furnace had a time array that could drastically cut down the time needed to concoct a pill. In addition, it also had accumulated incomprehensible amounts of medicinal essence, allowing it to birth 90% pure pills even in the hands of the weakest alchemist, assuming this pill was at the comet level or below. And it could give even a Star-Lord 50% more stamina than usual. However, none of things were what made Dian's heart pump. Instead, what boiled his blood was the fact there was a star-grade formation hidden deep within the furnace, so deep that even Orcus only discovered it after thousands of years of using this furnace. This array had the ability to record the abilities of its owner. As long as you provided the furnace with enough Dao stones, it could perfectly replicate this recording and concoct pills to its owner's peak level. That was right. Dian didn't want this cauldron for all of its hidden abilities, but rather for simply this one. Dian had too many things on his hands to deal with at once, and he refused to use the resources to create a clone simply to have it concoct pills 24/7. Originally, his plan was to train up the geniuses with lower blossom stage innate souls and have them become the backbone, but in reality, even that was only a small stopgap. After all, there were only 10,000 of them and they had suffered such horrible trauma as well. Dian felt bad relying on them for such a thing. However, this cauldron changed everything. If Dian left it in Sol Ren Quadrant, it would be similar to if he never left at all. All he would have to do is leave instructions for the cauldron on what pills to create, how many to create, and at what frequency, and the show would run itself. Dian almost felt it was a pity to use the cauldron like this. After all, its abilities in combat were even fiercer than its use in alchemy and weaponsmithing, but Dian had to keep his priorities in line. His own combat prowess was only as useful as the combat prowess of those beneath him. Even if he came an undefeatable higher existence, it would mean nothing if he had to face trillions of enemies alone. He had his limits and he knew them well. "I'm sorry, little guy." Dian stroked the cauldron. He could sense its disappointment, but he had no choice. "One day I'll bring you out to the battlefield so you can vent some frustration. I promise." The only shame about all of this was that the cauldron lost its copies of Orcus' abilities after he died. It seemed its copying ability was reliant on a soul link with its owner, something that was now gone. But Dian wasn't too disappointed about this. Although Orcus could concoct star-grade pills, Dian would have to find the ingredients before he could do so in the first place. So, in the short term, he wouldn't even be able to make full use of Orcus recordings. Also, for lower-grade pills, Dian was confident that even a Star-Lord wouldn't far outstrip him in concocting comet-grade pills. As for moon-grade pills, although they would be clearly better, it wouldn't be by much. The next treasure was actually hung from Orcus' body, and that was his supreme grade robe. In reality, this robe wasn't so simple at all. Back within the invisible sky castle, Dian had found many comet and moon lord robes, but he had found them all to be useless. However, this was a bona fide Star Lord robe. Not only that, but it was the robe of the highest 6th-tier Star Lord. Although Dian didn't care for Orcus' alchemic legacy considering he had the Tao of Array Alchemy, what he did care about were the other uses of such a robe. It had to be said that getting your hands of a Star Lord robe without first being one yourself was near impossible. This was because its creation required star chi and it was often set to self-destruct upon its owner's death. However, Orcus had obviously disabled this function. If he hadn't, when he formed this legacy world, his robe would have burnt to ashes. This benefited Dian greatly, allowing him to reap it as a reward. Now putting on a show should be far easier, Dian thought with a grin. The first thought Dian had was immediately about using this cloak as a facade. The geniuses were already so shocked by his being a Moon Lord. How would they react when they found out that it really was true, that he had a Star Lord backing him? The second use of this cloak was protection. Orcus had been too arrogant in his battle with Dian, not feeling the need to activate this cloak's defensive abilities. If he hadn't been, it would have been impossible for Dian and Madeline to win so easily. In fact, it might have been impossible to win at all. Although the Star-Lord cloak refused to acknowledge Dian as its master, thus leaving him unable to understand the extent of its abilities, Dian still had the hamster twins. Aside from a passive ability of blocking 10% of an opponent's strength, as things stood now, the cloak had enough star chi to block the full-powered strike of a middle Dao expert 3 times. This ability could be replenished by feeding the robe's star-grade soul stones. Its second ability was replenishing of soul stamina. It could nourish the soul and provide as much as double one's usual soul strength. Its third ability was speed. This didn't denote movement speed, but rather speed in forming formations. Dian's already quick pace could be increased by 20 more %. The cloak's last ability was escape. This could only be used once without replenishment. It could teleport its wearer across a universe regardless of spatial restrictions. However, replenishing this ability took an unsightly amount of star-grade soul stones. Luckily, it was already loaded, and even if it wasn't, Orcus had left behind mountains of such soul stones. The best part about this escape ability was that comrades could be taken as long as the user thought it. Maybe the only drawback was that the ability to 10 seconds to activate, which meant one needed to survive whatever danger they faced for that period of time first. Finally, Dian put down the cloak and headed toward the next treasure. When Dian held the faint red hold medallion in his palm, he didn't immediately believe that it was some groundbreaking treasure. But when it immediately bound itself to him and he saw its abilities, a massive grin spread across his face. Dian slightly trembled as he clutched the red gold medallion. He knew nothing within Orcus' core legacy could be common, but when he first saw this medallion, he was skeptical. He couldn't see anything special about it. But when he sent his senses inside, he immediately understood what it was. This medallion was a mending core. Mending cores had long since gone extinct. This wasn't because they were a life form of some sort, but rather because humans with the skill necessary to form them stopped appearing. Of the 4 eras, the modern era was most definitely the weakest and least informed. As the chaos ratio increased, the dregs of history and past accomplishments were wiped away. Maybe the only true remnants that remained of the past ages were on the ancient battlefield. The secrets of mending cores were labored over to great depths within the Tao of Array alchemy. Unfortunately, the minimum requirement needed to forge one was the Star-Lord realm, something Dian was very far away from as things stood now. The purpose of mending cores is hidden within its name. They're created to reconstruct, fix, and build. However, the true magic of these devices was that they needed no further programming. No matter what the task was, a mending core would be able to immediately analyze the situation and, after being provided with enough energy, could proceed to fix what was broken to its peak state. Mending cores weren't restricted either. In fact, they almost had no limitations at all, since even the lowest was classified as a 7th-tier supreme grade treasure. Once a treasure enters the 7th tier, they are denoted as star treasure, ranging from the 1st to the 6th level. 4th, 5th, and 6th tier star treasures are called pseudo-treasures of the 33 heavens. While obviously true treasures of the 33 heavens are even above this ranking. As one might expect, mending cores thus ranged from 1-star treasures to 6-star treasures. What separated these treasures' ranks would be both the difficulty of repair it could withstand and also the amount of energy needed for a given repair, thus efficiency. A 6-star mending core would need far less energy to accomplish the same task as a 1-star mending core. The one currently in Dian's hand was a mighty 4-star mending core. Even at their peak, such a mending core was incredibly rare. It was no wonder Orcus treasured it. In theory, even if it was a damaged treasure of the 33 heavens, a mending core had a chance to repair if one was willing to spend an ungodly amount of energy stones. However, this wasn't what Dian wanted to use this amazing treasure for. He wanted to use this 4-star mending core to rebuild the Celestial Deer sect. When Dian first found the ruins of his sect and his master, he had relied on its training rooms to forcibly gain some comprehension of wills. However, he hadn't used them since then. It wasn't because he had forgotten about these rooms, but rather that they were too useless to him now. How could a grand sect like the Celestial Deer sect, one that was even feared by the clans of the outer quadrants, only have training rooms capable of helping comprehend wills alone? At their peak, these Celestial Deer sect training rooms could accommodate even Dao experts in their comprehension. If Dian allowed the mending core to repair the Celestial Deer sect to its original stature, not only would he gain a second base of operations, but the formations that once protected and supported the sect would fall into his hands once more. Formations Dian had neither the skill or resources to create as of now. This wasn't all Dian wanted to repair either. Back when he first met Ri and entered the elven tombs, he took the 2 sentries for himself. It was in large part to these sentries that Dian was even alive today. One of them was responsible for Matriarch Nivea's death, while the other, although in complete ruin now, was responsible for helping him survive the combined assault of Loki and Elder Daiyu. Dian remembered that the first time he analyzed the puppets, he found that their energy absorption arrays were greatly damaged. Their Dao absorption arrays were in tatters, while their celestial absorption arrays were only good enough to sustain the lower celestial realms. Obviously, the strength of those puppets as things stood now was useless to Dian. He could defeat a puppet with such strength with a single finger. However, Dian also remembered that the peak strength of the sentries was the peak Dao realm. One might wonder why Dian cared for this. After all, after Evangeline opened the 2nd floor of the Demon Sage Tower, he had gained access to 20 Dao puppets now. The answer was simple: cost. The Demon Sage Tower fell from the Immortal plane. The fact that the puppets within it could even be used with normal energy stones was a blessing in and of itself, but the cost was astronomical. Remember, in order to power a single puppet for just 1 minute, it required 1,000 energy stones of the corresponding ranking. To make matters worse, that was only if you wanted the lowest tier performance. Meaning, if you fed a saint puppet 1,000 saint stones, you'd receive 1 minute of battle prowess at the first saint stage. If you wanted to push it to the 2nd saint stage, you'd only have 6 seconds. If it was the 3rd, you'd only have 0.6 seconds. If you wanted the full minute, you would need to invest 10,000 saint stones for the 2nd stage and 100,000 for the 3rd. For the Dao realm, the cost was even more unsightly. In regards to the Dao puppets, everyone knew that there were 3 tiers: Dao stones, transcendent stones, and enigmatic stones. Dao stones corresponded to the 1st to 4th Dao stages, transcendent the 5th to 8th, and finally enigmatic the 9th to 12th. If Dian wanted a peak Dao puppet for 1 minute, the 10th Dao stage, he would need 10,000 enigmatic stones. This meant 10 billion transcendent stones and 10,000,000,000 Dao stones. For just a single minute. This didn't even consider that the fact that this puppet would be the lowest of the peak Dao experts, a 10th stage Dao expert. Yet this was the cost for just a single minute. Why were the costs so high? Because these puppets weren't meant to be used with mortal-type chi in the first place. They were meant to fight against transcendence on the Immortal plane. The fact they could work in the first place was thanks to the modifications the Tower item spirit made to them. However, the elven puppets were different. Not only would their cost be far less, they could also self-cultivate. They didn't need energy stones to function. The only reason Dian was forced to use such stones before was because their absorption arrays were damaged. Dian estimated that it would take several thousand stones to repair the puppet he used in his battle against Loki and Elder Daiyu. This was an amount that was within Orcus' crown, but he was reluctant to use so much. Luckily, the puppet that hadn't participated in the battle was in much better shape. Dian believed simple Dao stones would be enough to repair in fully, or just a few dozen transcendent stones. The best news was that since Dian's soul had crossed into the Dao realm now, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to control these puppets. And, even if he didn't and allowed them to fight through their own devices, they would still be able to display the battle prowess of a middle Dao expert. With such support, Dian could see a path to conquering Celestial Deer and Soul Rend Quadrant much sooner than he expected. Also, this would make him far more confident. "I'll bite the bullet," Dian said resolutely. Having 2 peak Dao puppets is invaluable right now. Without any hesitation, Dian immediately took out the 2 sentries. They had once both stood just over 20 meters tall, each shimmering with a beautiful obsidian, but now they were shells of their former selves. One was completely unrecognizable, nothing but a pile of broken pieces. The other was still in fairly all-right condition, it was just a bit banged up and dusty. Dian was about to allow the mending core to accomplish its task when he suddenly thought of something and paused. After a few moments of hesitation, Dian steeled himself and took out several piles of moon and star jade. Moon and star jade were able to purify energies, speeding up the cultivation process. Moon jade purified yin while star jade purified yang. If the mending core infused these jades into the bodies of the sentries, not only would they gain a sturdier frame, their absorption arrays would jump an entire level in efficiency. Dian knew that it would take some time for the sentries to cultivate back up to the peak Dao realm, so he decided to speed the process along a little. Now, a process that would have likely taken a few centuries could be accomplished in a few decades. In addition, Dian would be able to gain to lower Dao expert protectors immediately. Together, even a middle Dao expert would have to be wary. Before, Dian knew of two abilities the sentries had. The first was to instantly switch positions with one another, and the second was to instantly form a line of energy that could cut through almost anything between one another. But he had a feeling that after these repairs, there would be more. After bounding with the mending core, Dian allowed it to analyze the two sentries. As expected, the relatively more intact sentry only required 34 transcendent stones to be perfectly repaired. However, Dian's heart bled when he read the information for the second. It actually needed 34,675 enigmatic stones. If this had been a 1-star mending core instead of a 4-star, it likely would have taken millions of enigmatic stones. Orcus' collection, due to the fact he siphoned a portion away to stabilize this mystical world, was only about 50,000 enigmatic stones. This meant that Dian lost over 60% of his newfound wealth in an instant. How could he not cry tears of blood? In the end, he steeled his heart and followed through. Still, he couldn't help but worry about just how much he would need to fully repair the celestial deer sect. The mending core would need 3 months to complete its task. This would put Dian and Madeline behind schedule in exiting the mystical world on time. But it was worth it. Dian's only hoped that his wives wouldn't worry too much about his late exit. "I've become such a money grubber." Dian shook his head, laughing to himself. This sort of added protection was wholly necessary. Dian was about to dive into a world he couldn't underestimate. The more trump cards he had, the better. Dian settled his emotions, giving a loving glance toward Madeline before he continued going through Orcus' treasures. The next one was something he would have never expected. It was a map. The map wasn't of some hidden treasure. Or, rather, it wasn't of the kind of treasure Dian expected. The death god body had high offensive strength on its own, but what made it truly worth of the god grade were its auxiliary abilities, namely the control of corpses. In truth, this title of corpses was misleading. Orcus wasn't like those other corpse clans and sects who needed the minted body of a deceased. Orcus could create amazing warriors with just the skeletal remain of a beast or human if he so chose. In fact, he would often refine whatever flesh remained into bone, strengthening its durability and vitality to leave behind a black skeleton. Not only did this give his creations an eerie and sinister appearance, it also strengthened them to inconceivable levels. Plus, some of the most powerful corpses are from ancient eras, but even the corpses of higher existences would last so long without decay. This gave Orcus an advantage others did not have. This aside, the map Orcus left were actually locations where he hid his corpse armies. After a death god's death, it obviously followed suit that their constitution's world would collapse. If this happened, then all of the corpses Orcus had painstakingly refined would disappear. Dian wondered for a moment why he hadn't just kept the corpses with him. But in the next moment, he understood. Orcus didn't want to stagnate while he was in this world. So, he left his corpse army in places where they could be slowly strengthened over time. Although Orcus was a higher existence, none of his corpses had been. Refining a higher existence puppet was just too difficult. Even the mighty elven kingdom, which Orcus feared so much, could only guard their tombs with peak Dao sentries. Orcus hoped that by allowing his corpse army to be refined over trillions of years, he would eventually break the innate limitation of his corpses and allow them to enter the half-step transcendent realm. Is that the case? Dian couldn't help but be slightly disappointed. This disappointment wasn't geared toward the map itself, of course. This map was a great thing. What disappointed him was the limitation of corpse puppets and puppets in general. Dian had been dreaming of having his clone command armies of hundreds of higher existence puppets. But clearly that was impossible. Even Orcus believed he was living a fool's dream. But Dian understood his madness. Orcus wasn't able to transcend because he was injured while becoming a higher existence. Had he had higher existence puppets, would that have ever been a problem? Of course not. Unfortunately, becoming a higher existence wasn't reliant on chi absorption or strength, but rather comprehension. How could a corpse or puppet comprehend anything? So birthing a corpse spirit is the only way to break through this limitation. But birthing such a spirit is far too difficult. Even Orcus never succeeded. This was why Orcus was so enraptured by Dian. He believed that because Dian's intelligence was so high, if he paid a price to preserve Dian's consciousness, he might finally have a chance to birth a higher existence puppet. However, even then, he wasn't certain. The process of refining a corpse, even if the mind is protected, would still stunt the growth of said corpse. Dian would lose an unknown percentage of his talent during the process. Even if Orcus caught a higher existence who was still alive and refined them into a puppet, their cultivation would still fall from the ranks of higher existences. In the end, Orcus left his corpse army, even while fearing they might be discovered by others, all in hopes that just one of his works would birth a corpse spirit. In order to accomplish this, he left them in the most death-chi-dense areas he had ever discovered. Even leaving a few within the tomb of the Pride clan, he found the baby skull in. However, even after all of this and with trillions of years having passed, Orcus was still not confident in his success. Dian sighed. Still, it is worth it to check these locations out. Many of these universes have long since been destroyed and don't exist anymore. If we take account of universe, planetary, and star orbits, only 2 of these locations are within the tower quadrants. Aside from them, there are only 5 others, 2 of which are within the ancient battlefield and shouldn't have moved at all, while the last 3 are within the devil quadrants. In truth, Dian should have expected this. What better place for death to thrive than alongside devil path cultivators? Dian would likely leave the ancient battlefield and devil quadrant locations for last and try his luck with the 2 within the tower quadrants. Dian didn't know exactly how large Orcus' collection was, but from what he could glean, Orcus likely had countless lower Dao corpses, less middle Dao corpses, but still a substantial amount, while his higher corpses wouldn't number more than a few dozen, while his peak Dao corpses would be less than a half dozen. Of the several dozen locations that originally existed, only 7 remained, so these numbers were definitely far less than this. With the map safely stored away, Dian had gone through all of Orcus' most prized treasures. Now, all that was left were the ominous booklets that almost hid from Dian's perception. He hadn't felt this way since the hamster twins first hatched. Dian gingerly picked up the first booklet. A swath of death chi immediately assaulted him, but he was able to remain calm. Had he not comprehended any death will of his own, it would be a problem. But luckily he had. Surprisingly, the first booklet detailed a body refinement technique. It could be considered a lower divine grade technique if stated properly. However, despite having techniques that supposedly surpassed it, Dian was ecstatic. Before, he hadn't had any systematic way of refining his body. He could only put it through torturous pain and then heal it before repeating. This method was incredibly crude and inefficient, but now he finally had a hardset guide. The rarity didn't need to be stated. Even the demon sage didn't have such a manual and could only blindly progress just like Dian. Yet, Orcus had a divine grade technique. Dian flipped through the booklet, sighing in relief when he saw its contents. At first, he thought that this refinement technique might follow some sort of evil path due to the dense death chi that surrounded them. But luckily it didn't. It seemed that the death chi that covered these books were just a product of Orcus using his Constitution's world as his personal spatial ring. So much of his items were pervaded by this death chi. So that's how it works. Dian was enraptured. He had always wondered how body cultivation evolved from body refinement, but it seemed that the 2 paths not only shared the same root but weren't very much different either. Techniques of body refinement relied on the vitality within the blood to speed up the process of healing and strengthening. By forcing your blood along certain paths, it would be similar to completing an array within your body that can siphon this vitality away for your benefit. It seemed that not only were the meridian pathways hidden magic circles, but blood veins were similar in the fashion as well. In reality, Dian knew this already. After all, what was runic vein theory if not a practice that took advantage of this truth? In addition, there were blood manipulation techniques that followed the same path as well. Dian had learned many such techniques due to him following his master's teachings. Dian rarely used these blood manipulation techniques, but that wasn't because they were useless. Rather, they stemmed from mere common grade techniques, so not all of them ended up as powerful as his vanishing fists. There were blood manipulation techniques that increased speed, some increased strength, and still other could harden bone. Blood manipulation techniques could be considered a branch of runic vein theory that was much less permanent, essentially. Judging by the contents of this body refinement technique, titled False God Body, such techniques drew from concepts of blood manipulation, runic vein theory, and body cultivation. False God Body worked in units of vital essence or vital qi. The more vital qi you could accumulate in your blood, the stronger your refinement would be. But, as one might expect, the requirements for even starting to use this technique were incredibly high. Luckily, Dian wasn't far from meeting them. Once he reached 500 million gene from his current 200 million gene weight, he would be qualified. Placing False God Body aside, Dian picked up the next booklet. This time, he didn't find a cultivation technique, but rather a portion of the legacy left behind by the Golden Crow clan, an existence the current Golden Crow sect couldn't even match 1% of. One had to understand that Orcus might have been born with the Death God Body, but that was simply a product of fate and chance. His base abilities were tied to his Golden Crow bloodline, a bloodline that could rival angels at its peak. This technique was known as the 9 Sons of Armageddon. It was a peak divine grade technique that was half a step into the mystical grade. This technique was the most powerful attacking technique of the Golden Crow clan of eras past. In its full form, it was a true mystical grade technique. Unfortunately, as years passed, the will of the technique deteriorated to its current state. The concept of will deterioration is a bit novel, but easy to understand. When a technique is created, it's infused with the will of the one who created it. It's because of this that Dian can read books without even opening the front page. Over time, however, this will can weaken. After all, no will is eternal. Even those that follow the legendary immortal path like Lilith's sword will cannot possibly accomplish such a feat. Normally, a clan or sect is able to sustain this will for extended periods of time by utilizing faith. This enigmatic concept allows the will of a clan's ancestors to survive long past their base ability. Unfortunately, as the Golden Crow clan withered away in time, they obviously lost the ability to sustain something as powerful as a mystical grade technique. As a result, although the 9 Sons of Armageddon was complete and without flaw, it was missing a certain quintessence that once made it unspeakably powerful. There was a chance Dian could reclaim this quintessence by comprehending the technique. But he would have to reach the One with Self-Realm to do so. One can imagine just how difficult it was to do such a thing with a divine grade technique that was once of the mystical grade. As things stood now, though, Dian couldn't even call upon a single son. The minimum requirement of comprehension to use this technique was a 3rd stage fire Dao, something Dian was far from. Dian assumed that those with unique flames could lower these requirements, but he wasn't prepared to break through just yet to test it out. He would set it aside for now and come back to it in the future. Following this logic, it's easy to understand why soul-rending Peak's mystical grade technique still survived to this day. Not enough time had passed since the Peak's destruction for the will to deteriorate. The next technique was yet another core teaching of the Golden Crow clan. It was titled Sun God Body. At first, Dian had planned to set it aside after reading its title and feeling a bit of its will. After all, it seemed like a defensive-type technique, but Dian had constitutions that served this purpose. There was no need to set aside more time to learn such a technique. He couldn't split his focus too much. However, something caught the attention of his senses. This could be interesting, Dian muttered. As things stood now, if Dian decided to name himself the 2nd-ranked defensively among those of his cultivation, he was almost willing to bet his life that no one would dare to claim 1st place. The effect of having 2 of the top 3 defensive constitutions was far too potent. This was especially so when Dian activated his Titan Emperor's will or used bold-type energy. Knowing this, it was pretty obvious why Dian would be unwilling to waste his time learning a defensive technique. However, this one was different. When used in conjunction with 9 Sons of Armageddon, this technique becomes one of the most dangerous ones in all of existence. The basic use of Sun God Body was to absorb flames. Once these flames are absorbed, they're directly translated into your strength. For the Golden Crow clan that had once built their clans atop of stars, this made them nigh undefeatable in their home territory. How did such a clan decline? Dian couldn't understand it. The more he read, the more shocked he became. To turn the power of stars into your own. That was ridiculous.